Hello, everyone, and welcome back once more to continuing Triton Super High Roller Series coverage from here in Jeju. First festival of 2025, Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabbit-Chow, a rookie here at the desk, but has settled in rather nicely. And one thing that you got to experience yesterday is a no champion day. Kevin, I don't know if that was disappointing for you or not, but we'll make up for it here today as we're going to have a couple of champs to crown. Attention is going to be upon this 25K WPT Global Slam. It just came in 2 entries shy of the record-breaking 391. And you've got some personal friendships, relationships with at least one of the guys that are at this final table.
Yeah, we've got a lineup of familiar faces, maybe not to the audience necessarily, but every single player at this final table has a lot of experience, whether it's at Triton or otherwise.
Well, you know, there's an atypical opportunity that we have, as you mentioned this, to actually sink our teeth into this. Given that we didn't crown a champ yesterday, there is no recap, no highlights. So let's get right to it. Let's focus first upon the fact that everybody is locked up $176,000, 1.88 and a tickle, going to the eventual champion here, along with, of course, a title, which could be number 2, number 3, depending on who you are out here. So glory has been tasted before. The experience, the knowledge, the know-how required to scale the summit, plant your flag at the top of Mount Triton is something a few of these guys know something about. So Calvin Lee, the first person I'm going to focus upon, obviously for good reason. You see him at the top of the leaderboard with 16 million. Here at his third ever Triton stop, Kevin.
Yeah, and I know Calvin Lee from playing in the United States. I see him at every World Series that I've been to. Frequent member of the high roller scene. Just generally really impressive play. And I am seeing here that his biggest career cash is at the World Series. Took down a bracelet in 2016. I think that he deserves to be at the top of this leaderboard. I'm excited to see the way he plays because we saw earlier in yesterday's broadcast, he's not afraid to put the chips in.
Top 4 finish here, which would include $675,000 at a minimum, would eclipse that all-time career high for Calvin. Let's turn our attention then to young Justin Saliba. You know, Justin's a guy, by the way, my apologies, let me get rid of that payouts. You see him there, second in chips, 13.675 million. Incredibly humble, incredibly well-mannered. I think very much a sponge in terms of open-mindedness and just absorbing all that is available to him as he's come out, you know, relatively short in the tooth, but has made his mark and done it early.
Yeah, Justin, somebody who I would describe as many of these players as a real hard worker. Justin's a frequent player in high rollers. He cares so much about these events and so much about every decision. We saw that yesterday for sure. I mean, while Saliba has had a lot of success at Triton, I want to mention he's also just one of the most feared players in the United States circuit, also a member of poker coaching, a coach himself, does a little training. I mean, this is someone who knows the game at a very high level and executes on a high level.
You know, as a coach yourself, Kevin, does it not help your own game when you are tasked with trying to teach others, because you constantly are revisiting fundamentals and you must be able to justify anything that you're trying to indoctrinate someone else with, and that means you're going to be sound upstairs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what my experience has told me is that coaching forces you to really think deeply about every situation that you're playing. You can't just write stuff off and say, oh, you know, I thought it was good in that spot. You need to be able to explain that to your students. You need to be able to explain it to an audience, and I think that really elevates your play. You need to have high attention to detail as a coach, and it serves you well as a player.
Now, somebody who's been on the receiving end of coaching since he first joined us on the Triton Super High Roller Series, I have to imagine, just based on the incredible evolution of his game, is Orpen Kisacikoglu. The Turk comes in third place, just shy of 13 million, classified in invitationals as a VIP, but every bit a pro in terms of procedures whenever we have the chance to observe him, isn't he?
Yeah, you can tell from who Orpen rolls with at the series and just the way that the players talk about him. This is someone who takes the game extremely seriously. You mentioned his coaching experience. He's a founder of GTO Labs, so obviously takes training poker and coaching poker very seriously, understands, you know, what the game's supposed to look like on a theoretical level, and I mean, maybe has the surprises in his game that you might expect from a VIP, but definitely also just understands what the pros know.
All right, turning then to the man in fourth, who I'm not sure what to expect of him, and I'm not just talking about performance at the final table. Rumor has it he may be coming out with a splash during the walkouts. David Coleman.
ran into Coleman and a few of his friends before start of play earlier this morning. He's excited about this final table, and his friends are excited for him. I mean, Coleman, we mentioned before, GPI Player of the Year last year, shows up to every stop, has success at every stop. I mean, this guy's on a pretty amazing run in the past year and is playing at an extremely high level.
If it's up to Coleman, though, he doesn't want you talking about any of that. He would rather just keep it all quiet and slide in under the radar, not so sure that the opposition is going to let him do that. Jeju last year was his only previous festival, and obviously if you got a taste of that one, which was really standing in stark contrast to everything before it, and now obviously doubled down upon here this time around, you're not going to miss any Triton Jeju. So looking forward to Coleman's performance out there. Igor Yaroshevskyy, this is a man who was at the top of the leaderboard for some time, very deep stacked, comes in just north of the average right now with 11.8 million.
Yeah, Yaroshevskyy, I mentioned, number 3 in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race right now. He's having great success this season at Triton, and we saw some spicy plays from Igor near the end of play yesterday. Got involved with some hands that you won't always see from your by-the-book professionals, but is putting players in really tough spots and is also not shying away from making, you know, speculative calls, from making thin all-ins pre-flop. He was rewarded right near the end of the play, winning that big 3-way all-in with king-queen offsuit to catapult him up in the leaderboard before the final table.
Anatoly Filatov is a guy who's been looking comfortable on the times that we've been covering his procedures over at his featured tables. I think he's ready to go. Obviously, sitting 6th in chips, there's going to be a little bit of work to do, but 23 bigs is something he's going to be keenly, intimately familiar with.
Yeah, Filatov, obviously a well-known online player and live player, really respected, but also just, you know, you get that goofball energy from him at the table. He has,
a little bit.
He has fun out there. I saw him mixing up play with a limp with pocket queens, you know, and maybe taking some time joking with his opponents when they get all in. He definitely looks comfortable, but also an extremely dangerous player.
Listen, if you're going to talk about danger, you have to mention Fedor Holtz. Fedor is the most decorated player at this FT, a 4-time Triton champion. Last time he won was right here in Jeju last year, so maybe another flag planting for the German. Top 2 finish would make him only the 7th player in Triton history to eclipse the 20 million in Triton earnings mark. Moving forward beyond him, Pascal Lefrancois of Canada, here at his 2nd ever Triton Festival after London in 2023, managed a 3rd place in the 25K PLO. What do we know about Pascal?
Yeah, Pascal is, you know, I'd say a friend. We've tangled a little bit in the poker streets. We got heads up actually in an event in Montreal just 4 months ago. I don't want to, you know, step on his accolades because he's the one at the final table right now and not me, but we've played a little bit, and maybe I got the best of him last time. I'll leave.
I was just going to say, Kevin being a little bit humble about that one. Obviously, no reflection upon his talents, just the fact that he was able to knife his way through 391 entries to be a part of this final 9. Credit to him. Last but not least, the newcomer, Ander Vallinas. His chips, for me, were the most restless at the feature tables when he was there.
Yeah, Vallinas got involved in that big pot right at the end. I mentioned Igor with the king-queen offsuit. Vallinas was willing to get it in with the ace-jack offsuit and was not able to get lucky. I've seen Vallinas around the EPT, saw him playing high rollers in Barcelona not long ago, so this is someone who has experience playing high stakes for sure. As a Triton first-timer, I mean, I'm sure this is an important stage for him, but I know that he has the moves to play.
Yeah, not every Triton first-timer, as we've kind of touched upon this theme and struck this chord on multiple occasions, that there is a competitive advantage to some anonymity, is, in fact, anonymous to the field. Because just because it's your first Triton doesn't mean it's your first super high roller. And as you can tell with Vallinas, he's very comfy out there. And I would imagine beyond the borders of Triton, some of our regs are going to already be very familiar with his style of play.
Yeah, you would think. I mean, maybe he gets to slide under the radar against a handful of these players, but we've seen that doesn't always give an advantage to the players who are comfortable here. Sometimes that unknown status lets you make plays that some players are going to expect, leans a certain way. Oh, it must be strong when he's willing to put his chips in this particular moment, but we've seen in the previous way that he's played at day 2 leading up to the final table, that's not always the case.
Now, while he does come in just with 4.2 million, being to the left of Calvin Lee, as we look at the seat draw here, obviously better than maybe being to his right. Perhaps not as big a concern given that he's a short stack, but who do you think in terms of seat draw benefited the most here?
I mean, I would say Vallinas. That's a great seat to be in because a lot of players are going to avoid opening the action until it gets to Calvin Lee. We're going to get some of those rejam opportunities. 11 big blinds is plenty of chips to be able to take down pre-flop pots against an open from a chip leader. So that's got to be probably the most advantageous draw at this table.
All right. Well, we're just about set to get this one underway and to handle the formalities. We pass it down, as always, to Tournament Director of the Year, as nominated.
An incredible turnout for the
Luka.
WPT Global Slam here in Jeju. 389 entries. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for the glory, more than 1.8 million on top, and these 2 beautiful trophies. It's my pleasure to announce you the final table. In seat number 1 with 30 million, our freshly self-proclaimed Turkish Grandmaster. Please welcome Orpen Kisacikoglu.
Orpen, 2 previous titles, $8.5 million in earnings. A top 5 finish here takes his global earnings over $20 million.
Seat number 2 from Russia with 9.2 million. Please put your hand together for Anatoly Filatov.
Filatov looking very eyes wide shut. He was a bit of a jester when he was there, played 5 previous events before this stop, and had his first cash with a 20th in the 30K in his last event.
Our seat number 3 is from Canada with 8.4 million. Please put your hand together for Pascal Lefrancois.
Pascal playing his 2nd ever festival, 20 years of force in tournament poker, now turning his attention to the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Seat number 5 from the US with 40 million. Please welcome Justin Saliba.
Well, what more can really be said about Saliba? Already 2.7 million in career Triton earnings. This is 11th cash. Will it be his first title?
Also from the US, our seat number 6 with 12 million. Please put your hand together for David Coleman.
Coleman already with his 3rd cash of this Jeju. A top 2 finish would secure him his first 7-figure payday, and a win takes him over 10 million in global earn.
Seat number 7, we have our chip leader from the US with 16 million. Please put your hand together for Calvin Lee.
Calvin already with a final table, having finished 8th in the 20K, looking to improve upon that number here today.
With 4.2 million, our seat number 8 is from Spain. Please put your hand together for Ander Vallinas Santos.
We're always talking about Ido. We're talking about Mateos. There's another Spaniard, and his name is Vallinas.
Seat number 9 with 9.1 million from Germany. Please put your hand together for Fedor Holz.
At this point, you know him oh so well if you follow the Triton Tour. Top 2 would make him the 7th player ever to eclipse 20 million in Triton earnings.
And last but not least, closing our final table is seat number 10 with 12 million from the Ukraine. Please put your hand together for Igor Yaroshevskyy.
2nd final table of Jeju, pardon me, after finishing 3rd in the 20K, looking for title number 3.
Button has been drawn in seat number 9 to Fedor. We still have 34 minutes remaining of 200, 400, 400. I wish you all the very best of luck. Pavel, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. And apologies for clipping the front end of that, but I could be forgiven because it was in an attempt to lay praise upon our man who works tirelessly to administer these events alongside a true village worth of personnel, the finest in the business. That much I think any of our players would agree on. 4.2 million and change. That's what Vallinas is going to be working with. 11 bigs, 10 bigs worth of runway between he and Lefrancois. The min cash at present, 176,000. That's the lockup. 45,000 is the bump. You see there, between 9th and 8th, not insignificant, but eyes are upon the 7-figure distributions as the ladder rungs grow farther and farther apart. The higher you climb, this total prize pool just shy of 8 figures. That glimpse brought to you by WPT Global.
Every time I forgot, you know, because it's I'm first time take it and
More time or not?
couple
I want
times have
Filatov to get
do,
back
but
behind the mask. Is that allowed?
fold and they
Yeah,
bluff.
Anatoly really outshining the field on that walkout.
Yeah. Coleman let us down.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, Ali.
All that hype.
You got 5 last night, right? End of last night.
5 this morning, I think.
This morning? Yeah.
Can I have a green tea, please? With lemon and sugar. Yeah.
Coffee for me, coffee, black coffee, please. Black coffee, coffee, coffee.
John Ander passing on that 9-7 suited in the cutoff with the short stack. And wisely now, as we can see, Fedor wakes up with 2 aces on the first hand.
You know, Fedor for me, and granted it's folded around to him on the button, but is really one of those who is just least concerned about chiseling, for lack of a better way to put it. Now, you know, obviously with career earnings in the stratosphere that he's in, maybe you can afford to take some more creative liberties in situations. He's always going to approach the game thoughtfully and soundly. But the deviations are something I think he embraces and is more comfortable with than maybe somebody earlier on in the career that hasn't put together the confidence and, for that matter, the database on the opposition.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's a really dangerous combination of skills to have as a player when you're so well studied, but at the same time so knowledgeable about the field and maybe some of the things you can get away with that knowledge. He's a really, really dangerous player.
All of these other 8 players are well aware of that, of course, as he failed to get any action with the aces. You saw Saliba take a pass with those 4s, second in chips, but a couple of seats over from Calvin Lee, who has an ace-9 suited.
And we are going to see that kind of caution exercised by these chip stacks, pretty tightly packed between 2nd and 8th even on the leaderboard. Hand like pocket 4s really shrinks up.
Pocket 5s for Yaroshevskyy, however, with the luxury of the button and 11.6 million.
Yeah, we might see a call here from Igor. We've definitely observed his interest in playing as many pots as possible, and I don't know that this one's even that close. 30 big blinds effective on the button. I think we have a call here.
He agrees. A pretty little suited connector in the big blind loves taking the price, as we will have a 3-way visit to a flop. 3 million in the middle. King 9-6, trouble for Filatov as he is outkicked with middle pair against the opener Lee. Yaroshevskyy won't be all too interested looking up at the 3 overs.
And if we're playing as Calvin, yes, we have the chip lead, but both of these players in the pot represent a significant chunk, so we're not necessarily going to bloat this pot. I like checking over to the button calling range, which we have to think is pretty strong on average.
A reasonable amount of King X stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And Igor using an under pair with a club as a bluff, because if his range is really that tight, I mean, we got to use some pretty showdownable looking hands here and there to steal pots with. I don't think this is automatic, but we're going to see at least one of these 9s continue.
2,300,000.
Wow.
Filatov taking the aggressive line, and look how well served he's going to be to do so. Yaroshevskyy was just asking a question for 1/3 pot and opens the door for the best hand to be muscled out of there. Credit to the Russian.
Yeah, and this might just get through on the flop. You know, a lot of players abide by these rules in multi-way pots where, as the big blind, you're supposed to just call here. Let's see what the chip leader has. Let's make sure that we're not running into a really strong hand. But Filatov, one of those players, a lot like Igor, who takes you down the unfamiliar path and forces you to find a good response.
Fold.
Fold announced.
I mean, what other option was there truly? As Anatoly announcing himself And taking down a very handsome little pot, which he did not rate to be able to do.
Yeah, Anatoly there with the second best of those 3 hands, and it might look unnecessary to push out the pocket 5s, but really pushing out ace-9 suited from Calvin there was the winner in that play.
Now, obviously, when that play works, it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
On the occasions in which Calvin
It's okay.
was being balanced and actually had a king
One more
X,
hot
or
tap.
Igor, for that matter, had one, it can look a little bit sullied, but
Yeah.
we accept that it's impossible to have 1,000 batting average out here.
Yeah, unafraid to make mistakes on this stage. Filatov proving he is comfortable.
I think it's important that you mention that, Kevin, because there is an obsession in general, you know, this subconscious quest for perfection. But poker, it truly doesn't afford us such things, right?
No.
You know, to make sound decisions as often as possible and within the framework that we've been provided in terms of our tutelage, our coaching, our structure, is the important thing. Obviously, letting the results not bother us because that's just beyond our control is tremendously important. But for Filatov there, you just saw a man unafraid to make a mistake. And when he isn't making a mistake, he's actually making quite a few chips.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. And here, I mean, this raise, I have to assume, is not going to work. Pascal Lefrancois with ace-queen offsuit. I think this hand only has all-in as an option. But even this raise with 8-5 suited, a good aggressive option. Blind versus blind. Good things can happen here. We fold out some better offsuit holdings. As the player leading, it makes sense, I think, for Anatoly to choose a lot of aggressive actions, blind versus blind, and force Pascal to play for stacks.
Well, Lefrancois wasn't having any of it with that ace-queen as he pushed back. First haul for him. Welcome, by the way, to those of you who are streaming this 25K WPT Global Slam live with us on the Triton Poker Plus app or Twitch as you get a look at Filatov's mask. That's something else. I wonder if he packed that knowing that he was going to have a chance to walk out at some point. That's kind of like calling your shot, Babe Ruth style.
Yeah, that must have come in the luggage. I don't think they sell those here in Jeju.
And if they do, by the way, there must be a spicy little subculture of festivities going on in Jeju I don't know about. Isn't this the island, and Rabbit Chow, you may not know about this, but that has like a park with a bunch of sculptures?
Are we talking about the museum?
Is it it's like a dong museum, right?
If you look it up on Google Maps, and I was alerted to this before the first time I traveled here last year, I believe it's called the Sex Museum.
The Sex Museum.
But as you said, I mean, I don't want to spoil the fun for the viewer. Maybe, you know, peruse the images that come up in a search.
But all we're saying is an island that has itself a sex museum could also have a gift shop where you have that sort of mask available.
It's a fair point.
Ace Jack, raise and take for Calvin Lee. I was embarking upon a warm welcome to all who are streaming us live. I left out YouTube, which is, of course, what we monitor in terms of the chats here at the desk. Appreciate all of your enthusiasm and interaction throughout the course of this one. There was, and I confess, the names escape me, somebody who stepped in to say, does Ali not know about the other Spaniards out there? I had left out Juan Pardo, Malacca style, when mentioning Vallinas, who is trying to become more of a household name when you talk about Spanish high rollers.
I mean, to your credit, you had about 6 seconds to throw some names out there.
The windows are tight.
There's a lot of Spanish professionals who deserve to be mentioned. So,
Stevie Ortiz, by the way, in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the little reminder.
Discipline fold on the button. Couple of covering stacks behind him for Pascal there. And now a 30 big blind, effective blind versus blind encounter for Saliba and Coleman.
10-9, limping in. Coleman with a little suited connector.
6-5 suited, maybe some arguments to be made for raising and clearing out some annoying kind of covering offsuit hands. But we definitely just have enough equity to check behind. No, oftentimes.
Forgive the interruption, but not so often do we look up at something like this. Deuce 3-4, the joint for Coleman. Unfortunately for him, Saliba really adrift with air.
Yeah, can't imagine that Saliba's going to put up much resistance with this hand in the face of a bet. There's not many hands that totally miss this board, but 10-9 with no diamond, no spade, that's it.
Coleman sprinkling 400 out there, and of course hates to see the calm fold. Brad Hedberg in the chat asks, Kevin, who do you think has the most to prove at this final table? We went through the accolades, you know, and obviously there are various ways in which one might feel like there's something to prove. You could be very successful in terms of career cash earned, but never have actually won a title. Maybe you're early in your career and you won one title and people think that was a fluke, and you're eager to kind of prove that, no, that wasn't a one-and-done sort of deal. When you look at these 9, is there somebody who stands out at all? I know it's a bit of a subjective question.
Yeah, that's a tricky one for me because, I mean, this would be meaningful for almost everybody. I mean, we've given a lot of credit to someone like Fedor Holtz for already proving himself on this stage, for example. So maybe I would rule him out, and I might even rule out Igor Yaroshevskyy, multiple-time Triton winner.
Sure.
But I have to look at a few of these American players who have yet to win a title on this stage. Pascal Lefrancois as well. I mean, certainly proved himself in other venues.
Well, Canada isn't part of the U.S. in spite of what our current leadership is attempting to establish. And I love, by the way, that at the GPI Awards, Eric Denny, who is of Canada, said that the U.S. should be the 11th province of Canada. Counterterrorism. Yaroshevskyy, pardon me, by the way, flatting a couple of 10s here as Holtz with the King-Jack opened it up.
Yeah, not a lot of players going to choose to flat anything in this setup. We're at a 9-handed table, +2, effectively the low jack. This is an early seat. Sorry, one position ahead of the low jack even. This is an early seat to be calling with anything, and not to mention giving the chance for our chip leader Calvin Lee to come in the big blind at a good price. But I understand not wanting to 3-bet and face the shove, because is this the spot we want to take against Fedor Holtz +1?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Queen 10 tray, set
silent.
over set. Lee thinks that this is gin. As we can see, it's little more than tonic. And let's not sleep on the fact that Fedor has an open ender.
Yeah, this is nasty. Fedor doing well to check over to Igor. This flat and +2 has him a little concerned, and this is a board that rates to connect well with him.
Well, we are playing with matches in a pool of gasoline right about now. Igor lighting the fuse.
Careful little recheck of the cards to make sure he's not dreaming. But Calvin has a similar position to what we just saw Anatoly playing with the 10-9 of spades. He's sandwiched between two players in a multi-way pot. Standard procedure is to just call and see what Fedor does. And
It is wet texture, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good price for a 6-out draw to the nuts. You got to think that Fedor is going to stick around, but it's not clear to me if he does it by raising or calling.
Well, the latter would obviously be incendiary. He does close the action with a call. Pot grows to 6 million. Fedor makes a pair. The ace-king staring those sets in the face.
And this might be the only saving grace for Calvin, who now recognizes that Fedor's range contains a number of hands that he loses to. I mean, there's 6 million in the pot already, Ali. It's difficult to get away from pocket threes for only 8 million more, but we might start to see some players exercising caution, thinking that Fedor has ace-king from early position more often than anyone else. Igor doesn't seem like someone who's going to check behind a hand this strong, though.
I mean, you do want to charge a price to draws instead of allow them to take a tug at the river free of charge. And in the event you are beaten at present by a straight, you're drawing live against that.
I like that he's taking some time here. Even if he knows that he's going to bet this turn, this is a really, really complicated scenario to navigate. And anytime you're faced with that, you don't want to rush through anything, especially against skilled players who can read into that.
He's covered by both opponents. Oh, wow.
He did.
It
check
looked
behind.
very much like bet was on his mind. Instead, he checks, and somehow Fedor Holtz is going to be the winner at a showdown as an ace rolls off, and these sets hate this card.
I mean, the butterfly effect from each decision is just mind-blowing in this pot. Calvin could have raised the flop, chooses to abide by standard procedures instead, and Igor, I'd admit, surprisingly to me, decided to check behind the turn. He's maybe concerned that there's a few better sets as well in Fedor's range. Pocket jacks could arrive here, as well as the ace-king we mentioned previously.
Lee predictably knuckling. Now for Fedor, he sits on the nuts.
And while we can see that Fedor has an unbeatable hand, he's got to start to think between these two ranges, how do I get value from something that isn't just a chop with my hand? Because there's 3 other kings out there. They're not that difficult for either player to have in their range as played. So if Fedor wants to get value from the nuts in this situation, he can't just blast. He has to find some creative way. Yeah, he comes with a small bet.
Quarter pot, which I confess was what I anticipated from Yaroshevskyy in position on the turn. But how well served was he to check? Because presumably that sizing wasn't going to shed Holtz. Unless maybe Lee were to have check raised, which seems super improbable in that spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't have been enough hand, I think, for Lee to raise. Wow, he just, no time bank, folds it. I mean, this is a difficult situation for Fedor to find bluffing options. I'm thinking like maybe 10x of spades, and Igor had that card in his hand, so maybe he recognizes it's really hard for you to bluff here, unless you're starting to turn hands like a queen or even an ace-high flush draw into a bluff on the river. I mean, how do we do that?
Is aces
with
up in the
ease?
value range ever with one check in front of us and one opponent behind who...
That's what Calvin's got to start thinking about is, you know, how often am I up against ace-queen right now or even ace-jack trying to set a price? It feels within the realm of possibility, but even just needing to be good 1 in 6 times, it feels like a stretch to me. Now, I admit I would probably pay this off in Calvin's shoes if I gave Fedor any credit to finding bluffs, because the pocket 3 is just really strong and
Yeah, you saw
no
Lee
interaction.
rolling his eyes, never really expects the hand to be good with
Yeah.
a high frequency, but it only needed to be good 1 in 6 times, as you mentioned, for it to be a break-even spot. And it's so unfortunate for him that Yaroshevskyy doesn't find the call in front of him, because then the fold becomes so much easier.
That allows him to get away for sure.
Igor actually performed incredibly well in that spot to lose what he did, even though obviously a set of 10s on the flop was such a massive favorite. And Fedor has no idea that he was just casually swimming through crocodiles. Well, did you know that you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam? All you got to do is head over to WPT Global, where you can win passport dollars and then use them to buy into future Triton events. Only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Do not wait. Make your move today to WPT Global.
And you know, as I'm thinking about that hand, I'm wondering how much Igor's fear, perhaps, of a check raise from Fedor played into that decision to check behind. Just knowing that ace-king is so common and not wanting to have to risk his tournament life on a set, 3 to a straight on board.
That really was going to be a difficult pot to dethrone in terms of the highlight reel when this one's all said and done. I don't want to suggest we've peaked early here and you should just turn your eyes away from the screen, but my goodness. And the craziest part about it, like I said, is Fedor has no idea, nor do the two sets, of the situation that just unfolded.
Yeah, no showdown.
Well, he did. Calvin called, but didn't show the set, obviously.
Yeah, Calvin probably feeling sick about it, not realizing that he was in terrible shape against Igor.
Fedor's 15.8 now sits ahead of Coleman for the chip lead. And there is David, suited queen.
It is the new chip leader's big blind, so wanting to proceed maybe a little more carefully than normal in the cutoff. Seems like that influenced David's fold there.
Ace queen suited for Calvin.
Certainly no thoughts of passing on the ace-queen suited, but maybe a little detail-oriented, trying to find the right opening size. Calvin there.
Raise and take. There's a little rebate offered to those cracked set of threes.
8-9.
Huh?
8-9.
And look at that. Not just
Spade.
the Triton hardware.
10-3. How the fuck do I get 9?
Raise.
WPT
What's the
Global
spade?
Slam specific swag for the trophy case. Also on offer.
Why not? Clubs.
Almost $2 million a
I'm
course.
out with clubs for sure.
The prettiest thing
Give me
that
spades,
comes
I'm in.
with victory.
Because I'm play very bad.
Huh?
You lose because I'm play very bad. Sorry.
Yeah, you fucking lit me up.
Sorry.
Fuck yeah.
850,000.
Funny that
We're not gonna help you anymore.
Igor's suggesting he caused Calvin to lose that pot. He probably stopped himself from winning a big chunk off of him.
Saliba has opened with King 9 suited.
Would you have ace queen?
King Jack
Yeah.
stepping aside.
Suited. Suited. I think yeah, tens.
You said yes to tens and to ace queen.
We play.
Both suited.
Same hand.
Same hand.
Yaroshevskyy dominated here. One king in the muck, which was the best of them.
Yeah, not a hand that we're thrilled to defend with in this scenario. Igor might even be thinking about a 3-bet. This feels very fringy to me against the +3 open. Reasonable pass.
So a modest pickup there for Saliba. Now, what is this amulet that's being worn by Filatov here? I confess I'm a little long in the tooth, but there was an episode of the Brady Bunch where there was an evil idol from Hawaii, if I recall correctly. I know I'm dating myself big time, man. People are like, what the hell is the Brady Bunch? But not since, is that like an Easter Island? You know those heads?
It did look like I was making out some kind of face, but didn't understand why.
Ace Jack of hearts. Lefrancois. showing it love.
Good, no?
Good.
Also?
Next case.
Good. Jack suited.
Chat, I'm surprised, didn't glitch out as I'm scrolling back through for the responses and reactions to that incredible set over set pot that Fedor won with that straight. Ace Jack. Coleman will activate.
800,000.
And I don't think too much to think about for Calvin here. No longer the lone chip leader. So a single ace not going to be good enough to get out of line.
Jack 10 also out of there.
Yeah, even Fedor folding king 10 offsuit on the button.
But Filatov, big blind king queen, that's not headed for the muck. He and the amulet defend. And it's top pair with a king kicker versus second pair. Filatov out in front, checking over.
Coleman with a reasonable chip advantage over Filatov. Perhaps a reason to go after him with a high frequency c-bet here, although we know from recent experience that Filatov's not shy to come with check raising, even if he is at the disadvantage in chips. Looks like just a quick call, though.
Yep.
No club in hand, second best kicker. Anatoly's not trying to put stacks in with this one.
So 7 1/4 ahead, bringing us to this turn card. Neither player has a club in hand.
It felt like he was giving a little bit of thought to leading on the turn. You know, a lot of suited hands in the big blind, a lot of flushes made on this turn, but Coleman's going to be opening every suited ace and a lot of suited kings. I think it's wise to just check and keep the pot manageable here.
Second check in front of Coleman, and he's very happy to check back. Play a little pot control, see what's what. That's a nice river for the ace-jack, provided it was good on the turn. It rates to be good now. But unfortunately for Coleman, as we can see, Filatov is going to have value available to him. 3.65 in the middle. And how greedy will Anatoly be? 1.6. It's going to be tough for Coleman to let it go at this sizing, is it not?
It is, but it's so annoying when we face this bet because not only are we worried about king-queen, but Anatoly even saying that he could have a queen with no kicker, you know, suited queen 8, queen 9, offsuit queen 10. That expanded value range with the smaller size, we're losing to so many more hands, so we have to make sure that the appropriate number of bluffs are going to be here. I don't think we ever see a jack betting this big.
Irritating spot for Coleman. Always aware that it could be a situation where the ace-jack is a winner. He has to see it.
Yeah, way too high up in his range. Not the type of player to make a hero fold there. Getting a good price.
Vyacheslav Buldigin, presumably in Filatov's camp on the rail. Spied Brandon Wilson out there as well. Unclear who his rooting interest is, although with a couple of Americans in the field. You would think 3 Americans in total, by the way, in Saliba, Lee, and Coleman. That would be where the fellow American is directing his support. Ace-9 here for Saliba.
Normally ace-9 offsuit with a chip advantage. Pretty reasonable open from under the gun, but we're 9-handed right now, and Justin is only third in chips. I think it's a good fold.
Pocket tens. They didn't do so great for Igor, as Calvin welcomes them, along with what would appear to be a crick in his neck. Min raise open.
And for John Ander on 8 big blinds, ace-queen offsuit is a lot of hand, even facing an early position open.
Boom, 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 boom.
We're going to see at least that amount going in here.
Ace queen off.
All in.
As good a hand as Vallinas says he could hope for. Not going to be patient any longer. 3.2 as a jam. Another 2.4 and a tickle required of Calvin. He does make the call and will be delighted to be in front. But when he is in front, he expects more often than not it'll be versus 2 overcards. So you can see the equity. 43% for Vallinas. $7.5 million.
No, I never get drunk.
Never drank in his life.
Tense moments
I don't need to drink.
for the Spaniard. Can he find the spin?
That's some fun.
9-7 tray, monotone with the 10 of diamonds in Lee's hand. And Vallinas knows this is an ambitious mountain to climb. Turn. No bueno. Is there a non-diamond ace or queen available? Show yourself if so. No such luck. And for Vallinas, he will deliver the remains of his tokens to the right as Lee will claim the first pelt of this final table. And the short stack always rates to be first out the door, especially when he had no company. Down toward the bottom. For Vallinas, it will be $176,000 for his efforts, leaving behind 8 players to continue to do battle, but also leaving us impressed as he worked his way to this final table. And we've not seen the last of that man there.
Said before, it was cold.
So Yaroshevskyy now inherits short stack duties.
I think we should be more open.
Of
Next time
course.
a short stack is
Don't hide
Lee
your
has
emotions.
reclaimed the chip lead, by the way.
Everyone's just cheering against it.
Shy of 18 million.
I felt the table energy on the flop.
Fold it around to the small blind of Lefrancois.
Pascal is covered here by Saliba. Normally that leads us to take more passive strategies. 9-8, maybe trying to sneak in here for cheap. But for Saliba, pocket tens, well good enough to try to put the rest of the money in here, usually an inducing raise.
They will root, but
1.3.
not now.
1.3, right? What do you mean?
Include everyone in the row.
The limp of 400 is performing very poorly in this spot as pocket tens have resurfaced for a third occasion already here in the early going. Saliba showing pride, understandably.
Yeah, true. Delayed support.
Doesn't work.
It's only like 8 versus everybody that.
And Pascal steps aside, understandably.
Most Spanish on the rail.
All right, now earlier, you remember I had a real self-conscious moment as I went into the deeper part of the pop culture archive for a Brady Bunch reference.
Yep.
Somehow, and I love this name, by the way, in the YouTube chat, King Doinky has stepped in to say it wasn't the show, it was the movie. I forgot there was a movie, and it was a tiki idol that was the evil spirit sort of
That'd be great. Thanks.
amulet, whatever you want to call it, that Filatov's neckwear has me thinking of. Someone went deeper into the tank than I did. Well played, King Doinky. On two fronts, by the way. Your handle and your knowledge. King, queen, raise and take there for Orpen. Been quiet to this point, but obviously still very early here in this 25K WPT Global Slam, where we did have a hand that took our breath away. Perhaps some other pilots in the cockpit, and we would have had a crash landing. Instead, it was a somewhat tame altercation, given the potential it contained for an explosive outcome. Orpen, ace-7 takes a pass. Deuces do as well.
And now fours for Saliba, while we might not play it from the earlier seats. I think we've got enough chips here on the button
950.
to come in with an open, and he's sizing up a little bit. You see this sometimes with the chip leader in the blinds, referring to Calvin Lee, who's next up.
Ten, 7 of spades.
Even with the additional 150 over the minimum, I'm expecting 10-7 suited to be good enough for some sort of continue.
Calvin agrees, as the added cost of admission not enough to dissuade him. Ace, ace, 5. Not the worst flop for Saliba.
Yeah, normally we're pretty happy to bet at this texture with a high frequency. Pocket fours would benefit a lot from clearing out overcards, even if they don't have that much equity. Like you can see, 10-7 has no pair, no draw, and it still had 32% there. So well done, Saliba.
Yeah, it would have been a really ambitious peel. You would have filed that under deep levels of disrespect if Calvin Lee's going to call 800 in that spot. Blinds going up, 250, 500 now, brought to you by Jacob & Co. From deep levels of disrespect to levels of respect in the YouTube chat, and I confess I'm unable to credit the comment because that pot spammed the chat archive and blasted past it, but there was some who had stepped in to say that they've really appreciated your commentary so far this week, and they hope to see you at future Triton stops. Always nice to have a little positive reinforcement.
Oh, that's kind.
Crap.
Thanks for digging that one up, Ollie.
Yeah, it was well earned. I got to say, I too have been impressed. Perhaps to be expected of a man who's tasked with teaching the game, to be able to articulate situations and unpack them and help the lesser experienced to make sense of what it is that they're seeing, which can be so nuanced at times. You don't know what you don't know. And it can be really perilous to think monkey see, monkey do, is a proper way to maybe utilize what we observe out here in these super high roller streets. There's a lot that goes in to every single decision and choice that's being made out here. The choice for Fedor with these pocket eights is to defend, as Saliba took it to 1.1 pre-flop.
Oh my.
Set of eights for Fedor, but Saliba with nothing more than ace high here, just shy of 3 million in the middle.
And I do want to point out the disciplined flat by pocket eights here in the big blind. I mean, we're up to a 500K big blind. This is less than 30 blinds effective versus the cutoff. Certainly at some point in time, this would have been an all-in hand before the flop, but Fedor knows that that's a really valuable 13.2 million he has behind. Oh, and this is
a healthy
dangerous.
C-bet size here, too.
Yeah, sometimes. So Justin is in a spot where this board rates to connect with Fedor fairly often. You know, the connectedness, the jack high board. So he doesn't want to bet just anything. He wants to bet a polarized range. This is what he's claiming here, and we do often see a polarized range bluffing with kind of trashy stuff like low interaction. He's got a little something here with the 7 and the overcard, but no spade, no straight draw. Maybe he'd check those hands back and bluff with this one. I'd love to see Fedor just call for that reason and keep in these hopeless hands. But Fedor's also got to think, I mean, is this a value-heavy play? You know, he's trying to deduce whether Saliba's on the strong side right now. Yeah, and a misstep against this exact hand, but I think Fedor's reading this bet as strong, and he's hoping to just get all the money right now against an overpair.
You know, that C-bet sizing did feel as though it would be more likely to be attached to something that might be able to give action.
Yeah.
So don't fault Fedor for maybe taking the initiative early there with the set.
And that's exactly why Saliba's bluff there with low equity is such a nice play. I mean, credit to him. Yes, he lost 2 million there, and maybe others would have lost less, but you know, he's not putting himself in a difficult spot once he does face that check raise. He's allowed himself an easy out instead of using, you know, a king-high flush draw, which would have been a pretty big collision incoming against that check raise.
Also, you kind of, not that Fedor requires this, you simplify things a little bit by check raising as you don't end up in a spot where you're forced to check decide on the turn unimproved and something pesky is rolled off that could interact with Saliba's opening range, as Justin once again will be interacting with his pre-flop holding. Ace-queen motivating this time, considerably better than the ace-7, as that exchange with Fedor was a costly one. Saliba fourth in chips now. Fedor on top. And there's the man that has no idea that he cheated death with 2 10s.
And Igor, as you mentioned, now the shortest stack. On 12 big blinds, he's eager to play more pots, but still not quite good enough against the hijack raise.
You don't get more time. You don't.
No takers, and Coleman inquiring with Saliba as to whether or not there's a point at which additional time banks are going to be replenished. And he was advised promptly, no.
Yeah,
You got to make the most of the ones you got.
I suspect they got 5 at the start of this final table, and that's it for those additional time banks. One of those circular ones that I'm seeing on the top of a lot of these players' time bank stacks.
Right. You do carry the ones that you had leading up to this point over to the final table, but are only given 5 additional in the form of that circular time bank chip to redeem 5 of the square plaques, which are good for 1 extension each.
Pocket jacks fold. Pocket nines fold. Raise. Ace 5 offsuit. Worse.
Yaroshevskyy rips it from the small with the ace-9. Next case.
I think the 3rd time already I've seen Orpen get dealt an offsuit deuce in the blind.
Pretty annoying, obviously. It's not as though he lacks stickiness.
Yeah, you want to play pots when you get to the stage, right? You're not here to sit back and, I mean, folding your way to 6th, you know, you get extra money for that, but that's not the goal.
Ace-5 for Saliba. V-pipping here.
Yeah, a little surprised to see this one opening with a number of other similar or larger stacks behind him. Justin, 4th in chips right now. All the remaining covering stacks on his left in this pot. But Ace-5 offsuit is, you know, an ICM classic kind of opening hand. The single ace being pretty strong, the 5 being a good side card for post-flop play. We did get Fedor off of King-Jack offsuit in the cutoff, which I think is a reasonable, perhaps mandatory fold.
Do you ever feel as though a hand that had you been viewed upon as very tight and not having opened multiple different pots without a showdown, such as an Ace-5 offsuit, is better served not, given the lack of durability, to open in that 3rd or 4th successive situation?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, you could flip that. You could give a little bit of extra credit to the, you know, next successive one because, of course, like, we know your image. We know what's happening right now, right? I was actually a little worried that Saliba might play back at, well, I shouldn't say worried. It might have worked. Play back at this 3-bet from Anatoly.
Yeah.
Which takes it down. Ace-5 definitely attempting one to try to 4-bet bluff with.
It was almost like a little bit of an examination by Filatov there because he could simply flat from the big blind, take the flop.
Yeah, definitely. You know, again, I would say not the route that we would see everyone else travel from the big blind there. Definitely arguments to just call with the Ace-10, but Anatoly leaning on aggression.
Probably should have just jammed. Would've won the pot.
All in.
Pocket 3s, and Filatov is just going to rip it in here.
No,
Little
doesn't
pump
work.
fake.
I like this guy.
Maybe ace.
Yeah.
He's having a blast out there, and it's infectious.
Slot machines yesterday I checked, brother, online. Lost. But
Lost.
first win, then little bit
Yeah.
high stakes.
You didn't
lost.
You didn't have enough gamble during the day. You had to go play slot machines after, right?
Online, no problem.
If you thought live slots is sketch,
Small bet, bonus.
try it online.
Big bet,
Meanwhile, Calvin Lee
unbelievable.
gonna
Same in
try an
poker
Ace-10
sometimes.
offsuit.
Yeah.
Small buy-ins winning. Go 10K,
Raise.
boom, boom, boom. So sick. Same. Slot same as tournaments.
Uh-oh. Fedor pipping Calvin here, unbeknownst, of course. 2 deep stacks. I don't know what Fedor's choice is. Are all 3 options available to us, or is it simply flat or 3-bet?
It feels like all 3 are here. This is an early spot for Fedor, and yeah, he does fold. I would have thought about 3-betting, and I mean, he did as well. But we really don't want, as Fedor, to collide in a big pot with Calvin at this exact moment.
No, it would be so disastrous from an ICM standpoint for those 2 ball stacks to get entangled. And Ace-Jack is just not the ammunition.
Yeah. And you have to keep in mind that you just mathematically, let's say, have to respect the 5 players left to act who we haven't heard from yet. Fedor's not playing a heads-up pot there with
I will
Calvin.
register you by my
Sometimes
by my
ego
promo
can
code,
get in
no
the
worries.
way.
You will start playing slots,
Of
forget
just
poker.
basic
Little bit
solid
minus
play.
EV, yes. But
Well, nothing
then you
ego-driven
lose
about a
everything
suited
and
king
come back
defending the
to
big
game
blind,
with
as
the new
Saliba
power.
has, and he is out-flopped
Yeah.
on the Queen 7-5 board,
Bet for
making
family.
bottom pair versus the unimproved
Bankroll
ace
management
high.
for you. Same emotion. But faster.
Fast.
Check back from Lee.
Online, just yes, from your phone, easy.
Yeah, not a mandatory flop to bet. I wouldn't have minded a high-frequency stab when the board's disconnected, just because Calvin is 5 million or so chips ahead of Saliba right now. He shouldn't expect a lot of Justin's range to get out of line against him, but
No, there are USB.
he's viewing ace-10 as some showdown value. I think that's accurate.
There are.
Really? Fuck,
Yeah,
man.
you can pull the.
I need this one.
It's like a case. Kind of thing.
Like a button break, yeah. He knows.
Second check in front of Lee.
Gamble together.
And at this point, the ace-10 has some good showdown value. We're not necessarily looking to get blown off, especially because 7x could be a part of Saliba's range here.
Yeah, we should feel pretty good about this turn card in terms of how valuable ace-10 is in position. So if we're betting here, I don't think this is like Calvin saying he needs to bluff with ace-10. I think this is just a... I'm not believing Saliba has much of anything right now. Let's just clear some equity and win the hand.
Yeah.
Now, from Justin's point of view, certainly a 5 with a kicker that plays is feeling pretty high up in range, wanting to do some sort of defense. Maybe not the right one to try and check raise bluff or anything of that nature, but just check calling. We're ahead of Calvin's bluffs.
Well, we were ahead of Calvin, but now we no longer are, as the counterfeiting queen double pairs the board, and Calvin able to check back and show ace high. This is going to be demoralizing.
Yeah. And while I don't think Justin could have done anything different in this hand, I would have liked to see him take a little time on the river there, because that was an interesting card that rolled off. Maybe there's some...
Maybe he leads?
Some leads. I mean, with King 5, I doubt it, but, you know, Calvin seemed to take notice of it. It checked over to him quickly. He saw his eyes kind of widen, like, oh, I guess ace high might just be the winner right now. So pretty easy spot for him once the queen comes.
But that ace high could be put in a bit of a blender if Saliba were to bet a healthy amount.
Yeah.
Pocket fives now
Okay, 1 million.
for Filatov, the court jester.
Pretty reasonable looking one for Coleman. I think he's close enough to the bottom of the leaderboard that we're not going to see him just get run over in the big blind. Suited queen probably wants to play.
Confirmed, as Coleman defends for the extra $500,000. To the flop we go. Jack A3, Filatov still in front.
Very similar to the board where we saw Justin Saliba going for a large c-bet with the a7 offsuit. If Anatoly were to employ the same strategy, we'd expect a check, but right away we can see the difference in approach. Just high frequency, small aggression. I'm the covering stack. I'm going to c-bet pretty much anything. And even with a few backdoors, that hand from Coleman just not enough on this board.
Hello.
Well, our first look at the leaderboard since the onset of this 25K WPT Global Final Table. Calvin Lee, chip leader coming in, relinquished it briefly. Filatov threatening, as he's gotten active of late. Fedor has held it at one point. Orpen has been spectating. Saliba active as well. Vallinas, the lone casualty thus far. On tap payout, $221,000. Fedor makes it $1 million to go. Ace-4 suited for Filatov taking a pass there. You know, that's the hand class that the solvers really espouse.
Yeah, and I think it's a, you know, a bit of a sign of respect, but also a function of how close the leaderboard is right now for Anatoly to 3-bet in the hijack against an under-the-gun open. He needs a really, really strong hand to stack off. You know, even Pocket Jack's not thrilled about putting all the money in there. So he's got to be responsible with his bluffing too. He's not just taking every spot. King 8 suited one, I often expect a healthier stack to try to raise in these environments, but as the shortest stack, Igor's going to pass. And even Jack 10 suited for Pascal, a little unclear to me. Probably too much to shove. He is just going to go with a 2.2 X raise.
One, if you do. Pretty combination in the hijack to activate with. Holtz is Jack 7 suited. Dominated unbeknownst. Comes along understandably. Ace Jack 8. Both parties making middle pair.
And Pascal's opening range is all over this board, really. I think when we're covered by such a significant margin, it's in our best interest to clear out some of the weakest hands that Fedor is calling in the big blind. But it does look like he's going, yeah, after that check back, going for a polarized approach and improving.
Yeah, Jackson 10s, as the board does dampen somewhat with the arrival of the backdoor spades and some straights filling in.
Now Fedor has to feel a lot worse about his hand on this card, because you'd think if Pascal had something really weak and gets the Ace Jack 8 flop, he probably goes after it more often than not. So those marginal hands like a pair of jacks, pocket kings, pocket queens, even pocket tens, they've improved now on this card. So while Jack 7 has a pair and a straight draw, I don't know how Fedor's feeling about it. Pascal certainly thinking his hand is good enough to go for value, but maybe running through the options of how could I bluff in position here? What would I use? You know, do I start bluffing with pocket nines? Do I start bluffing with King 8 suited? And what size makes sense to open? Looks like he's trying to set up most of his remaining stack.
Yeah, and it's important that you mention that, Kevin, because future game in terms of what SPR am I going to have if I do get called in this situation, and how compelling will that bet sizing be if potentially I need to turn the hand into bluff as opposed to value.
Yeah.
Things sort of, you know, what optionality am I going to be left with? These are considerations that are being made as Fedor does let go to the 1.2.
A pretty big hand for Fedor to check fold, just respecting the range that Pascal has in that situation. It's even the best players will find themselves in spots where their range is so strong, it's hard to bluff.
You know, it is also important that when we know how talented we are, as we're somebody like Fedor, and when obviously part of the competitive edge that he possesses is wanting to fight for every chip and fight for every pot. That we just stop and take a moment and recognize that we don't need to win them all.
Yeah.
And certain situations, we can just calmly release and move on.
Yeah.
As Canada is a separate country, no
Never
throw.
gone golfing the other day?
I will say one thing, though, is
Yeah, if you be American.
when you're playing and you know that you're up against an opponent who is cut from that cloth and has that sort of disposition, it can really affect your choices in a hand. You know, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but there's that one player that, you know, anytime you barrel at them on the turn, they are so much more likely to put that check raise in against you than the average player. Maybe they're just holding over you and running good. Maybe it's that they're just all over you like a wet blanket, and it becomes cumbersome. You know, because you aren't always going to have top of range in those spots, and you are supposed to bet them. But you're left going, oh, I know that this isn't going to work out. You know?
You just got that feeling in the pit of your stomach, like this just, there's no way for me to succeed in this hand.
I wonder if we could like pay them
It's
to
like
use it for
you're bluffing and you know you absolutely have to bluff the spot, and you're looking over at this guy and you're like, this dude's just going to call me, man.
Yeah.
Like, I just know it. But what am I going to do?
by the mall.
Yeah.
the mall area. Okay, I didn't see that.
We do what must be done.
Now, one thing that must be done is earlier, you see the amulet there. I interacted with one King Doinky in the YouTube chat who had stepped in to say it was the Brady Bunch movie and it was a tiki idol. Well, King Doinky has mea culpa.
No.
As it wasn't the movie, it was the show. I was
Wow.
right. It was a 3-episode story arc. But to be fair, he did bring us Tiki Idol, which is not what I refer to it as. I watched an extraordinary amount of television as a child. You would think like Nick at Night was my life.
Yeah.
But when it originally all aired, not actually as some sort of
When you
throwback.
When you brought up the Tiki Idol, I was trying to resurface the memory of the game show on Nickelodeon that was in kind of a
Double Dare?
island setting. No, there was the competition. You've got like the big face like that
No, there was
speaks to the
Fun
contestants
House.
in some way.
Oh, yeah.
Before their competition through the obstacle course, I think inside of his head even. The name's escaping me.
Somebody in the chat definitely knows what's going on. And forgive our somewhat U.S.-centric proclivities here as a couple of domestic products. Calvin Lee, by the way, being shown no forgiveness by the King-Queen of Yaroshevskyy. Small blind pile and take, always performing well. Current state of affairs, Yaroshevskyy still the shortest stack. Coleman down there, keeping him company. Oh, actually, that pot now noses Yaroshevskyy in front of Coleman by 600,000. Consider that the chip leader Filatov has 36 bigs and the shortest stack has 15. In terms of distribution with 8 left, 21 bigs of separation across 8 players isn't a ton.
No. Again, we're finding a final table where the distribution allows pretty much any player to contend for the title, which you would think produces maybe looser, more aggressive play in some people, but it can actually be the opposite, where everyone's concerned about collisions with every single player at the table. So this...
Yeah, things get cagey.
Yeah, really cautious approach, but aggressive at the same time. That's how I like to think about heavy ICM pressure spots is you want to selectively enter pots and you want to enter them with aggression.
Well, Lefrancois employing aggression with ace-9 suited. Filatov with a couple of 10s in the weeds as he defended and flops top set. Now, I like the balance, by the way, being shown by Filatov. We saw him take the ace-10 offsuit spot against what seemed like it was a speedy Saliba and play it as a 3-bet. Here against Lefrancois, direct under the gun, he came with just the flat and now has checked it over.
Appropriately polar strategy from Filatov, recognizing that 3-betting with a bluff is kind of hard to be an ICM mistake, but 3-betting with pocket 10s and eventually getting stacks in against the undergun open could be just a disaster. So I like this flat. Now, I mean, just keep getting these opportunities for sets to determine how they want to play. Looks like aggression is going to let Pascal off the hook easy this time.
$800K becomes 2.2. No club on board. Really nowhere to go. Are you a fan of the check raise with something as strong as top set? Especially on board that, you know, sure, there is some dampness, but versus the under the gun opening range, maybe the hearts are really the only thing that we're worried about immediately.
Yeah, I think in today's game, the aggression with top of range on those really not connected boards, but wet boards is falling out of favor a little bit because we're seeing these players bluff with less and less equity, kind of deliberately to protect their draws and, you know, playing a little more passively with those draws. So I would prefer a check call with the top set.
Okay.
Yes, it can be scary to play certain turn cards, but
I think against opponents that you know are a little bit more apt to peel, and obviously that'll be a function of not just play style, but stack depth and the overall distribution of chips, ladders, ICM, things like that. That, okay, you're a little bit more well-served, but we can't always just presume under the gun raise plus c-bet means overpair in that spot, which is the dream for top set.
yeah, exactly.
I think it was, huh? 10-8-3?
No, when we have
10-8 something.
10-8-3.
3 out of the 4 10s in the
Good
deck,
memory,
we
I'm just like, I have
we
chicken
benefit a
memory,
lot
I'm
from the
sorry.
bluffs.
I don't even remember my cards.
Ace queen has 1 out of the 4 aces and
No.
1 out of the 4 queens have joined forces for Calvin.
I told you nuts.
Tens is really glitching its way to many different
Check,
players.
7 of hearts.
Orpen has been
I think a 3.
waiting for a spot. Not that it's a single decision point sort of stack depth for him.
Yeah, and on the button, I think coming with a 3-bet is the way to go here. It's a little bit intimidating. And interesting that he chooses 2.5. You know, he had 2 options. He could have gone for all of it or effectively all of it, you know, maybe made it 6 or 7 million. But by inducing, he's leaving Calvin room to maybe 4-bet all in with a suited ace, which we've seen from him in the past. Maybe 4-bet all in with a hand like this, and he does. I think Orpen's putting the chips in here.
Yeah. I don't think he expected all too often to be up against the 4-bet jam, but on this occasion, Calvin pressing things. Are you okay with this choice?
Yeah, I think it's the right type of hand to go for 4-bet all in. We don't really want to call out a position with an offsuit ace, and this is 18 blinds effective. Orpen's been snug for the last 3 orbits, but this is a capable player who's going to have some bluffs, and as we can see, have some pairs that we're doing fine against.
Well, the deuce 4-5 board in a 19.8 million chip pot, which is going to be good for the chip lead regardless of what direction it goes in, does threaten the pocket tens. And the queen is the road traveled at present for Calvin Lee to break the heart of Orpen Kisacikoglu, who was far from the leanest stack at the table. Can he find the 10 for justice? No. And the GG's issued as Orpen popped his head up out of the sand just once and got whacked. An unanticipated 8th place finish for the man who was 5th in chips in that spot. And Calvin Lee's aggression rewarded.
No respect for French Canadians.
You are too much respect, that's why check raise.
Dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Easy to bust.
Easy to bust.
And Lee now
Easy to
You'll see
double.
nothing special.
up to 28 million.
Hard to win the blind.
For Orpen, a $221,000 payday. Could do no better, and it was no fault of his, obviously, as he was the victim of an aggressive line by Calvin Lee in an uncooperative turn where 2 10s fell to a pair of queens. Title number 3 is going to have to wait, but cash number 18,
Love that.
Orpen's
Why
first
me?
here in Jeju,
I thought we were
has
friends.
been secured.
You guys could do that.
Yeah, we
I'll
can
take
do.
it.
Of course, you'll take it. But I need hold if we do that.
Oh.
Don't adjust your screen. Calvin Lee's setting is ace-queen for the time being. Second straight delivery of that kit.
Not
And Calvin
the
now
biggest
with
one. Big one, but
a pretty significant lead on the field. Maybe the player's expecting him to open up quite a bit on this very first hand with the chip lead.
so what do you have in this hand?
We could see that impact Justin Saliba's decision here with a raggedy ace in the big
What
blind.
do you have?
Yeah.
Perhaps even room for a small 3-bet.
No, instead, just deference.
Okay,
And I got to say, this now over 28 million in front of Calvin feels like the equivalent of hydrating a child who has ADHD with a case of Mountain Dew.
You can't bullshit me like that.
Things are going to get
What are you supposed to do?
a little bit frisky.
It's fine.
Against the best player in the world. Number 2 maybe, after.
By the way, I did get some help from the YouTube chat.
Talk to me.
User Clay is Bay
Okay.
reminded me quickly that I was referring to Legends of the
Is it
Hidden
liar, you
Temple.
think?
Legends of the Hidden Temple, yes.
Great game show. I mean,
Guy just looks
for
like
a
I want it on
for
that
9-year-old me,
so bad.
was such a good. Every part of it just looked fun.
It reminded me of a board game called Fireball Island back in the day that had like
Oh,
a
I don't know
functional
that
little
one.
volcano. Well, yeah, again, me and Moses used to play it heads up. Fedor Holtz, ace king, and the classic is taking shape here. Yaroshevskyy, red queens.
2.5.
Third scoop. 2.5x the open.
Yeah, and Queen's well good enough to induce in this situation. Yaroshevskyy hoping to get it in against maybe a suited Broadway or a suited ace that Fedor might 4-bet all in with, but ace-king, not exactly a worst-case scenario, just a necessary gamble that these two players are going to have to take.
So all parties fold back around to Fedor, and ace-king likes getting chips forward. Yaroshevskyy with the snap. And once again, something registering on the Richter scale here at this final table, this time 17.25 magnitude. The seismometer is working overtime. This is one way to deliver a flop. King 10-9, no complaints for Fedor, obviously, as he gets ahead of the two queens. But you see Yaroshevskyy still has a ray of hope. 28%, perhaps a little bit more than a ray with the gut shot. And the hunt for the queen, which now welcomes hearts on the turn. Things could be worse. Equity actually acquired despite only one card to come for Yaroshevskyy. Will justice be his? Yes! How about that?
Yeah, it should be like
A queen on the
like
end to
color
do it the
first.
hard way.
They just love me.
Black color and then
And you know, right when you start to think that fortune will always favor Holtz,
My wife coming.
it's on the wrong end of an ugly one there.
And that is harmful, given how deep Igor was coming into that one. Yaroshevskyy now doubling his way into third place behind Lee and Filatov, while Fedor reels. Sub 10 million in front of him. Still good for almost 20 bigs, so no cause for panic, but obviously a little annoying for Fedor.
Igor taking stock of the new chip positions, trying to figure out,
Big pot, huh? No, no.
you know, strategies update quite a lot based on the results of that pot, and you've got about 10 seconds to gather your chips and your feelings and go back to it.
Fedor's been around long enough to have ridden plenty of roller coasters.
Saliba considering here with a hand that I don't think is actually considering, taking a peek at the clock, just a minute until the next blind level. I think for 12 big blinds, this is your only play.
Coleman agrees. Small blind rip, Lee with the diaper. Doesn't waste our time.
Bit of competing blind level incentives there. Calvin trying to speed through that pot so that he gets a little discount on the small. Saliba trying to make sure they go up.
Yeah, it's funny. Every little opportunity to cobble any sort of competitive advantage within the rules is always solicited. It does feel as though when the title of the event is the WPT Global Slam, that at some point wrestling would be integrated into determining the champion.
And I mean, Anatoly not even sponsored, just really buying in with his walkout there. I mean, that felt like a, you know, a wrestling intro now.
Vince McMahon could be placing a call. They need a heel. Filatov would make a great wrestling manager. He'd be a great hype man, you know?
I think maybe they sent those to everyone at the table, but Filatov was the only one brave enough to wear it out.
Look, we've got a pretty solid operating budget, but I saw that mask. I don't think we got line items available for 9 of those things every time
1.5.
we assemble an FT. This is a many event festival. I mean,
Oh, just for the slam. I mean, you know,
oh,
the special.
right.
The special.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but you know, he heeded the call. No call for Fedor, by the way, as Lee got after him there.
Yeah, Calvin taking 10-4 offsuit, playing it aggressively. I mean, he's got a significant chip advantage over Fedor specifically.
2 hours is
Anatoly
really hard to wait when you drink that much.
close on his heels with 20 million, but
Could we have like
you don't really see any folds there from the small blind.
Definitely not.
Unbelievable. Can't wait.
You can take. You under the gun.
300,
Yes, under the gun.
600
I can,
now.
Yes, post my
Bad news if you're
blinds.
toward the bottom of the leaderboard.
That's it.
Lefrancois, shortest stack, sits this one out.
Better to be relaxed and focused.
Coleman and Holtz not far off that pace. Same with Saliba. Average stack currently 14 million with 7 remaining. Saliba
Did it.
takes his turn to take a peek at
Oh, sorry.
ace
Sorry, Daniel.
queen.
Apologize.
I think Saliba's considering a jam.
Oh, Daniel.
5.5 million.
Yeah.
No,
Comes
this
with
is-
about 60% of his stack, maybe more.
This is the I'm almost never folding sizing bar in case of emergency
Yeah.
break protocol kind of multi-jam behind him situation.
Yep, from the hijack, 4 players remaining. There are worst case scenarios. But just heads up with Igor now, and if he continues, which it feels very cuspy to me, wouldn't see Saliba go anywhere. And when you're on the fringe, it can get interesting with 3 million behind. There's no obligation for Igor to jam. He does just pass. Not a lot of hands that were crushing with ace-9 suited.
Chips, not blinds, right? It was in terms of chips, no? Right, right.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Did you look at the big blinds, not the chips?
He's acting. He's just looking
Ты
up.
свалишь, что ли?
He's gonna fold.
So we swap card slingers. And while we do, we are steadfast in our suggestion that you pay a visit to Club WPT Gold. It's where online poker lives in the U.S. They've opened their doors to all eligible players in America, packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs and massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. And that little last part there, void where prohibited. So like,
Go on.
if on the sly I snuck into the Club WPT Gold streets, but from somewhere where it was, quote, prohibited,
Because he looked at the screen.
and then I spun it up into something, I would then be voided? Is that the idea?
Potentially. Yeah. At your own risk.
That's like when you oversell and then you make a deep run in a tournament.
Oh, no.
It's negative EV, I guess, you know. You don't want to register for a poker tournament and not be able to produce
He's acting. I bet him won't kill
identification if you were to win it that proves you're of legal age to gamble
like,
in that
it's like
casino.
The marginal spot where like it's still a fold. You know what I mean? Then, yeah.
No, very close.
Things to
So we
consider,
can
by
ask-
the way, for
no, we
those in
can
the
ask
margins.
and then-
Yeah, okay. But
Lefrancois,
Yeah, but you have
not
to
feeling in the
know, like,
margins. King
raise,
Jack,
but,
min raise
push,
open.
Raise.
all in
Tens, once again, paying a visit.
1.8.
Oh. Calvin was engaged in conversation here.
Oh, this is curious. Did
just
he not
saying
see
raise. I don't think he saw the 1.2 from Pascal. Fedor just pointed it out to him, and that might entice Fedor to get into the pot right now with ace-8 suited because he thinks Calvin has his cutoff range.
Boy, he avoids it, but you're absolutely right. There's so much meta in these situations. Filatov with a couple of threes did not hesitate. It's back around to Lefrancois. Now, he observed the same thing. Obviously, another 600 is not going to be enough for us to step away, but is the fact that our opponent didn't realize that they were 3-betting and under the gun open, making us think a jam is optimal? The answer is yes, and Lee wakes up with a real hand.
Yeah, Pascal, I think wisely just taking the approach of I'm going to go all in with everything right now because I'm doing great against a cutoff range and I can get some folds.
you could have
But Calvin,
King 10.
very high up. I don't think there was any malintent there. I think that was a genuine misclick and he just happens to have a premium.
That's a goofy one.
You heard. That's a goofy one declared, as there was all sorts of strangeness pre-flop and now some post. Queen Jack 9 puts King Jack in the lead. But Lee, open-ended, would welcome Pascal to make kings up here. Oh my. We didn't clock the turn, but it was an 8. Lee in the lead, and now Pascal needs Lee to make a set. And instead, Lefrancois showered and potentially taking that spot, Kevin, courtesy of a misclick by Lee, which obviously was genuine.
I think
Yeah,
that settles off.
Pascal
No. We
feeling
said,
frustrated right
we
now,
would,
like
we
he
would
got
ask if it's gonna show.
dealt out of this tournament by the misclick of Lee.
No, but is it no, but we would ask the members if he's gonna show or not, right? Yeah. Or if it makes a difference, like you know.
Sure.
There's a chance,
I mean,
right?
now it gets difficult, I think, because it obviously was a marginal spot, right? Like, it can never be a...
Well, conversation in the aftermath centering around the peculiarities associated with a spot. Only Pascal Lefrancois knows how much of an impact things made on his decision, but the impact of it was a 7th place finish in terms of his result. $312,000 going to Lefrancois. First cash here in Jeju. Second career Triton cash at his second final table.
It wasn't a nonsense thing.
And I think it's a call against 13.
And I got. And even if it's not, it's
Like,
like
maybe not,
it's one pip
but
off.
yeah.
Like,
If I know 13 bigs, I probably call. I don't know.
You want
Maybe it's a bad call, but difficult to fold. 9, 10.
Yeah, like ace-10 suited always, and then ace-9.
I think the player's still discussing
Push, king 9.
actually an earlier hand, the one where Saliba open jammed the ace-queen offsuit. I'm not sure Yaroshevskyy knew that the blinds had increased, so he miscounted the size of that jam. So a couple of maybe execution missteps on the big stage. Just 6 left now.
Ace queen, along with 2 10s, has been the hand du jour.
2.8.
And Coleman clicks and gets
Flag,
repopped
ah.
up to 2-8.
And when Calvin goes to 8,
No thanks.
there's almost no way he can fold to a 4-bet jam from Coleman. Of course, not with ace queen, but I mean in general,
right?
with kind of any hand.
I mean,
so
No, for sure.
Yes.
ace-6
I
suited, not
think
going to want to try to bluff.
At least I understood you in the way that like it was a.
No, I meant in a way that like he has I thought he could have like ace-6 of spades or something. Whereas like, okay, you could think about like everyone's gonna fold there, right? Like I thought that was the bet. But ace-9 is, I guess, like.
Okay, I initially understood you like in the sense that you know.
You
you
thought
could
you had
have,
like
king
nonsense
9
or.
off or whatever.
Oh
like,
no, I thought it was like just like some hand.
3
but it's
pips
like a
off.
clear
You're
fold.
saying
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's 3 pips off and okay.
Was there some kind of wager at the table around whether Igor was telling the truth or not? I'm struggling to follow the conversation between
there's-
Calvin and Fedor right now.
Yeah, there's so many things that they could be trying to unpack as well. And I agree, it's mildly ambiguous. Coleman, by the way, did concede to the 3-bet a moment ago. He now finds himself in the big blind. Calvin exercising his might. Pardon me. 10-8 suited, pocket 9s.
Igor, from what we've seen in other hands, tending to play this kind of spot like a call. He's got 26 big blinds. He doesn't want to put all of them in with 9s, especially with a few players behind.
Saliba, Holtz, and Coleman all shorter stacked than Yaroshevskyy, by the way, who's got 11 bigs more than 4th place Saliba.
Coleman here in a really ugly looking spot once Igor has called. He's going to know that there's absolutely no fold equity on a jam against Igor's range. Definitely Calvin, but not Igor, and I think wisely choosing just a flat with 6s, which would normally be all in for just 8 big blinds.
Well, look at this board that greets Coleman, by the way, after that big blind defense, taking things 3 ways. 5-3 deuce gives him an overpair and a gut shot. Note, by the way, that Calvin has a flush draw. Yaroshevskyy with the overpair, and the stage is set for pyrotechnics.
Yeah, Coleman may be thinking about leading the flop for a moment, but I think, again, deferring to the strength of Igor's flatting range here in the cutoff. If Igor decides to open the action here, which he often will, overall range advantage. It's hard to imagine a way for Coleman to escape this hand.
So Calvin did not follow through and faces the position bet of 1.5, understandably, from Yaroshevsky's 9s.
I think this size might be a little concerning to Coleman, although, again, it's hard to see escape with the added equity of the gut shot in addition to his overpair.
1/3 pot leaves us thinking what?
Well, leaves us thinking I have absolutely no fold equity. Like, what does he get away from right now?
Well, apparently, Coleman might be thinking there is some fold equity because this isn't with the perception that 6s are nutted, that he's jamming here.
I think Coleman, when he gets asked for a count, is starting to expect ace high to maybe bet call if it was semi-bluffing on the flop.
You saw Calvin promptly getting out of the way as it's back around to Yaroshevskyy, and Yaroshevskyy will make the call. 13.3. Registering on the Richter scale, Coleman flipping his palms up to the sky.
Yeah, I think I should have clarified.
Tough spot for him. Down but not out. Stranger things have happened here at this FT already. Consider that Yaroshevskyy is only in his seat because he found a queen on the river for a set. Granted, he had other pathways. On the turn, Lee would have made spades, by the way, and the field would have been drawing dead. Instead, Yaroshevskyy poised to collect things as the spade 6 and spade 4 are removed. A 4-outer for David Coleman to stay alive. And that ain't it.
GG, bro.
So DC showered here. And that is a whole lot of talent heading for the payout desk. And not a bad amount of USD ready to be collected. $416,000 will go Coleman's way.
Unbelievable.
You can just feel it.
That is
Starbucks?
He's not terribly thrilled. No reason to hang his head. Third cash in 5 attempts already here in Jeju for David Coleman. Clearing almost $2.4 million in career Triton earnings early in his career.
cappuccino. The smallest they have. Thank you.
I'm fine. Thank you so much, though. Thank you.
Thanks. Starbucks. Ooh.
Saliba.
All in.
Offsuit, King, Queen, Rip City.
Down, please.
Lee in the big with 8-9 suited. The luxury of a very deep stack is asking for a count, but 9 million. This,
Well, no small blind in this hand, but still a good chunk of the usual dead money is out there. So this plays kind of like a heads-up hand. I think it's wise for Calvin to at least have gotten a count there. He might call for 10, 11 big blinds even, knowing
really?
that
With
there's
9
no...
high?
Yeah, I mean, jamming into a single player, Saliba should approach that spot pretty aggressively. I often don't see players adapt as much as maybe they could when there's no small blind in the hand, but I think it wouldn't be too out of line.
You had 10s?
Yeah. You had 10s?
Save me on the phone.
Now this time he might be trolling, but...
I think they just caught up to that set over set.
Wow, that's sick.
Bravo, bravo.
Good for me.
Information got their way somehow, even
Yeah.
without the devices.
That conversation was very easy
Not bad.
to unpack.
Я выиграл у Федора флип.
Jack off. 1.2. Ace-9 suited for Calvin in the small.
Calvin currently overwhelming chip leader. Definitely should be playing this pot. And I'd like to see call in general. I think our hand is too good to try to use as a 3-bet bluff. And certainly too weak to put in a whole lot of chips. Fedor's going to think about this one. Filatov known to get a little out of line. Open raising in the cutoff could be a weak hand. Calvin Lee in the small blind chip leader can definitely play a lot of weak hands. So Fedor wants to see one with the offsuit ace.
Three-way affair as Lee, with the rarely seen flat, having been very aggressive to this point. But it is all Filatov here on an ace-queen-10 board up against top pair and not one but two seats. Following through for 1.1.
See how quick that bet got out there. Feels like Filatov, often having fun at the table, is toying with this spot a little bit, sitting on the best possible hand. And this is awkward now.
Well, do you tend, in terms of the pace with which he delivered this c-bet, to range someone away from the nuts in a spot such as this because it feels just perfunctory?
I think it's common for that to be the case. It's like, oh, this is me, ace high board, let's just toss one out there, right? Maybe you see people posture a little bit with the first nuts, and Filatov flipping that type of read on its head here, just playing fast.
Now with c-bet and call in front of him, Fedor's ace-6 does kind of lack pathways to spots where it's doing anything other than being a passenger.
Yeah, we've seen top pairs in multi-way spots just folding right away. Fedor may be thinking, especially with how short he's playing, that he should get the chance to realize his equity more often.
Closes the action. Another 3.3 in total delivered to the middle. Now Filatov locks things up on the turn.
Now Calvin, I don't expect to play any leads in this particular spot, but when you do call out of the small blind, the worst position in this multi-way affair, sometimes you have the best range, and sometimes we do see those leads, but ace-9 not really benefiting from that play either. 5.5. This is not only a huge bet, but represents more than Fedor's entire stack. Calvin's quickly out with the ace-9, which I think is wise.
Yeah, at that price, both of these one-pair hands really experiencing deep levels of discomfort.
Now Fedor has to view this as strong on the surface. Anatoly recognizing that this bet could get called and he'd have to run it, so we don't expect a zero equity bluff, which we might see if this was just a heads-up pot against Calvin Lee covering. Fedor has the 6 of hearts, maybe marginally relevant to Anatoly's ability to have a combo draw here. You know, you don't want to get in the habit of just snap folding top pair for 8 big blinds, but Fedor can't feel good about this hand.
Taking his time just to examine what sorts of combinations this ace-6 is doing all right against. But it is seeming increasingly difficult, especially given that this wasn't a heads-up pot, Crab, to identify what exactly Filatov holds that ace-6 beats.
Yeah, just at face value, we have to view this as strong. Filatov bet 2/3 of the pot into the chip leader in addition to Fedor. Just that play alone needs to arouse caution. Oh, wow.
This is, I confess, not what I expected whatsoever. Fedor Holtz ultimately finding a call, put all in. The river will be of no consequence. He gets showered. What did we just witness?
Yeah, slight misstep there, and maybe even the tricks of Anatoly working exactly as designed, playing fast at that board.
Что, подарили денег, что я?
No Hollywood.
Я не против.
Fedor not afraid to go with a read and maybe just viewed what he was doing there as exactly as weak as he hoped it would look.
Мы не против, да, Гарик?
So just like that, Fedor Holtz, not long after David Coleman conceded, joins him at the payout desk. $529,000 will be rewarded to Fedor for his efforts, but perhaps the real reward is to the remaining 4 who no longer have to contend with him. Also securing a pay jump, as they are guaranteed $675,000 now.
As quickly as we're getting these eliminations, average stack now over 40 big blinds for these final 4. As Anatoly takes stock of the new chip counts, he's now in second with 48 blinds.
Congrats.
Are you able to put together, you know, clearly Fedor had in his head some combinations that Filatov would have been doing this with that were not strong.
Yeah.
Even though all of the posture, all of the betting, the storytelling was very strong and felt credible from where we sit. But what were the things that you come up with that the ace-6 is doing well against? 2 kings, 2 jacks are not really doing that, are they?
No, perhaps there are some pair plus flush draw or pair plus straight draw combinations in Fedor's mind, but I also...
Hearts and a Broadway combo kind of thing?
It felt as though he's maybe not that deep into the specific combinations and just putting a lot of emphasis on how he felt at the table, and it just this kind of non-believing attitude is what I got from it, because when you get into the particulars, I agree, it's hard to come up with an obvious bluff.
Well, it's also hard ever to be very confident about going against the grain when it comes to a Fedor Holtz decision, just given his resume. So far be it from us to be seeking to unpack this one as critics, but rather concerned citizens that would love to know what the thought process was. Meanwhile, the raise from Filatov on this occasion to 1.2 did not work out, as Yaroshevskyy defends and then barrels with
Ante,
top
same
pair,
amount.
ace-7.
Same amount, Ante.
No further interest after check folding to the 900.
No discount.
No discount.
Same
Because
spot?
he was big blind money last time, so now it's because he has dead button.
What?
He was big blind, no?
No, I was under the gun.
He opened for last time.
I'm call.
Yes. So what happened now? What happened?
I think I'm.
You limp.
Oh, I think I'm limp. You check and I'm bet. You know.
No, I raise, you call.
Bravo.
Igor.
1% recovery today.
Really?
One.
I didn't check. I should check the whoop chat.
1%.
What's going on?
Igor admitting that he thought the previous hand was a blind versus blind confrontation when it was actually a single big blind against an open raise.
Во сколько просто?
Wow.
Я в 6. Но лег я в 2. Точно как бы, блядь, нихуя не поспал.
Thought the blinds doubled and we were playing pretty short, but
Yeah, you know,
We've rolled him back.
You're right. I called it a check fold from Filatov. Instead, Yaroshevskyy did lead. Maybe there's something to that whoop band. If the man's on 1% recovery, I don't know what my excuse is. By the way, we're only playing for 1.9 basically up top, by the way, with another 7-figure score. You know, it is an opportunity, though, to talk about how taxing a Triton Super High Roller Series is for those that play the full slate. I mean, it can be very difficult if you're making deep runs, playing into the wee hours, you're jet lagged depending on what time zone you came in from, to get yourself calibrated, to get yourself situated. A lot of folks, especially for this Jeju stop, depending on how far away they're coming from, will fly into Seoul, spend a few days just getting adjusted before they have to embark upon one of the longest festivals on the calendar.
and I have to agree, I mean, time zone aside, The intensity of this schedule with 0 days off.
Да.
You're often jumping from a day 2 feature table right into day 1 of the next event.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of time to refresh unless you carve it out intentionally for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Raise to 1.2.
Filatov activating with the ace. No
Pascal
takers.
busted, and we keep silence again.
Huh?
What's wrong with that? Let's make poker great again, guys. Maybe play show 1, straddle.
I'm fine with any of that. Not
You're fine with straddle?
No, not straddle. But show, I mean, I'll show. You're going to see the cards anyway. I don't care too much.
Got to appreciate Anatoly trying to liven things up. Obviously, a little bit easier
Ukraine, right?
when you're sitting 49
This
bigs
is
deep.
our homeland.
Your homeland?
Not really, but half homeland.
I'll
Are
end
there a lot of Russians here?
Half Korean.
You're half Korean.
Yes.
Really?
Play your all in?
Were you from like Vladivostok area?
No,
Half-
from
all right.
Moscow.
Oh, Moscow. Okay. Half Korean. Huh?
We can't lose any all-in. We can't lose, right?
Jam and take for Saliba. Those are important pickups as Filatov reveals
Why all in?
he's actually half
Maybe
Korean.
for
So
slope, limp,
Maybe I should have induced that, honestly.
he and Lee
At a 7.
but
sharing some kindred cultural
all-in good because he folded.
spirits.
13.5 bigs.
Lee, a Korean American.
Ace 10 or ace jack. Ace jack, I guess.
I'm fold.
Ace
Ace
jack.
9 suit.
Ace 9 suited.
Ace jack I'm never fold. Maybe.
17 bigs,
Crazy.
you don't fold
Okay,
ace
I
jack.
have to call. What?
I had 14 though.
But he had 13.5.
Yeah,
It's like
17, of course, I have to call. Ace is raise, ace king.
Yeah. You'll be happy to see my hand.
yeah, he's a solid guy. Very
know,
solid.
I know.
Big bluffer, but solid.
King Queen now
Now he
for
uses this
Saliba.
image.
All in?
All in?
Rips again.
Now just four-handed, lower risk
First
premiums
round was bad.
for Saliba, and he knows he's got to fight
Good for you.
for his
Second
chance
good.
at the top
You shouldn't have said that when you're
of
big
this
blind.
leaderboard.
Rookie mistake.
Another
This is the
orbit's
best
worth of
strategy.
tokens
All
picked
in?
up.
That's it, right?
Easy
No
game.
Without
decision.
incident.
Easy game.
Well, if you're enjoying what you're watching right now, there is one way to let us know, and it means so much to us. Out there in YouTube land, click like, click subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge. What could be better? And we are not even at the halfway point of this Jeju Festival. Still have a main event and 150K to come. Tomorrow we'll open up the 40K mystery bounties. Short deck awaits on the back end. You don't want to miss any of it.
1.4, yeah.
Raise to 1.4.
So Anatoly going with about a 2.5 big blind raise into Saliba's 18 big blind stack. One of those marginal hands that he wants to take post flop instead of open jamming.
Well, Filatov was dominated pre, but finds a 5 for the lead. And again, playing with a blistering pace as he delivers 1-6 as a follow-through. Saliba does have 2 overs and a spade working. The 9 interacts.
Yeah, even for this increased size, almost half pot on the flop. I think Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades is a type of hand that we want to stick around with as Saliba. There's a lot of good turn cards for our hand. Even if we don't improve, a lot of those cards let us bluff. Filatov off a hand like a pair of 5s.
turn, however. Saliba returning the favor of finding a side card, as the queen would have been no good. He peels and finds the jack.
And I think standard procedure is to start checking with our pair of fives. We can definitely have the winner. We saw Saliba calling with just queen high on the flop. Might even be thinking about a chance to get value with a small second barrel. I believe it was Filatov who pulled off 2 streets with a pair of deuces the other day in a blind versus blind battle. He does check though, and Saliba's got to feel great about his hand.
No doubt. He knows that Anatoly is so incentivized to just get frisky, open, c-bet, hope for the best, and then if it doesn't work out to that point, he can step aside.
3.3.
Only question was sizing here. Do we go, let's say, quarter pot and try to represent a lot of thin value bets? Or do we go for the big size and claim that we have maybe a good 9 or better? Any 9 probably for how shallow we're playing. I think both have their merits. Filatov's going to be suspicious that Saliba has a good enough hand to bet this size that didn't raise the flop. So you'd think a lot of those 9s are just going to put it in. Yeah, Filatov, a non-believer. He just puts the rest in.
This is, I confess, not exactly how I expected this thing to play out. Does he perceive that there's fold equity when Saliba bets 3-3 of his remaining 7-7? Does he think that Queen 5 is ever leading when called?
I think this goes back to that idea that bluffs come from equity, and when there's not a lot remaining, we just expect to...
Oh, no.
Wow.
I didn't even bother building any drama in this situation because it was so improbable that Filatov was going to do anything other than double up Saliba. And then the moment we gloss over the drama, it stares us straight in the face, and a merciless culling of the herd. Saliba in the slaughterhouse, out of there in 4th.
It's a brutal way to go. Don't fault Filatov for wanting to put in the 5, but wow.
So just like that, Justin Saliba out in the cold with $675,000 to try to warm him up. But I'd imagine the steam from seeing Queen 5 take down his Queen Jack and play it the way that it did will go far further to keeping his core temperature up. Even though he's a pretty mild-mannered guy, that was an unnecessary experience. And perhaps one that informs us that destiny is booking a date with Anatoly Filatov, who now sits in the chip lead, 65 big blinds, can't seem to put a foot wrong, almost 40 million in front of him, as $850,000 is now guaranteed to the remaining 3 players, a Ukrainian, a Russian, and an American. Walked into a Triton final table. Finish that thought.
And you start to wonder, after the successive bust-outs of Saliba and Holtz, if Filatov comes into this table with a bit of a reputation that these guys are willing to give him credit for some pretty ambitious plays. Hit by the deck so far today, though.
Limping.
Color up after this level?
With 8-4 off.
Oh yeah, great, thank you.
Lee with the ace-deuce of diamonds finds bottom pair, morphing to a pip higher than ace-high.
What? I'm the button? Okay. But I posted small blind.
And another
Okay.
state of confusion about where the button is and who are in the blinds, because Anatoly's only in this pot with 8-4 offsuit right now because he thought he was the small.
Guys, I don't know how to tell you this. This was a $25,000 buy-in poker tournament, and it's 4 in the afternoon. Nobody's had any cocktails. Yaroshevskyy got himself into a similar predicament earlier.
And it's that pesky dead small blind throwing these guys off every time. The player eliminated would have been the one posting the small blind normally. So just kind of operating on low energy. Anatoly thinks he's the small. So we're now playing a blind versus blind pot where the small blind's in position.
1.3 a man. Bring us to the turn. Filatov has a gut shot. Trip deuces for Lee.
Check.
Wow, quick check, and Anatoly doesn't even think about bluffing with the 8 high.
Is it weird that I just
Thanks,
expected
brother.
a 6 to
Karim,
roll off
you know,
on the end?
Small pots, yes.
I swear to you. I was like, well, of course that's what's going to happen. Instead, Lee taking what have been hard chips to earn here at this final table.
And now I'm the button again. Ah, okay. Very bad for me.
What? The button's good.
We have the same mistakes.
You know, Anatoly would make a fantastic, like, unhinged villain of sorts. Somebody in the chat had mentioned this, too, you know, like vintage Bond film, like Roger Moore era. He would clearly travel in a blimp as his preferred method of transportation. What was that, Zerg Industries or something like that? Which is that View to a Kill? Somebody knows. Ace-3 for Lee. He will limp. Another ace-3 for Yaroshevskyy. Checking back.
Yeah, we're so used to seeing players at this stage shallow enough to be all in pre-flop with the ace-3, but we're 40 big blinds effective right now.
What we're used to is Filatov being in a hand. I don't really know what to do without him present in this one. Heads up to the king-queen-3 board. Bottom pair for both parties.
6.
Both checking for the spade. Igor's the one who has it.
$600K let out and called. Yaroshevskyy's ace-3 favored, of course, with that spade draw. Board pairing king now on the turn. This one will be a chop at showdown.
Calvin leading flop with a perceived advantage on the king-queen high board. He's going to have more of the stronger hands that could have been trapping pre-flop. But now I think should be slowing down with reasonable showdown value, but a very real chance that Igor has a queen or even some king X.
Both parties knuckling. 10 of spades is wet.
Yeah, with the 3 though, too much hand to think about bluffing for either player. Outside chance Igor thinks his hand is best here and worthy of value, but on the 10 of spades, Calvin's likely to check. Oh, he does. I was going to say he's likely to check a handful of pocket pairs, perhaps, or even rivered 10s to allow a bluff, but as played, Igor might just think this is a free roll. I mean, it's a pretty sizable bet. Not necessarily seeking value. He forces out a chop.
So $2.5 million in position out of Yaroshevskyy. Does mean he doesn't have to carve that one up, and he will take a pot from Lee, which will bring us to the first break of this final table. It began 9-handed, and in a big hurry. We've got just 3 remaining, and that's how they stack up. The blinds headed northbound. That glimpse brought to you by Bet ACR. $850K, the on-tap payout, and then 2 7-figure scores await the heads-up participants. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow back here at the desk. And early on, Kevin, I said, well, how are we going to top that one hand? Set over set, and then Fedor makes the straight. And I got to say, there have been a number of other moments that have captivated us since.
I was thinking just the same, and how unlikely is it that right now the two players who made sets in that pot, Calvin Lee and Igor Yaroshevskyy, are the two of those three who remain in the tournament? I mean, we expect Fedor, after that little bit of luck, to stick around, maybe catapult to the lead, but after a bit of a misstep perhaps against Anatoly Filatov, our current chip leader, Fedor went out in 5th, calling drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah, and that's not something that I can recall him doing with any measure of frequency, let alone at all. I don't have a data point on that. He's so sound. I'm very accustomed to seeing him call and catch somebody bluffing, you know, and have a light hand that's good on the end. But that was one that really stood out to me. And obviously, when given the opportunity, we will be asking some questions just to understand, obviously, what was going on with Fedor. But this Anatoly character has been out there, let's call it, and maybe not as familiar to Fedor, unclear. All of this stuff will be resolved at some point. Meanwhile, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back. Three-handed action here in the 25K WPT Global Slam as we inch closer to a winner comes your way after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Gonna choose to flat anything in this setup. We're at a 9-handed table +2, effectively the low jack. This is an early seat, sorry, 1 position ahead of the low jack even. This is an early seat to be calling with anything, and not to mention giving the chance for our chip leader Calvin Lee to come in the big blind at a good price. But I understand not wanting to 3-bet and face the shove, because is this the spot we want to take against Fedor Holtz +1?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Queen 10 tray, set
sad.
over set. Lee thinks that this is Jin. As we can see, it's little more than tonic. And let's not sleep on the fact that Fedor has an open ender.
Yeah, this is nasty. Fedor doing well to check over to Igor. This flat and +2 has him a little concerned, and this is a board that rates to connect well with him.
Well, we are playing with matches in a pool of gasoline right about now. Igor lighting the fuse.
Careful little recheck of the cards to make sure he's not dreaming. But Calvin has a similar position to what we just saw Anatoly playing with the 10-9 of spades. He's sandwiched between two players in a multi-way pot. Standard procedure is to just call and see what Fedor does. And
it is wet texture, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good price for a 6-out draw to the nuts. You got to think that Fedor is going to stick around, but it's not clear to me if he does it by raising or calling.
Well, the latter would obviously be incendiary. He does close the action with a call. Pot grows to 6 million. Fedor makes a pair. The ace-king staring those sets in the face.
And this might be the only saving grace for Calvin, who now recognizes that Fedor's range contains a number of hands that he loses to. I mean, there's 6 million in the pot already, Ali. It's difficult to get away from pocket threes for only 8 million more, but we might start to see some players exercising caution, thinking that Fedor has ace-king from early position more often than anyone else. Igor doesn't seem like someone who's going to check behind a hand this strong, though.
I mean, you do want to charge a price to draws instead of allow them to take a tug at the river free of charge. And in the event you are beaten at present by a straight, you're drawing live against that.
I like that he's taking some time here. Even if he knows that he's going to bet this turn, this is a really, really complicated scenario to navigate. And anytime you're faced with that, you don't want to rush through anything, especially against skilled players who can read into that.
He's covered by both opponents. Oh, wow.
He did
It
check.
looked very much like bet was on his mind. Instead, he checks, and somehow Fedor Holtz is going to be the winner at a showdown as an ace rolls off, and these sets hate this card.
I mean, the butterfly effect from each decision is just mind-blowing in this pot. Calvin could have raised the flop, chooses to abide by standard procedures instead, and Igor, I'd admit, surprisingly to me, decided to check behind the turn. He's maybe concerned that there's a few better sets as well in Fedor's range. Pocket jacks could arrive here, as well as the ace-king we mentioned previously.
Lee predictably knuckling. Now for Fedor, he sits on the nuts.
And while we can see that Fedor has an unbeatable hand, he's got to start to think between these two ranges, how do I get value from something that isn't just a chop with my hand? Because there's 3 other kings out there. They're not that difficult for either player to have in their range as played. So if Fedor wants to get value from the nuts in this situation, he can't just blast. He has to find some creative way. Yeah, he comes with a small bet.
Quarter pot, which I confess was what I anticipated from Yaroshevskyy in position on the turn. But how well served was he to check? Because presumably that sizing wasn't going to shed Holtz. Unless maybe Lee were to have check raised, which seems super improbable in that spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't have been enough hand, I think, for Lee to raise. Wow, he just, no time bank, folds it. I mean, this is a difficult situation for Fedor to find bluffing options. I'm thinking like maybe 10x of spades, and Igor had that card in his hand, so maybe he recognizes it's really hard for you to bluff here, unless you're starting to turn hands like a queen or even an ace-high flush draw into a bluff on the river. I mean, how do we do that?
Is aces up in the value range ever with one check in front of us and one opponent behind who?
That's what Calvin's got to start thinking about is, you know, how often am I up against ace-queen right now or even ace-jack trying to set a price? It feels within the realm of possibility, but even just needing to be good 1 in 6 times, it feels like a stretch to me. Now, I admit I would probably pay this off in Calvin's shoes if I gave Fedor any credit to finding bluffs, because the pocket 3 is just really strong and
yeah, you saw
no interaction.
Lee rolling his eyes, never really expects the hand to be good with a high frequency, but it only needed to be good 1 in 6 times, as you mentioned, for it to be a break-even spot. And it's 3 Americans in total, by the way, in Saliba, Lee, and Coleman. That would be where the fellow American is directing his support. Ace-9 here for Saliba.
Normally ace-9 offsuit with a chip advantage, pretty reasonable open from under the gun, but we're 9-handed right now, and Justin is only 3rd in chips. I think it's a good fold.
Pocket 10s. They didn't do so great for Igor, as Calvin welcomes them, along with what would appear to be a crick in his neck. Min-raise open.
And for John Ander on 8 big blinds, ace-queen offsuit is a lot of hand, even facing an early position open.
Boom, 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 boom.
We're going to see at least that amount going in here.
Ace, queen off. As good a hand as Vallinas says he could hope for. Not going to be patient any longer. 3.2 as a jam. Another 2.4 and a tickle required of Calvin. He does make the call and will be delighted to be in front, but when he is in front, and welcome back to the desk here at the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World Triton Super High Roller Series. Coverage of the 25K WPT Global Slam continues. We got down within the first frame, Kevin, from 9 to 3. I can't remember the last time that we made that much progress, if we can call it that, just given the, you know, dearly departed or not feeling like there was anything progressive about the process. To call the herd of 6 players and now be sitting 3-handed is a remarkable clip. But what it means is that we've got 3-handed action, and the stacks are a lot deeper than they would normally be at this point. Just get a look. Filatov up top, 2 big blinds in front of Calvin Lee, the chip leader, coming in, and then Yaroshevskyy dangling behind with 30 big blinds in front of him, picked up the last pot just before the break. Now, as you look at these 3 characters, you look at these 3 stacks, what is it that you anticipate we're going to observe as we resume play in just a moment?
Yeah, I mean, the big strategic difference with the point you're talking about, playing deeper stacks, we're going to see a lot more post-flop scenarios and maybe even some 3-bet pots called and extending post-flop. You don't often see that in a final table scenario with ICM, but because we're looking at a 40 big blind average stack, there's a lot of play for these players, a lot more room to extend hands and make decisions.
Now, we're also looking at a $335,000 pay ladder between the $850 on lockup and the second place payout of $1.185. So with Yaroshevskyy sitting 30 bigs, is there going to be some sort of jockeying between Filatov and Lee for supremacy and who gets to be the sheriff?
It could be, and sometimes when we get into those spots, we see more 3-bet aggression between those 2 players, a little more of an attempt to take down more pots post-flop, or pre-flop, excuse me. But honestly, I just think any of these players thinks they can win this tournament, and they're likely to fight for that opportunity regardless of who it's up against.
Listen, Igor would welcome a fight between the 2 big stacks that might leave one of them on the outside looking in, with him booking a date heads up. TBD how it will all take shape. But that is the shape that things took to this point. Being brought to you by GTO Wizard with Vallinas, Kisacikoglu, Lefrancois, Coleman, Holtz, and Saliba in that order, collecting the payouts you see there. That brought to you by WPT Global. Total prize pool just shy of $10 million. And when you consider that we're not even into the business end of the buy-ins for a Triton Super High Roller Series, where 15Ks through 30Ks are considered preliminary events, and yet we're seeing these staggering payouts and prize pools, it is a sign that all is well in the Triton ecosystem. Meanwhile, all is well on the button for Calvin Lee. Ace-8, getting things back underway. Filatov with an ace in the big.
And an early opportunity for Filatov to announce if this is going to be a pre-flop heavy encounter, but players happy to take flops right now. Playing 40 blinds effective, as we said.
Pair of 8s against a gutter. Filatov looking at this texture and saying, I'm going to lead out, see what's what, as he poses a 1.2 million chip question.
Do we think Filatov's maybe toying with, you know, a couple of those hands we saw before the break where he thought he was out of position when he was in position, thought he was the button when he was the small blind? I'd say this is a non-standard lead.
To the turn we go, the 3 of diamonds. Now Filatov is a little bit adrift.
Yeah, a lot of those marginal hands that Filatov might have led on this flop, not improving on the 3 of diamonds. So he has to slow down. And maybe thinks ace-5 has some showdown value.
Check back from Lee. Now a 4-liner and backdoor diamonds show up.
And now with no pair on a board where he feels he can represent all the best hands, Filatov using this hand as a bluff. Calvin has the ace of diamonds. Just one pair, but I don't think he's going to let this one go quickly.
$3.3 million from Anatoly with air, and he gets Calvin understandably off of his hand. The ace of diamonds was a bit relevant, but Lee ultimately conceding, and the little gridlock we had up at the top broken promptly.
Can you give me a stick or something?
Yeah, and with that bet, Anatoly representing a straight or better, perhaps, from Calvin's point of view. So
It's not poker side.
deciding that even with the ace of diamonds, it's not an attractive spot to bluff. Making players fold straights is not easy.
Filatov now with a 10 big blind lead over Lee, and in turn, Lee with about an 11 big blind lead over Yaroshevskyy. As instantly the power dynamics do shift somewhat after that altercation. Filatov successfully pulling off the bluff. Yaroshevskyy now tries his luck with an ace on the button, dominating Filatov. Although Anatoly brought us to three-handed when he was dominated by Saliba, somehow finding trip 5s.
Yeah, if we were playing shorter stacked right now, we might see Filatov leaning with a 3-bet jam with a hand like King 10 suited, but playing this deep, I think it's a clear call. Calvin coming along with Jack 9 offsuit. These are pretty loose ranges. Nothing wrong with adding yourself to the pot at that price.
9-3 deuce in a three-way affair. Lee with top pair and the jack-high flush draw, pipping Yaroshevsky's flush draw. Both blinds checking over to Igor. Not a compulsory follow-through, I would imagine.
No, certainly not. We're in position against both players. But you've got to be worried that Anatoly in the small blind has a lot of suited hands in his range. Certainly can't bluff with a hand as strong as ace-10 high, so I think it's a nice check back. Wow, no equity.
Board pairing deuce having rolled off after the check back from Igor, and yet again we see Anatoly really getting after it here.
Yeah. Seeing two check behinds, well, two checks, Calvin not checking behind. Anatoly deciding this is his advantage situation in pretty much any hand. I mean, if you're bluffing with king 10, you're taking any hand that can't win and saying this one's mine.
I don't think Lee is going to allow it, obviously. He's got a lot of hand here.
Yeah, and I was wondering if he considered raise. It looks thin, but with the backup of the club, maybe he thinks 1.7 representing, you know, under pairs to the 9, some hands he can squeak value out of.
And, you know, he can have the deuce X as well in terms of representation.
Yeah, all the trips, all the flushes. He's protected.
So nice find there from Calvin. Brings himself back in front of Filatov with that one. Well, if you want to learn to make decisions on the order of a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your choice to win. It's GTO Wizard. Beat the best, crush the rest. King deuce suited. Lee taking the opportunity to limp from the small blind. King 3 offsuit for Yaroshevskyy. Filatov sitting this one out.
2.7.
Now it's that big little offsuit combo that has come into favor, Kevin, as the unblocking properties that it holds and sort of the lack of desirability as well to take a flop cause it to perform in this way. 2.7 million, says Igor.
Yeah, commonly seen bluff scenario with any hand that doesn't look playable post-flop. The goal from Igor is not to be in this situation where he has to continue to play against the chip leader post. But a suited king definitely too good for this setup.
King 5-4. Lee hung in there, and both parties flop top pair. Now, granted, there's plenty of chops. As you can see, the percentages add up to 26. So 3/4 of the time at showdown, they will carve it up. But that king of clubs is working OT with no heart on board. Yaroshevskyy, 2 million, the C-bet.
Yeah, and from Yaroshevsky's point of view, there's a lot of value to get with this king, even with no kicker. We expect Calvin to check call a number of marginal suited hands, some medium cards, not a whole lot of kings. Good chunk of them would open raise. Might be thinking about multiple streets here.
7 of clubs on the turn. What a delight this is. Lee taking his time before checking. Yaroshevskyy has picked up the gut shot straight draw and the club draw, mind you. And of course, top pair still has plenty of value. You could see worlds in which the limp from Lee contains some 4x, 5x.
Yeah, if we expect a second barrel to be met with a relatively passive response, I think we would always bet the turn. The concern if any, from Igor is that if we bet, we face check raise too often from flushes, straights, two pair, and we'd rather see the river for cheap.
So Igor does not barrel again, and somehow the case king rolls off on the river. Trips for both players. This one will be chopped, but not before some bets get in. And whether or not we see a raise, I think, will hinge squarely upon the sizing that Lee chooses to come with.
Yeah, if I'm in Calvin's seat here, I expect Igor to have a lot of weak pairs, those pre-flop bluffs, normally making a pair of fours or a pair of fives.
So 3.5 bet called. And they'll carve it up. This feel pretty much in line with what you would have expected on the river?
I think so. It can feel like not a lot of money went in on the end. You know, you've both made trips, and we bet 4 big blinds in call or whatever it was, and I think that's just standard operating procedure to be wary of Igor's last 12 big blinds or so behind. I mean, those are going to be so valuable. He doesn't want to walk into a trap by raising, and Calvin doesn't want to size too big to scare him off with that pair of fours or pair of fives I mentioned earlier.
So they pay a visit to the carving station, as was always statistically the favorite outcome. Queen 9 off now for Igor.
Kind of marginal one for this spot. Could see it as a limp, intending to call a small raise. Could see it as an open raise.
Limp and a check back. Jack 6 for Anatoly. Top pair for Igor. Checking it over.
And I'm a little surprised to see the automatic check, but Igor occasionally plays swiftly, not necessarily revealing marginal strength by doing so. I do think the queen and the 10 being on board are slightly in his favor. So taking the lead is to be expected. Anatoly, I mean, Jack high, generally speaking, has real value, but in this environment, Igor's not going to limp pre-flop with as many offsuit hands that are 9 high or lower as he might early in the tournament. So it's really only suited hands that we beat in Anatoly's spot here. And for that reason, he decides to bluff with this hand, maybe feeling like it's a little fringy for calling, but he can push out even an ace high or a king high betting for protection.
So Yaroshevskyy came with 800. Filatov slaps another 2 million on top of that. And he is basically saying 3x is mine, not yours.
Queen 9, feeling underrepresented at this point. Definitely calling at least the turn raise. Certainly thinking about whatever comes next.
What comes next is a pair of sixes, which I'm not sure if Filatov thinks there's any real showdown associated with that development, just given the 2 million was called. Backdoor hearts have arrived. Really just straight draws, which he interferes with. Holding the jack of diamonds would be the sorts of hands that a pair of sixes would now beat.
Yeah, king jack coming to mind as kind of the clear possibility of a hand we beat if we're Filatov. Guess he deems that to be... Oh, sorry, I thought he checked. Action still on Filatov.
million chip pot. And that man is the reason.
6.8.
Boy, he doesn't have a lot of give up in him, does he? Wow. 6.8 million. And now, in terms of value range, if you're Igor, where do you put Filatov?
Yeah,
3x is still there?
He's claiming 3x or better. I think this size is small enough that even though the flush has completed, we can be representing as weak as 3-4. It's just, it's such a good hand. It's hard for both players to have a 3.
Would he ever be semi-bluffing with the backdoor hearts as played, which obviously Yaroshevskyy blocks with the 9 of hearts?
I think that's part of what he's representing here by deciding to keep bluffing. That some of those bluffs that he could have had on the turn, maybe low backdoor flush draws that checked behind the flop, would raise the turn.
I don't know if you caught Igor's eyes behind the glasses, but as he reached out to put the time bank chip in there, as he puts the best hand into the muck, he was observing Anatoly for maybe some sort of reaction, and Filatov takes a wrecking ball to Yaroshevskyy's top pair on the flop. This guy.
Yeah.
You can get away with this for only so long, Kevin.
I was thinking this is the type of hand that, you know, maybe as soon as those cards reach the ear of the other players at the table, you tone down your style a little bit. But he's come out of this break totally fearless, not concerned about hand selection in that spot, just going after an opportunity.
You know, it's so easy for that exact same line to look absurd and foolish when Yaroshevskyy snap calls. But when he folds, all of a sudden we lay heaps of praise upon it.
Yep.
And one wonders whether or not Filatov is just going to be doing this against any opponent in any situation, or whether or not there's a lot that's going into specifically why it is in that spot that he did what he did.
Yeah.
As he's going to work on Yaroshevskyy again. Ace-4 suited on the button made it 1-6, and Filatov's ace-6 off has made it 4.4. High variance approaches being taken three-handed.
And this one might look like, you know, a bit of a maniacal sequence from Filatov. I think the previous hand, we agree, was out of line, but this one looking pretty by the book from what I tend to see in these final table situations, button versus small blind.
And Yaroshevskyy does just flat.
Yeah, actually a bit surprised to see Yaroshevskyy flat.
Right.
Because of what we're seeing right now, he loses or likely chops with some of the bluffs that Filatov would have folded to a 4-bet.
Igor flops the wheel, drawn backdoor spades. Ace-6 presently in the lead. A bit surprised that that lead is 20%.
Yeah, deuce and 3 on board. Fewer opportunities to lead to a chop.
3 million. Roughly 30% of the pot. That's the sizing.
And if Yaroshevskyy were to go after this board with the equity that he's flopped, it'd be difficult for Filatov to think that ace-6 really has any chance at being the best hand. There's not a lot of hands in Igor's calling range pre-flop that are worse than ace-6 and miss the jack, but
well, look at this.
Things change on the 6.
Yaroshevskyy made the call. Now Filatov finds a 6 and leaves Igor drawing to only a 5.
Funny spots for Filatov because only 10 million behind. He knows the 6 has some value. Do we check and attempt to bluff catch against hands that no doubt have a couple of overs or a draw like Yaroshevsky's hand does? It wouldn't have shocked me to see a turn shove even for kind of thin value protection, but now that we've checked, maybe we get a chance to pick off a bluff.
Well, if you're Igor, is that what's on your mind now?
it's so hard to have a draw on this board. If I'm Igor, I'm at least considering going all in that spot. I understand checking behind, and this card might bail him out from losing the rest of it.
4-liner on board, as Igor did check back, makes a pair of 4s.
Is there any chance that Filatov knows he has the best hand right now? I mean, what I'm trying to piece together is, would Yaroshevskyy take a hand like Jack-10 suited or Queen-Jack suited and miss the flop raise and check behind the turn? It feels unlikely to me.
My question to you is, how many 5X combos open and then call the 3-bet? And apparently Filatov is saying not a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, how much 5X is Filatov 3-betting and then taking this post-flop posture with? That's a concern in terms of his credibility. But here he is, barreling $4 million, 1/4 pot. That's the realm. But it's a meaningful amount of $10 million. And Yaroshevskyy really is going to lose his appetite for having L's hung on him as he makes the call here to keep Filatov honest. This one, he's shown the best hand. It was last pot where he needed to find that gumption.
Yeah, nice find with the value bet from Filatov. I think as you piece through the ways that you could be beat with ace-6 there, you can determine that you likely have the winner. Yaroshevskyy, after seeing the ace-6 offsuit, got to be disappointed that he just called pre-flop. I think that's the only significant misstep from him, because his hand was worth a lot there post-flop. I can't fault the river call.
Well, Anatoly has really scrambled things here for Yaroshevskyy. Igor now down to 8 bigs. Calvin Lee's essentially put into spectator mode here, sitting 46 bigs, 21 behind Filatov, as you see 7% of the chips at the table for Igor, and that isn't a whole lot. Things coming undone in the second frame promptly.
Just 8 big blinds effective for Igor.
Oh, and he snap calls with King-10 offsuit. Calvin producing the ace. And this is a potential 1-2-3 jab, jab, uppercut that we're bearing witness to here, unless the dog can come up with a win. 42% is Yaroshevskyy here. All his chips in the middle. 12.4. Jack-6 tray, ace high, holds. The quiet mantra in Igor's mind, centering around a king or a 10, being produced on the turn. Instead, it's a 9, but equity acquired in the form of the queens with the gut shot. Will Igor get a reprieve? He shall not.
Good luck, guys.
An ace on the end. Calvin Lee makes top pair, and you can just feel the deflation on Igor Yaroshevskyy. His tires went flat in a hurry after we sped our way to 3 remaining. It comes screeching to a halt for the Ukrainian. $850,000 richer for his efforts, but title number 3 is on ice, as Igor Yaroshevskyy will be held to the 2 that he brought to this final table, but obviously a handsome addition to his career Triton earnings coming into this one, which are now north of $7 million. So there's a peek at how things will get underway. Heads up, it will be the Russian and the American Filatov with a 7 big blind advantage over Calvin Lee. Back at the desk now, Ali and Kevin with you. I mean, what do we do with this Anatoly Filatov character? This is a feral animal on the loose.
Anatoly has the makings of a really dangerous heads-up player, and that's what I'm looking forward to next, because that hand with Jack-6 offsuit, raising the turn, following through on the river when you make a pair and it maybe looks like you don't need to keep bluffing. People who go after these spots are really, really tough to take down when there's only two of you and there's nowhere to hide.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because oftentimes, if you're sitting in a ring game, somebody comes in with that disposition and they just can never really get the better because you're up against a lot of hands. But the shorter the table gets, the fewer opponents that you're left to tussle with, and in particular in heads up, that particular play style can prove very, very effective. Anatoly and Calvin Lee both guaranteed a 7-figure payout. We're going to step aside briefly, get some things reset for heads up, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to get the 25K WPT Global Slam all wrapped up. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
You're of legal age to gamble
like,
in that
it's like
casino.
The marginal spot where like it's still a fold. You know what I mean? Then, yeah.
No, very close.
Things to
So
consider
we can
by
ask-
the way, for
no, we
those in the
agreed to ask
margins.
and then-
Yeah, okay. But
Lefrancois,
Yeah, but you have
not
to
feeling in the
like,
margins. King
raise,
Jack,
but,
min raise open.
push all in
Tens once again paying a visit.
1.8.
Oh. Calvin was engaged in conversation here.
Oh, this is curious. Did
just
he not
saying
see
raise.
the...
I don't think he saw the 1.2 from Pascal. Fedor just pointed it out to him, and that might entice Fedor to get into the pot right now with ace-8 suited because he thinks Calvin has his cutoff range.
Boy, he avoids it, but you're absolutely right. There's so much meta in these situations. Filatov with a couple of threes did not hesitate. It's back around to Lefrancois. Now he observed the same thing. Obviously, another 600 is not going to be enough for us to step away, but is the fact that our opponent didn't realize that they were 3-betting and under the gun open, making us think a jam is optimal? The answer is yes, and Lee wakes up with a real hand.
Yeah, Pascal, I think wisely just taking the approach of I'm going to go all in with everything right now because I'm doing great against a cutoff range and I can get some folds. But Calvin, very high up. I don't think there was any malintent there. I think that was a genuine misclick and he just happens to have a premium.
That's a goofy one.
You heard. That's a goofy one declared, as there was all sorts of strangeness pre-flop and now some post. Queen Jack 9 puts King Jack in the lead. But Lee, open-ended, would welcome Pascal to make kings up here. Oh my. We didn't clock the turn, but it was an 8. Lee in the lead, and now Pascal needs Lee to make a set. And instead, Lefrancois showered and potentially
struggling to follow the conversation between Calvin and Fedor right now.
Yeah, there's so many things that they could be trying to unpack as well. And I agree, it's mildly ambiguous. Coleman, by the way, did concede to the 3-bet a moment ago. He now finds himself in the big blind. Calvin exercising his might. Pardon me. 10-8 suited, pocket 9s.
Igor, from what we've seen in other hands, tending to play this kind of spot like a call. He's got 26 big blinds. He doesn't want to put all of them in with 9s, especially with a few players behind.
Saliba, Holtz, and Coleman all shorter stacked than Yaroshevskyy, by the way, who's got 11 bigs more than 4th place Saliba.
Coleman here in a really ugly looking spot once Igor has called. He's going to know that there's absolutely no fold equity on a jam against Igor's range. Definitely Calvin, but not Igor. And I think wisely choosing just a flat with 6s, which would normally be all in for just 8 big blinds.
Well, look at this board that greets Coleman, by the way, after that big blind defense, taking things 3 ways. 5-3 deuce gives him an overpair and a gut shot. Note, by the way, that Calvin has a flush draw. Yaroshevskyy with the overpair. And the stage is set for pyrotechnics.
Yeah, Coleman may be thinking about leading the flop for a moment, but I think, again, deferring to the strength of Igor's flatting range here in the cutoff. If Igor decides to open the action here, which he often will, overall range advantage. It's hard to imagine a way for Coleman to escape this hand.
So Calvin did not follow through and faces the position bet of 1.5, understandably, from Yaroshevsky's 9s.
I think this size might be a little concerning to Coleman, although, again, it's hard to see escape with the added equity of the gut shot in addition to his overpair.
1/3 pot leaves us thinking what?
Well, leaves us thinking I have absolutely no fold equity. Like, what does he get away from right now?
Well, apparently, Coleman might be thinking there is some fold equity because this isn't with the perception that 6s are nutted, that he's jamming here.
I think Coleman, when he gets asked for a count, is starting to expect ace high to maybe bet call if it was semi-bluffing on the flop.
You saw Calvin promptly getting out of the way as it's back around to Yaroshevskyy, and Yaroshevskyy will make the call. 13.3. Registering on the Richter scale, Coleman flipping his palms up to the sky.
Yeah, I think I should have clarified.
Tough spot for him. Down but not out. Stranger things have happened here at this FT already. Consider that Yaroshevskyy is only in his seat because he found a queen on the river for a set. Granted, he had other pathways. On the turn, Lee would have made spades, by the way, and the field would have been drawing dead. Instead, Yaroshevskyy poised to collect things as the spade 6 and spade 4 are removed. A 4-outer for David Coleman to stay alive. And that ain't it.
GG, bro.
So DC to unpack.
Я выиграл у Федора флип.
Jack off. 1.2. Ace-9 suited for Calvin in the small.
Calvin currently overwhelming chip leader. Definitely should be playing this pot. And I'd like to see call in general. I think our hand is too good to try to use as a 3-bet bluff. And certainly too weak to put in a whole lot of chips. Fedor's going to think about this one. Filatov known to get a little out of line. Open raising in the cutoff could be a weak hand. Calvin Lee in the small blind chip leader can definitely play a lot of weak hands. So Fedor wants to see one with the offsuit ace.
Three-way affair as Lee, with the rarely seen flat, having been very aggressive to this point. But it is all Filatov here on an ace-queen-10 board up against top pair and not one but two seats. Following through for 1.1.
See how quick that bet got out there.
And welcome back to the desk once more. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow with you to wrap up the 25K WPT Global Slam. But unlike under normal circumstances where that wrap-up may come quickly, this time around that may not be the case. And that, of course, is because of the brisk pace with which we arrived at heads-up play. Blinds of 400, 800,000, but just look at these stacks as we get into the Triton Poker Plus app. 67 bigs deep sits Filatov. 54 bigs deep sits Lee. This is not going to be some sort of shove fest. We have the opportunity to chisel, grind, and play some deep stack heads up if we so choose, but will Filatov be that guy?
Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm excited to watch this one because we don't get a lot of this at Triton Poker, normally dealing with those shorter stacks in a quick heads-up match, but I'm expecting pretty intricate play. I referenced before the break that Filatov plays the style of someone who's really tough to deal with in a heads-up environment, and when you have 60 big blinds effective, there's just so many opportunities to go post-flop, maybe with a limp or a small raise, and extend hands, chip away at players. I mean, it might take a little while, but there's big edges to be had in these matches.
Both players already with one cash here in Jeju. For Calvin Lee, it was a final table, as in the 20K 8 max, he finished in 8th. It was a 20th place finish in the 30K for Filatov. Now, as we turn our attention to the payouts, you can see that there is about $700,000 in gap between first and second. So what this means effectively is these two guys are playing the biggest sit and go of their lives, you have to imagine, just in terms of that pay differential. And if I know anything about these two characters, they didn't spend that break making any sort of deal.
It doesn't seem like it, and I remember this advice from way back when playing tournaments about playing heads up without taking money off the table. Well, would you be excited to sit down against Calvin Lee right now for a $350,000 heads up sit and go?
No.
Or would you maybe want to take a little bit off the top and, you know, I understand you've locked up 1.1 million. You're hyped, you're ready to gamble, you want to take down the trophy, but these guys are ready to gamble for big, big numbers.
Yeah. You know, are you here for a good time or for a long time? And obviously taking a little bit off the table is something that can leave you experiencing a little bit more longevity, because variance can conquer the best of us, as these two have conquered that remaining field. Glimpse brought to you by BetACR. Just shy of $10 million in total collected. The two 7-figure payouts, that which looks for a home. Who will take down the trophy, the plaque, and the near $1.9 million? That's what we're trying to decide here, and that decision doesn't need to happen in a hurry. Of course, only these two know what gear they're going to be selecting as we get it underway. Lee will begin with the button and a couple of sixes. Plays it as a raise to $3 million.
Yeah. And signs of preparation from my point of view, because big blind ante format, playing 50-60 big blinds effective, not necessarily reviewed by a lot of players, but I do think if you ran this through a solver, you're seeing a big open raise when you're playing this deep. Because of how much dead money is out there, you're getting a really good price to continue in the big blind. Calvin came in with a plan.
You talked about Lee's experience and success in super high rollers. This is not some I'm under the bright lights for the first time and gonna tense up proposition for him. Familiar territory. Not at Triton, but elsewhere. And for Filatov, bringing a modest chip lead into this collision, and obviously definitely carrying the momentum at the table. We await his selection. It was a 1.9 million chip raise from him, so you immediately see a distinction in that respect between these two.
Yeah, and early in a heads-up match, if you know you're going to be playing for a while, this is kind of exploration for you. You want to try things and see how your opponent responds. If you come out with aggression, do they seem to play weak? If you play really sticky, do they put you in tough spots? These players want to find where their advantage lies in this particular matchup.
Pocket kings for Filatov. Lee now playing the queen-9 offsuit as a limp, doing well so far to avoid pain. Filatov takes us up to 2.8, Kevin.
Yeah, for this price, I think Calvin's going to continue the queen-9. The reason we might limp this hand in the first place is to avoid the awkward spot of going 3 million and getting 3-bet. So clearly Calvin coming with that polarized approach, big raises with some hands, limps with other hands. Doesn't know he's way behind right now.
Taking our first flop, it is 7-7-3, very sterile for Filatov's kings. And completely inert for the queen-9.
And while this hand is basically nothing with no interaction, there's always a chance that it's ahead. 2 overcards to the board, having position, having a good price. As Calvin, I might approach this spot almost with no folds or very few folds that have terrible properties. But queen-9 is something. We're playing against a wide range, not just kings.
Appeal for 2 million. The deuce shows up, and Anatoly is going to slip it here. Let's see if Calvin takes bait.
And I like this check from Anatoly. Kings is such a huge hand on this board. You're not often up against ace high, so Calvin often doesn't have that overcard out. And
3.1.
When you're behind, it's to trips, but this is a pretty savvy trap, I think, from Filatov.
So far, it's performing beautifully. Now, there are some mild concerns that maybe 7X is out there, but so be it, if that's the case for the time being. That said, are check raises available to us? Are they even remotely on his mind at 3.1?
Definitely on his mind, but I would prefer a check call myself. I think the 7 is a bigger threat.
6.5.
Because of pre-flop action specifically, we're not up against a lot of hands like pocket 6s or pocket 8s. The 3X maybe fold to his raise. I mean, kings, no doubt, is still a good enough hand to do this, but if I'm thinking through the hands Calvin might continue against this check raise, we start to worry that we're running into trips a little too often.
So 6.5, just north of a min raise, and Lee has nowhere to go but fold. But not before gifting another 3.1 over to Anatoly, understandably. But the product, of course, of the peel, which we do need to include in our heads-up arsenal. We can't simply only continue when we're interacting with boards.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the time, neither party is really going to have much of anything.
Yeah, definitely. When you get to heads-up play, there's some uncomfortable things that need to be done to stop your opponent from running you over.
Well, it did not take long for Anatoly Filatov to extend his lead, which is now 32 big strong, over Calvin. .9 as he sticks with his choice for pre-flop raise sizing. Just 100, or 300K rather, beyond the minimum. Lee defends with Queen 7 versus 8-9. It is bottom 2 against a two-way straight draw and backdoor diamonds. Lee's not going to be looking for an exit in the face of this follow-through.
No, potentially dangerous spot for Calvin. Only thing that might stop him from check raising with this hand is that a quick half pot bet on 10-9-8 two-tone just looks pretty strong in an absolute sense, but with the interaction Calvin has with this board, wouldn't have faulted a check raise. Definitely have to continue in some way.
So another 4.4 million. Head toward the center.
Wow.
And the 8 of diamonds fills up Filatov. Lee does have one out. That would be the jack of diamonds for a straight flush, but effectively dead as the pulse is very faint for Queen 7 in a 9 million chip pot. Lee checking over.
And I was holding my breath there for a second to see if Calvin would lead on this turn. It wouldn't have been a totally out of line play. 8 of diamonds definitely rating to improve the big blind's range, so this has got to give Calvin a bit of reason to question what Anatoly's up to. This is not normally the card that we're all that aggressive on as the in-position player.
You know what neither of us are aware of is just how much intel has been passed down to Calvin with respect to unseen holdings from Filatov, and it would really be important for him to have absorbed as much of that as possible. And he does step away from this spot.
Hard to get away from the Queen of Diamonds. Obviously, with cards revealed, it doesn't look like a big hand, but that's a pretty big fold in a heads-up environment against a player who just ran a few pretty wild bluffs.
And who it seems has too high a frequency of bets in spots, you know, where you just aren't supposed to have it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, one of those hands against Calvin, we saw the ace-5 leading with absolute nothing on the flop out of the big blind and forcing him off of ace-8. Calvin's, he got away from a big one there. I would have lost some chips.
Yeah, I tend to agree. That Queen 7 heads up, thinking a 6-jack or a diamond could all be good. But it has been all bad thus far, and the news getting slightly worse as the blinds creep up to 500 and 1 million.
Anatoly checking a pretty big hand in the big blind, but reasonable to check this one. Now sitting at 30 big blinds effective, the threat of a limp raise is very real.
Flush draw for Lee in the first limp pot. King 10 obviously had options, as you pointed out. Chooses to check. Lee fires half pot.
And we would normally attack any ace-high board in a spot like this. The button can have an ace that limps, but the big blind rarely checks one. So this is one where Calvin should be pretty aggressive, and Anatoly recognizes King 10 has to do some defending.
Three of hearts on the turn. Again, Filatov checks after peeling. Lee has picked up the open-ender to go with the flush draw. Check back, realize equity could be a thing here, but get after it, not force yourself to get there potentially, is a thing as well. 2/3 pot, the sizing.
Yeah, plenty of chips behind here. Calvin unafraid of a check raise all in. This would be an uncommon one for Anatoly.
Filatov fights no further with the king high. Dislodged from the pot at that size. I gotta tell you, this yellow collared windbreaker in white, I mean, we're not quite at spring yet, but our man Filatov is ready to go. I don't think I've seen the sun since we got here, and not just because I've been indoors. You look out the window, and it is March gloom in Jeju.
Yep.
It's been pretty gloomy for Lee. Heads up here thus far.
Now, Anatoly, you know, it's noteworthy. I talked about exploration early in a heads-up match, and he's come with an open raise on every button. He's gotten folds from Calvin Lee twice at this point. Now, we've seen the cards. They've been pretty dusty hands, but I think from Anatoly's perspective, min raises are working right now. Why wouldn't I keep going for it?
Well, might that be the lucky charm right there? Almost looks like a Spartan Warriors mask there, repurposed for a poker warrior that is seeking glory here in the 25K. Ace King for Calvin.
2.3.
Up we go.
Very different raise sizing from Calvin now that we're shallower. 30 big blinds.
Yeah, he came
effective.
with 3 million.
Yeah.
When we played 4-8, now 2.3 at 5 and 1. Filatov defends. And he finds trip fours. This is feeling a little bit unfair in the early going heads up.
And this is, I mean, if you're a player like Anatoly and you've just gotten through a few successful bluffs and you know your opponent might hear word of it shortly, this is what you dream of, is sun running the start to heads up when your image is in the bin. Actually surprised to see Calvin check behind Ace King. Not a weak hand on this board.
Queen of Hearts. Ace King really not the most attractive holding, but Calvin well served to have checked back, obviously, as we can see. The thing for him is when you do check back, you invite this lead from a whole array of hands. And, you know, Filatov has just felt kind of speedy.
Yeah.
You know, if you're parked over there in Calvin's seat, one could understand why you chose to play it the way that you did and now feel compelled maybe to make at least one call here, even without a heart, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's maybe a chance to get away when the price is this bad. But Ace King, as I said before the turn card, is just kind of a lot. And once we've checked back, it definitely beats bluffs as long as they don't draw out on us.
4.5 ahead, adding another 9 million to the middle. The 8 of clubs on the river. 10 Jack arrives.
Small concerns for Filatov that he's up against some Jack 10s or some flushes. So maybe not a massive size, but a healthy one.
He doesn't look too concerned. What has he brought forward? 11 million.
It's ugly, and you can see Calvin kind of feeling non-believing of this situation, knowing the 8 is one of those cards that Anatoly might connect with some of those bluffs, and certainly if he didn't connect, he would bluff at that card.
Boy, this is so dispiriting for Lee to just be on the elevator down since the onset. Now sitting just 25 bigs, playing a higher blind level. But doesn't seem phased. 25 bigs is obviously still well within the realm of studied and familiar territory for Calvin, whose timepiece has caught the attention of many in the chat, by the way. Queen 7 and Queen 8. Advantage Filatov. More from the button than the pip.
Now he does come with limp, a little bit of control to Filatov's button strategy. I do think it would have caught my attention if he raised this one. Only 23 blinds effective, very medium strength hand. Definitely wants to limp in theory.
King 9-5. Both parties check promptly. Board pairs on the turn.
And I think from Filatov, this is not a bet he's making because he wants to fold out a better hand. It's a play we've seen a couple of times already today where it's just like, I don't believe you really have better than me, and I don't mind a fold, but let's just clear out something.
1.2, the request for the pot. Lee, non-compliant. Neither party improves on the river, but the queen, after the 10 arrives, plays naked as the 8 no longer factoring in. So this one will get chopped. And the other thing about this particular pot is you see both of them kind of, you know, flashing a smirk toward one another,
Yep.
Kevin. It's the showdown.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is Calvin's first look at Anatoly's cards
Yep.
after some post-flop aggression in the heads-up match. And when he sees that, it's medium strength. Like it sort of feels like, oh, you're just foot on the gas with everything then? Like, is that how we're going to do this? And maybe he's got some doubt now about a few of those previous folds.
I mean, I think already his spidey senses are tingling, referring to Lee, by the way, just having been present for a lot of speedy spots from Filatov, not all of which were revealed, and then kind of already in the early going of this heads-up match experiencing more of the same. We've clearly observed occasions on which one wouldn't be faulted for thinking somebody's out of line and it's just a sun run, and they've had it repeatedly.
Yep.
But odds are that isn't the case. So
Calvin,
at some point, we kind of draw lines in the sand.
Raising the bottom of his range. We don't want to make the habit of folding buttons with the big blind ante unless we get really, really short. So somewhat telling hand selection there for how Calvin manages his overall strategy. Some open raises with the pure bluffs.
North of 70 million in front of Filatov. Calvin, an experienced heads-up player, World Series of Poker bracelet winner. And it does stand in terms of poker disciplines, let's call it, or portions of the game that everything that may apply to the other stuff stands in somewhat of a contrast when it comes to heads up, which is just a unique animal unto itself. Nearing a 3-1 chip lead is Filatov. First joined us did Anatoly in Montenegro in 2019, where he played a short deck event. Just one. Cyprus 2023, played 4 events, failed to cash. And then joining us on the 3rd occasion here in Jeju, coming off of that 20th place finish in the 30K. Now then, 1 million a man, bringing us to the Jack 9-6 board. Open-ended is Lee after limping the button. And Anatoly showing balance, not raising the ace-8. Neither party betting.
Yeah, noteworthy check pre-flop from Anatoly. We're playing just 25 blinds effective. Ace-8 offsuit is big. It's a very big hand for the spot. Definitely could have raised. But now post-flop feels like he must have a lot of showdown value. While I don't think Calvin would make this bet for value with worse than ace-8, it's just too big of a hand to fold at this stage.
And obviously Filatov recognizing that checking back pre and then on 2 streets post, this 1.2 could just be Calvin perceiving disinterest and asking for the pot. Here he is unimproved after the extra 2.4 went in on the turn. 3rd check in front of him.
Both players have a diamond in their hand. Calvin got to be tempted to bluff this one. He could have a 9, he could have queen 10, a flush.
$4.2, 4.2.
Lee betting 4.2 million. This sizing here, not at all insignificant into 5.4.
And while Anatoly does have the ace of diamonds, he's not necessarily expecting ace high to bet the turn. Might not be the most relevant card in this particular scenario. So if he calls, he thinks he beats a pure bluff, and he does.
I'll tell you what, when Calvin gets called there, he much prefers to be shown something like Jack X, King X, maybe even a 6, but to be shown ace high.
Yeah, a bit out of line. Only way that Calvin can, I think, gain a bit from this showdown is he sees the ace-8 just checked in the big blind. You know, it's hard to stay focused and stick with this match when you're just losing round after round, but I think Calvin should take note of that showdown and maybe adapt his pre-flop strategy a little.
You know, it's, again, just demoralizing when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing heads up. You're mixing things in. You're choosing sizings that you think would be worthy of shedding hands that are kind of down in range like that ace-8 was. And yet here's your man all over you. His Lee stack whittled beneath 20 bigs for the first time. Filatov clicked it with queen 5 off. Lee defending the suited jack. And he flops bottom 2 on an ace-high board where the queen of clubs works. Wheel prospects with the dangling 5. Filatov wasting no time following through here for 1.5.
Yeah, finally a little something for Calvin, and he does check call, but even if he had check raised, I'm not sure what Filatov does. He's got backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, now improves quite a bit.
Yeah, he does. The 5 gives him a pair and the second nut flush draw. And maybe added excuses to barrel. No, he checks back to realize the equity, and he hits it. Runner clubs, and poor Calvin Lee. This is one of those situations where there's not a whole lot that can be done. When the deck chooses to grace the opposition, we are but powerless and passengers.
Yeah, now Calvin even tries to get a bit of value, maybe thinking that he can get looked up by a pair of 5s, a pocket pair, maybe a rivered 9.
He's going to hate it when the word raise comes forward. I mean, he had so much hand heads up with bottom two. He could have hoped to have been up against an ace-X that would pay him off, and instead, here he is forced to bin it as the test comes back positive. Jack deuce, terminally ill on that river. Well, you may have thought that you were tuning in for the 25K WPT Global Slam. Instead, welcome to the Anatoly Filatov Show. As the chips have flown in one direction, much like our advice that you head over to BetACR. Why, you might ask? Well, it is the exclusive home for betting options on the Triton Poker Series. And maybe you'll even get some limited edition Nacho Barbero gifts or something like that. The BetACR Sportsbook has the latest in Triton Poker Series action, exclusive insights. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis at betacr.com. Missing Phil Nagy, by the way. Unclear whether or not he's going to be coming out to this Jeju. Last festival at this stop, he was present. Tends not to miss a Triton. Lee not missing a chance to jam now, having been left with just 12 bigs going into that one. He really is finding himself with fewer and fewer opportunities to get down the streets in a hand, and that is not at all, Kevin, how we expected this one to play out, where shortly following the onset of heads up, we're in one of the more typical situations where the stacks are lean enough, at least if not in both, in one camp, to just not have a lot of post-flop play. Pocket tens saying hello yet again. Anatoly limping the button, trying to induce. Thought maybe that 7 deuce, if Calvin was deeper stacked, could choose to raise it up in the interests of not looking at a flop. Instead, it comes king, queen, jack after the check back. Filatov did not barrel. Board pairing queen on the turn, neither player with a flush draw. Anatoly snap checking back. Now 4th diamond on board. Calvin hits the 7. No point in betting now.
Yeah, and Anatoly there pre-flop, showing that he's prepared for 15 blinds effective, mostly just playing limp or open jam at this stage. And since we are heads up, that effective stack goes both ways, so I would expect Calvin to play the same when first in. Tens maybe could have expected an open of the action from 7 deuce in the big blind. Wouldn't have been out of line for Calvin. So a little nugget of information for Anatoly there as well when the 7 deuce offsuit shows down.
Kevin, have you ever had anyone deliver you a happy birthday balloon at any point in your life? You know, the kind at the grocery store you can sometimes get. They're Mylar,
I mean, the
filled
memory
with
is
helium.
Before 10 years old are, you know, a little shaky, but no, I can't think of.
No shakiness for the ace-deuce suited as Lee jams and takes it down. Well, I can tell you from experience of both having delivered these balloons and received them that as the days pass, this balloon, which has, you know, pride and loft to it on day one, the helium begins to bleed out, and the tension on the ribbon between whatever it's anchored to and itself softens, and then eventually it begins to look somewhat pitiful. And as I think about that decay, I'm reminded of Calvin Lee's stack, which came in as a very well-filled balloon and now sits just unhappily at 12 million, but looks down at an ace-jack and is desperate to find the bounce.
On.
Rips it after the 5-6 limps. 6-high is not going to be the one to duel.
gotta say, my anticipation, Ali, for that metaphor as you slowly revealed it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of drifted in the same way.
Yeah.
As you're describing Calvin.
You knew
Lee's
where I was going.
It was a good
I just,
kind of metaphor there.
You know, normally you wake up and that's where the bulk of kind of the delta between where you last laid eyes on it and the next day, you know, we've just watched kind of like time lapse on those nature shows.
Yeah.
Fungus can maybe devour something, or, you know, the ants clear out a carcass.
And here's Anatoly making that raise that I suggested Calvin could have a couple hands ago. Trashy one in the big blind, playing short. And I don't think Calvin plans to walk away from 10-6 suited.
Nope. But he didn't plan to have to spend $3 million to take a flop with it either. As the very ragged 7 tray fails to improve on a king 5 deuce. Unfortunately for Calvin, same story. Heartless board texture.
And while you do want to float pretty wide in position, 10-6 of hearts looking kind of hopeless there. The king on board as well. Invites Filatov to stay aggressive on future streets, so wise to get out of that one.
Have you ever adopted a dog, Kevin?
I do have a dog, actually.
You have a dog. Well,
But
it was a designer dog? You paid for it?
Yeah, purchased.
It's okay.
Yeah, I know. It's not the
That's all right. I'm not
most
judging.
respectable way of procuring a dog, but you know.
I'll tell you from experience, having gone to a shelter and observed the desperation in the eyes of a puppy that has been forsaken repeatedly over a long period of time, that...
Is this another Calvin Lee metaphor?
When I look at that dog, I am reminded of the stack of Calvin Lee.
On.
King Jack, poor Calvin. We don't mean to make light of it, but truly, this is through no fault of his that he finds himself in this plight.
Nice jam there against the min raise of Anatoly. It was a little cheeky attempt to get the min raise through.
Sure. I'll tell you what, if Lee could just string together a couple of pots and realize that this deck does have good things in store for him, it would just be so stabilizing and reassuring. Not that he's reeling. I mean, you know, he's been down these streets before. He knows how it goes heads up.
Oh, and these two hands.
Oh, boy.
On.
Pretty big for the spot.
I think a game of roulette is upon us as Lee does jam the ace-4, king-queen. Ready for it. Filatov with a good chunk of equity. Shy of 3-2 is the proposition, as finally Calvin takes the best of it. 29 million would be a much more welcome amount to operate off of, but this is unwelcome. King 9-8, top pair for Filatov, and despair for Lee. Can the ace pay Lee a visit? Not on the turn. And he's going to have 3 outs one time to deny Anatoly Filatov a first title. Is Barry there? No, he isn't. And a queen on the river. Lee promptly over for a fist bump to congratulate Anatoly Filatov on glory here in Jeju. Your 25K WPT Global Slam winner, $1.882 million officially belonging to him. Nothing for Calvin Lee to hang his head about. A second place performance and a 7-figure payday for him. And genuinely not a player in this room that would have found a different outcome in his seat.
How you doing?
1185, the tally.
Don't want to eat that much.
Producer James quickly over to try to solicit a loan from Anatoly. We kid, of course. There's a look at the final payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. It was the Russian's day as the American falls in second. And we will come back to the desk, Kevin and Ali, with you. I mean, I've run out of metaphors. I really don't know what to say. My heart goes out. You know, I'm an empath. I really feel for Calvin Lee. You know he wanted to fight. You know that he had higher hopes when we came into heads up. Deep stack like that where he's salivating and thinking, okay, this is where I'm going to shine. And yet there was nothing that he could do.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to the danger of a player like Anatoly in a heads-up match, someone who you know is going to go after every pot, fight for things, willing to run bluffs. And when you get hit with the deck the way that Anatoly just did, when you have that reputation, when your opponent knows that you can put in creative plays, I mean, it feels unfair sometimes on the other side, but that's also what Anatoly earns from playing in that manner and finding creative spots.
You know, when we first endeavor to become poker players, nobody pulls us aside and goes, hey, kid, this game's fair. And yet, that felt egregiously unfair when it came to Calvin Lee. But that's heads up. If you play it often enough, you know that there are days, and it can be very aggravating, very frustrating, in particular when you know that you have the aptitude of a player like Calvin Lee, you know, to have an outing that ends up the way that that one did. But, of course, let us not take anything away from Anatoly Filatov, because even though when it came down to heads up, there was a lot that maybe anybody that was sitting in that seat wouldn't have had to do differently in order to emerge victorious. There was plenty that he put in as 389 entries came down to the final two, in particular here at this feature table, where that play style that you talked about served him very well. He earned it in many spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're referring to earlier in the final table, I'm sure, a couple of really ambitious plays that all went Anatoly's way, developed him that image, and also won him a ton of chips en route to being the chip leader before that heads-up match.
So he's got himself a Triton trophy, $1.9 million, the WPT Global Slam plaque, and, of course, a date with our Marianella Pereira for an interview, which we're going to send it down to just a moment. They're getting that set up. I do want to remind those of you who are watching these streams that we are looking for your input and your feedback. Exclamation point survey in the chat. We'll bring you a link. Click it. Let us know what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see more and or less of on the Triton Super High Roller Series, that much like the way in which we try to improve each and every festival for the players, we can try to improve our viewing experience for those of you at home. Now then, we're going to send it down to Marianella, but do not tune out, because the 40K mystery bounty coverage of that is going to come your way directly after the interview. But with that, let's send it over to Ms. Pereira, who is standing by with Mr. Filatov.
Standing alongside our champion, Anatoly Filatov. Now, you first gave Triton a spin in 2023 Cyprus. Then you said, Jeju 2025, that's a stop that I'm not going to miss. And good things come to those who wait. Jeju has been good to you. You cashed the last event. And here you are taking over a cool $1.8 million and a WPT Global Slam trophy and your first Triton trophy. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, that feels amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, I played in Sochi once, 2018. I think it was Triton too, so it was 50K.
Oh, was it? Okay, then we better update this app ASAP.
Yeah, so I busted there. Then I jumped into the main and won it. And now, after the Cyprus with 0 cashes, I'm here, and this win is really great, and I'm very thankful for that. So I feel the power of my Korean part, and that is it.
And let's talk about that, because actually producer Dempsey and I, we just caught wind of this other Korean part. Your other half, you're paying homage to your heritage.
Yeah, I'm half Korean, but my mom, she was born in Uzbekistan, so I never supposed to consider it be Korean here. When I asked Korean pros, I said, I'm also Korean, but they look at me like that. I'm trolling also, yeah. So, yeah, and in Russia, I wasn't the whole Russian, I was, a little bit Korean, but yeah, it is what it is. I feel the power. There's behind me. The title is here. I get lucky many times. Round so good. Yeah, I can't complain.
And you're a player that likes to put on a show, which I personally very much appreciate. So thank you. And then you came out on your walk-on for the final table with this amazing, I think it's Venezia, yes, exactly, Carnival mask. And there is a story behind this mask, so share it with us.
Yeah, my wife, she was on the Carnival in Venice, so she brought me this mask, and she said, this is for you with the cards, and if you make the final table, you should play in that or show up. So I decided to show up, and this is a great story. So we need more masks to win more tournaments.
Yeah. Well done, wife. All right, so as I mentioned before, you're not only collecting your first Triton hardware, you're also collecting this amazing WPT title, Global Slam Champion. And now, without further ado, it's time to crown you as champion. Luca Vivaldi, Tournament Director here at Triton, bring it out. Well done, Anatoly. Ladies and gentlemen, your 25K WPT Global Slam Champ, Anatoly Filatov.
Well, congratulations once more to Anatoly Filatov as we turn the page here in Jeju to the 40K Mystery Bounty. Alina and Kevin Rabichow back with you. The feature table situation, obviously, given that we were playing out the final on one of our features, is just one table strong, currently in action in the room. But let's turn our attention more to the chip counts as we get set to bring you the coverage. Up top, we find Mikita Badziakowski. 79 bigs, 4.7 million, and perhaps the fifth or sixth different way that I've pronounced his last name there. I don't even think I've said it that way before. Clemensreuter in second place, 74 bigs. As you can see, some robust stacks have been put together. But these mystery bounties, Kevin, they play out very differently than your typical tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm noticing that we are in the money, 20 players remaining right now. But as I look at the payouts, 20th place is good for $49,000. I'm told a mystery bounty right now is worth about $80,000.
Right.
So when we think about playing these tournaments, I mean, this is not straightforward ICM poker. This is not about sneaking into the final table. There's a lot of money to be won from bagging a bounty by knocking somebody out.
And that means that you're going to be seeing situations where you would otherwise be left scratching your temple going, well, what on earth is this guy thinking, calling off or shoving or doing whatever it is where the chips fly forward? They're looking for the more profitable play. And until the scales are tipped, where those bounty EVs are trumped by whatever the pay ladder or the payout may be, you're going to continue to see that. Down at the bottom is where we find those who have the targets on their backs. We're looking at Wang Yang of China. He's got 13 bigs in front of him. Tom Vogel saying down there with 15 bigs. Still deep enough not to necessarily have people relentlessly hunting them, but obviously concerned about whittling down much further than that. And that is the total field, by the way. Just 20 players remain by our count right now as we are getting set to send it back down there. Once again, I spy Elis Parsonen in the field, by the way. Typically a PLO sniper out there trying his hand at Long Deck Mystery Bounty Edition, no less. So then, let us get it back down into the arena where Jeremy Osmus, who won the 25K, is also involved in the festivities. Cards ready to get back in the air. I'm going to hand you guys off to Griffin Benger for the coverage. Kevin's going to stick close, but I'll see you a little bit later on this evening. Enjoy the 40K Mystery Bounty.
First time I slept like 8 hours.
Nice. And you're still sleepy when you wake up.
Yeah, I still am.
You feel better, but still sleepy.
After I ate breakfast, I was sleepy, yeah.
I fell asleep for the first time at 3 a.m. tonight, which was the earliest, and then I woke up at 8.
Kale Burns here opening from under the gun on a healthy stack. He's currently sitting in fifth with 3.5 million.
Hello, everyone. Griffin Benger here with Kevin. Ali's just such a pretty face, you know. I sometimes don't want him to do the intro. It's
Yeah.
Just,
I understand. Didn't shower today.
you notice is it the smell or it's just the way I look? Ooh, I like this. I like this spread. kick things off, these 3 hands. You know, everyone's got everyone's got a chance, you know?
And of course, everyone interested in the chance at knocking out Tom Vogelsang. Shortest stack in this pot, just 12 big blinds behind. But when Rokas flops a set of 9s from the cutoff, it's going to be hard for the chips to go any other direction.
General strategy in a specific scenario like this, Kevin? I mean, can we mix in some checks? Yeah, I know you want value from that ace, but...
Well, I'm surprised to see the check, and the reason I say that is when you're covered in this format, it's normally in your best interest to just be aggressive whenever you have a good hand because other players are hunting you. When other players are hunting you, they're willing to make looser calls than they normally would, so there's not a lot of reason for deception when you're covered. The only benefit in this particular multi-way spot to deception is to allow Tom Vogelsang the chance to improve his hand. And maybe Rokas is thinking, okay, well, winning chips from Cale Burns is great, but you know, it would be even better if I could trap Tom Vogelsang and win his bounty.
Yeah, and as an example, I mean, you know, I think Vogelsang would be completing in the big blind with maybe something like a 5-3 suited, for instance. And now all the chips are going to get in. You're going to get that bounty opportunity. Or, you know, a 5X, let's say he had checked through turn 5, you're getting all the money.
And now again, I mean, for that same reason, now Rokas, I think, incentivized to just call. Not only can he allow Cale Burns to keep bluffing into him, but he can also give Tom Vogelsang the chance to stay in this pot. If he had a different hand, of course, 10-7 of diamonds is going to be out.
Yeah, Burns going with a pretty large sizing on the turn here. You know, probably wanting to get out of hand like maybe pocket 8s.
And also setting up stacks
really
for the times that he has something good, right?
Strengthens Rokas's range here, though, with this call on the turn, right? Handful of check back aces, you think?
Yeah, I'd like to see Cale give this one up. If Rokas has a weak hand, it often includes the king of spades or the queen of spades. Some of those missed flush draws that could have flatted the cutoff. I think this is a good give up.
Yeah.
Did he not say all in? No. And again, I'm surprised to not see all of the chips go into the pot. We've got a hand well good enough to do it. Just 500,000 on the river there from Rokas. I think that was a quick close-up on Manuel Fritz. Fresh get up for another stint on the feature table.
Ace-jack of clubs under the gun. Playing 7-handed. Very nice hand to get dealt.
And he comes with just limp, which is another wrinkle you're going to see in bounty tournaments. If there are short stacks behind that Fritz covers, and Tom Vogelsang is the one at this table, looks also like Winfried Yu is covered here. The best chance that you have at capturing those bounties is by limping into the pot cheap and giving them an opportunity to enter. So we have these kind of conflicting incentives between winning pots and winning chips versus allowing bounties the opportunity to lose their stack to us. can see here getting Tom Vogelsang into the pot is exactly that. Now another, potentially interesting thing is noticing that Vogelsang's on 11 big blinds and he's not jamming the queen 10 suited.
Yeah.
He just knows he's never getting it through. Like there's just no
version of this hand.
There's no route where you jam 11 big blinds. And I don't know the exact chip value of that bounty right now, but I've just got to think that 11 blinds is worth, a spin for 80K.
Great flop for Vogelsang. Nothing really to speak of around the rest of the table. Should expect this to go all the way through. I doubt Rokash will stab 3 players.
Well, it wouldn't be totally outlandish. I mean, you've got dead nothing, which seems like the best kind of hand to take a stab because you could actually fold when Vogelsang moves all in, but understandably everyone's priority right now is how can we find a way to get that man's chips?
Yeah, definitely some shark circling in the water energy here.
And if you're Vogelsang, I mean, do we just jam on the turn? There's a couple of flush draws. You've got a queen and a 10. Very likely the best hand. And if someone has a flush draw, which we can see they don't, I think Vogelsang expects to get value from them. You don't really need to be that deceptive about what you have when the bounty's on your head.
660?
Yep, all of it.
Yeah, and in the event that one of these players, has an ace, X of hearts, they're just going to go for it here, right?
Any flush draw,
yeah,
I think for sure. Even a hand like 5-4, probably like, maybe, if they're closing the action or something.
Yeah, and in the event Vogelsang has ace, X of hearts, 4-5, if the 4 and 5 might even be alive sometimes, right?
I feel like you earned it.
Yeah.
Or do you think just less inclined to just shove without a made hand there?
I do think it's necessary to run some bluffs like that, but just think their price is inherently improved in all spots, right? There's this extra overlay added to the pot if you get to knock Tom out, so he could even show you the queen and you just call a draw and hope to hit.
Pair and flush draw. Oh, bad fault.
Cale Burns eyeing the stack of Manuel Fritz in the big blind. We're playing about 17 effective blind versus blind. Going to be doing a lot of open jamming because of that extra upside he gets if he busts whatever the big blind has, but kings. Going to be a tall task to crack these.
Yeah, spot of bad luck here for Cale Burns. Someone we've seen really getting deep in many events that we've been covering.
104.
Is there any event he hasn't cashed?
I know, right? Let's look into
at
it.
This series.
Let us see.
Window.
Picks up a chance.
Turn changes nothing, looking for the 3 remaining jacks or a 10 to break Fritz's heart. Doesn't come. Yeah, Cale Burns has cashed 3 of the first 5 events here in Jeju. This would be his 4th, pardon me, of 6. Burnsing the candle at both end, you might say.
Nice.
I'm moving on 40. Yeah.
You're lucky it's not against me.
You win again?
No. But
oh, but
I might have.
You might have won because it's against you, yeah.
But you're running hot.
You know, Kev,
so I don't know.
I understand that a lot of the prize pool goes to the bounties. Something I'm sure you've discussed. I'm a little disappointed that it stayed under $1 million for first with that. I mean, anyone who gets paid gets more than $1 million. But how about Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper, the official timepiece of the Triton Poker Tour? Really incredible watches. They make these timepieces. They're not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just this one perfect watch brand to check out. They're embedding a playful spirit into the watch functions. Of course, we've talked about the Astronoma Casino, which has a functioning roulette inside the piece. We will also be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by the Triton No Limit Hold'em main event winner. I'm thinking about jumping in that main just to try to get one of these things, if they'll let me. James is shaking his head. I don't think he's going to let me play it. Jacob & Co. That black one's quite nice too. I always fixate on the blue and the yellow, but the black one was looking pretty nice there too.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite of the three.
How do you choose between your favorite children? So you did speak about the utility of this limping that we see. In principle, Kevin, and correct me if I'm wrong, but happening a lot more amongst the players that sort of have people covered. Winford, you only starting this hand with 15 big blinds. Is this a bit more irregular, or do you find yourself mixing in these as well?
Yeah, I think mixing them in is fine. It should just be less common as the player who's covered by everyone behind, because what often happens is what you're seeing here is you're going to go 4 or 5 ways to the flop, and it's going to be difficult to win chips in that scenario, which is all you can win as the covered player. So you do generally want to charge a price to play against you, right? You know that there's a bounty on your head. You know that you're the player everyone's going after. You want to charge for that ability, and you know, if we're going to play 9-8 suited, I think limping is the way to do it. The alternative would just be to fold.
Yeah. It's almost a bit of tension grabbing as Winford you, isn't it? It's like you're the pretty girl at the bar, you know, there, and then everyone starts coming around. They're like, hey, what, you're in the pot?
Everyone does take notice. Hard to sneak through limp, especially with all the information up on the screens in the room.
Yeah, Winford technically ahead here with this third pair. Significantly ahead, 68% equity, but he doesn't necessarily know that. Maybe an opportunity for Kale to get aggressive here. Try to fold out an exact holding like an 8 with this open and a straight draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate a bet at this stage. I think on the flop it was dicey, because if you face check raise all in, I guess now we're spinning the wheel for half our stack with an open ender. But on the turn, probably not expecting counter aggression. Just getting the chance to clear some hands out, and he could even just claim, I've got a king and I'm willing to play for stacks with a king. No customers. Nice find there.
Yeah, nice hand. Taking a look at the overall leaderboard. Ding Biao up there in 6th place. Got Ben Tolleran 7th. Winter in 3rd. Badziakowski in 2nd. All the way up to Don't Call Me Roger, Clemens Reuter. Another baseball reference for you. Come on, you know Greg Maddox, you know Roger Clemens? Come on, what are we doing here?
Oh, yeah. But it's like, it's spelled different. I get it.
Come on.
It's there. You're right. It's
Spelling, please. I guess you just knew Greg Maddox because he's like a bespectacled king, right?
No,
Like,
I know. I
you
know
have your
both of
heroes
them.
growing up?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Greg, you know, still a hero. Don't have to get into the questionable.
Yeah, when I get my
things that have
performance
come
review.
after baseball.
Too many baseball references in Jeju, Korea.
Keep them coming. I don't mind. Cale Burns did raise this one.
The truth is,
No short stacks behind him when he did enter this pot from the cutoff, so charges to play. I'm not sure about this 8-4 deuce. Big blind's going to connect quite often. More inclined to defend loosely when you cover the player who opened, so I think I'm not surprised to see Cale take the passive approach in position and try to manage the size of this pot.
What are you trying to do? Here?
Do you think that is this a good example of how the strategy changes, as opposed to maybe in a normal no limit tournament where we would find a c-bet to protect our equity here?
Yeah, we might see King Deuce more inclined to bet in a normal tournament. I mean, the big blind definitely going to be looser in this format, but also willing to stack off lighter in this format. So it makes sense if your plan is to avoid a check raise and to keep the pot manageable. I'd say I'm more likely to check with a bounty on my head.
And Cale recognizing that this bet is going to be a lot of straight draws. So many on the board, not just the queen jack, jack 9, jack 7, 7-6, 7-5. And that's a great river card for the Aussie. This was about a 60, 70% bet on the turn from Okash.
Yeah, and if we follow through on the river as a bluff, I think it's going to take a pretty chunky bet. Definitely plausible that we have an 8 here.
250.
So goes with the smaller sizing. What do you think about this, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm not convinced that we're going to get this through enough for just 250. I think 200 on the turn, enough to clear a lot of high cards that are unpaired. So now that we get here on the river, I'd maybe even be thinking about the chance that Queen Jack shows down the winner against like Queen 9 suited, Jack 9 suited. I think it's ambitious to try to get a lot of better hands to fold, but I mean, on the flip side of that coin, this looks like it could be thin value to Cale. You never want to pay off
right, but
a range that's just like so much 4x and 10x. And
yeah, but does a 4x bet 200K into 300 on the turn?
that's the part I'm suspicious about, is I think the 4 would not bet so big on the turn, and now that we're here on the river,
So strictly representing a 10, really.
it's more 8x or 10x that we
Yeah.
should be representing, so that's worthy of a big bet in my mind.
1.2.
Oh, wow. I mean, the fact that Cale's raising means he believes that this could be a 4 or maybe even a 10. Otherwise, he would have simply called as a means of beating bluffs.
Door number 3. Don't you love when we
Always.
see it?
We're always wrong.
Fold.
Fold announced.
Now I need to use another wipe.
Now Winfried with a huge hand from under the gun. Just open ripping, and I really like this choice. Specific to the format. We're going to get looked up a lot lighter on our shoves. So we don't need to mess around and induce with a big hand like tens. Oh, but he runs into queens. Osipowskis going to call way lighter than this if given the opportunity. Sometimes we even see these spots get ugly if the big blind behind were to wake up with something. Osmus covered by Rokas, but would still have a chance at Winfried's bounty if he had something reasonable.
Yeah. Osipowskis making a ruckus with these queens. Doesn't seem fair, does it? 14 big blinds, pocket tens. When players are going to call you as light as, heck, some raggy aces, some king jacks, just to go after your bounty. Instead, you get the 2 queens. Four spades on the turn. Makes 2 out, 1 out. That's going to do it. Winfried, you are 19th place finisher.
I got a king 3.
Would have been out.
This is going to cash for $49,000.
Huh? Next time you do it for me, all right?
Winfried, a big-time regular
Actually, king 3
of the Triton Tour.
Offsuit.
Over $6.5 million in scores with 2 titles.
Once I call his stack, when he jam all in, I have to call.
I mean,
you had a king as well?
Yeah, king
having
3.
a great series so far.
Oh, okay. I got offsuit.
Did get 4th place in the 30K for close to 600 grand. So, all things considered,
Congratulations.
in the red.
How many bounties do you have? 1? Oh, the first one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
First time is always the best time.
It's true.
And didn't really
Pays the
have
bills.
to do anything.
Yeah, getting good hands is
It's a skill, actually. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Underrated skill.
On the right time.
at the right time as well.
Yeah.
In the right tournaments.
In the right term.
Many factors.
So many factors. I was strong in the big blind before. That was well played. Just
Yeah.
suppose I
No
didn't have
way.
to do what I did.
Oh, no way. No fucking way.
Manny Fritz.
What?
Give it to him.
We're pausing again.
Could limp, could raise.
Really gets on his nerve. I mean, it sucks. It's annoying.
This-
I agree. I've never waited so long when we were
paused
waiting.
for 4 times already.
Yeah, it was
What's
crazy.
happening now? They're just moving someone over, or?
No. They're playing too fast.
Ivan Zhang, pocket jacks, the
too fast?
cutoff
We
weren't playing.
we paused today already 4 times.
with the covering
we've been doing
stack
it all later.
against Fritz.
Our
I think
table
we
was
should
just playing quick.
expect to see a raise.
I saw at the
Just
table
a
had
call
an
and
8-minute hand where it's just a chop
Noting
on
Tom
like 4,
Vogel saying ahead in the
5,
big
3
blind.
Yeah, wants to maybe create an opportunity for
This is a savvy
fireworks.
flat.
Yeah, I like it.
Ivan's going to be flatting with much weaker hands than this. Players behind might be inclined to squeeze. Same play here from Osipowskis, and Jeremy wakes
oh my
up with
goodness.
queens.
This is such a beautiful spot for Jeremy Osmus. You know, an unfoldable hand, of course, for Zhang with the jacks.
And everyone who's entered the pot does cover Jeremy. We were talking about Tom and the big blind being the target, but Osmus, the new
Jeremy doesn't
target.
waste any time. That's why.
Oing. Oing.
Wow, and Yeah. Wise fold with the sevens. Realizes he up against a couple of huge hands.
Oh, and yeah, Osmus realizing this is
strong, see? This is why Jeremy's bankrupting everybody the last year. It's not done yet, though.
Mentioning that he didn't time bank for the pay jump. Usually you'd expect, even for these small jumps, but he kind of takes it in stride.
Jeremy just too rich now.
Yeah.
After his $2 million score a few nights ago.
Is that your suit?
It was hard. Go. Line. Yeah. How much?
Never in doubt.
When you know you're going to win, Kevin, why would you stall?
Yeah. Not just the couple of queens, but allegedly the luckiest man in poker.
Everybody's pay jump, no?
Everyone's pay jump.
It's manifesting, man. You put it out in the universe, you say you're the luckiest in the world.
300.
Universe can follow suit.
85.
Money is money.
Ivan Zhang, by the way, on the other side of that pot.
Pretty quick after that.
This is going to be his first ever cash at Triton. But showing that he knows how this format works. I really liked that flat with jacks. Just an unlucky sequence.
I have a question for you, Kev. Just talking about this luckiest man in the world stuff.
Let's do it.
I consider I do the same thing as Osmus does. Really, I genuinely believe I'm so lucky. I've been so fortunate when it comes to poker. I find that I really do forget about the bad beats and the bad times, and I mostly focus on how lucky I've been. What percentage of poker players do you think share that outlook comparatively? Like, how many consider themselves perpetually unlucky versus lucky?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think perpetually unlucky, far and away the more common.
Almost, yeah, I would say.
Maybe not at this.
No, not
so
at this
you know,
level. No,
when,
I'm speaking in
when you're
general.
looking at the 223 players in this tournament,
yeah,
I bet a good chunk of them feel very fortunate in their lives. All poker players globally, I don't know, 95% unlucky.
Yeah.
98.
So maybe that just goes to show that these are the lucky ones. And if you're in the YouTube chat right now, you just complaining about the bad beats. Actually, you're just unlucky. These guys just got lucky. They run good. And there's the chip counts on this feature table. Everything is Osmus. 52 big blinds. Beautiful double up there. Cale Burns doing really well with 45. Rokash, 41 blinds. All the way down to Vogelsang, the one whose blood they want. 14 blinds. No extreme short stacks, but certainly Vogelsang is in that chip range where people will be prepared to flick it in light. Blinds are 30K, 60K. You're watching Triton. We're in Korea, in Jeju, where the bulgogi flows like wine. I've had some delicious Korean dishes out here. Bulgogi being a standout.
You had that kimchi stew yet? At the barbecue place?
What barbecue place?
It's a nice sinus cleanse and delicious.
Okay, I could use
well.
sinus cleanse.
Oh, it's a spicy one.
Do our vouchers work for that? Or
Yeah.
Okay, I've only used the vouchers at the one place. I remember James told me about some other places, but I haven't looked into it.
Jeju-san.
Jeju-san it's called?
Yeah, over by the
Thank
movie
you so
theater,
much.
which you also didn't know existed, if I remember correctly.
Do we know if they play English movies there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But if they do,
I'll go.
I'd like to know about it. I've only seen 6 movies in my life, so why not?
You don't have to exaggerate just because you're on TV, Kevin. It's not. We know it's
Why
not
not
6.
Score number 7.
We're very grateful that you not only come here for the poker, but that you listen to Kevin and I's nonsense sometimes. You know, we learn from the best. Ali is the king of nonsense. We're just following his lead. Oh, and look at that guy. Phil Ivey. Everyone's been following his lead for years. Inspiring so many poker players. He doesn't look thrilled, but we don't have the flop yet, which means anything can happen. Looks to be ace-10 offsuit for Sean Winter. who should have Phil Ivey covered quite significantly, who only has king 10, so he's going to need to get lucky.
Oh.
Can he wiggle his way out of this? And so far, so good. King, queen, deuce. Just needs to dodge a jack or an ace. Queen on the turn. No club in hand for Winter. And look at that.
Action there, by the way. Pretty huge call from Ivy. We had a few limps before it got to table chip leader Sean Winter in the small blind, and he just ripped for 4 million. Daring anyone to enter the pot, and Ivy accepted the challenge with just 20 big blinds in his stack in the big blind.
Is that king 10 off or suited?
Seeing in the app king 10 offsuit,
Yeah.
king of hearts, 10 of diamonds.
I think the blinds.
Yeah, wow, just goes for it.
Oh, like that. Okay.
We waited a pretty long time.
Get the feeling that Sean Winter's been active.
Maybe Sean Winter's been
at
kind
that
of-
table, you
Yeah.
know. A lot of short stacks at the table, a lot of bounties to hunt for. Don't think that was his first jam.
You have 4 stacks of white, Kale?
If you include the one on the top, yes.
Okay, thanks. Call.
Osmus with a very reasonable king-queen on the button. Maybe hoping for Vogelsang's rejam to go in out of the small blind or even just a call, but don't think 9-4 suited qualifies. And now when the 3 of these players are 40 big blinds effective or so, you know, that bounty consideration a little bit pushed aside. Unlikely that it comes up in this pot unless a lot more money goes in.
Yeah, worth noting after that massive clash between Phil Ivey and Sean Winter, Ivey all the way up to 4th in chips. I mean, pretty important stuff. I'm sure players would love to see the GOAT on an FT here in Triton.
Having a big stack in these events can be so valuable. Find yourself in a chance to accumulate double-digit bounties even, potentially. Can be worth a lot of money. Half the prize pool goes into the bounty pool. Although they don't draw for how much they're worth until the end of this event.
Some equity for Rokash. But spades now for Cale Burns as well as that top pair from the flop. Yeah, going to be able to fold out some hands like a 7-5 as we go to the outer table, and there's some big laughs. With these 3 hands all in between Winfred Yu, Phil Ivey, and Ding Biao. Looks like this was. I mean, wow, Ivey, this is
I
crazy.
think that's
Ivey.
Wang Yang who's
How much you play?
in there with the short stack.
He's got like
And they both fought for it.
Bounty at risk.
Wow, just insane.
And it looks like Ding Biao might be winning a very, very big hand, if I have it correctly.
Yeah, three-way pre-flop all in, I believe. King Queen suited for Wang. He's already gone. Biao had King 6 offsuit, which makes a pair of sixes against Ivy's Ace Queen.
Oh, okay. That was different. That was
So Yang all in under the gun.
Bill
Ivy
has
reshoves from
3.3.
the small, and Ding Biao just goes for it with the King 6. Do I have that right?
Looks like, well, Ding Biao started with a limp from under the gun. And when it got over to Ivy, he just flatted. So when Wang Yang goes all in from the big blind,
Yeah,
Ding
then
Biao
he
is
ISO.
first.
Yeah, of course.
Ahead of Ivy here, right? So he tries to isolate Ivy out of the pot, and Ivy just was trapping with the ace queen. Happy to call when it gets back to
Stuff you only
him.
really see in a bounty tournament, especially a mystery bounty in particular. Ivy left on crumbs, just going to have
1.2, is it?
about 5-6 big blinds after that incredible clash. It gives it a significant chip lead to Ding Biao as we pick back up. Kale Burns, of course, calling on the turn.
Sure, I just can't fold, I don't think.
No, he can't fold
Probably
this.
not folding.
2-pair.
Says out loud, probably not folding. Honestly, a little bit surprised he's not thinking about putting in the last 570 in the event that Asapauskas has kings.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, Asapauskas would just probably fold for the additional 570, right? I mean, it sounds crazy, but...
Dangerous game to play, folding for
yeah,
the last little bit of your stack.
with bounty, I understand, but, I mean...
But yeah, certainly
Call.
not a hand we expect Kale to fold. 2-pair out of the big blind.
Yeah, and
And now-
Rokash sees he gets a bit unlucky with that particular river card. Would have worked against, say, an 8-5 of spades, 8-4 of spades, with Burns just getting 2-pair and another very significant pot. We're really getting some big stacks being developed here in these unique scenarios.
Yeah, and Asapauskas now has a target on his back at this table, sub 10 big blinds.
Pretty savvy trap from Ivy, if you think about with that ace-queen. Maybe
Yeah,
we
it's a
prefer-
great play, similar to the pocket jacks flat of Ivan Zhang here, who I was
You don't want to break even stack?
Yeah, thanks.
complimenting for that same reason.
A little bit of OCD.
Oh, I have another one even. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's too clean.
Red one, right? Basically have to fold to a raise now to keep
Yeah,
my
it's
stack.
just bad feng shui.
Now Asapauskas in the hijack with the target on his back. He's only got 7 blinds. Rates to get called by much worse than King 10, and this is interesting for Vogelsang because this is the only bounty at the table he qualifies for. And he knows if he puts in this hand, the players behind are going to be licking their lips, thinking about a double knockout. But 7-3 offsuit.
10, and that's 580 or so.
Not what we're looking for, but Manuel Fritz knows he has a decision, a little math problem to do. If Fritz wins both, he wins 160,000 in EV.
I had 7-3 off.
I was like, yeah, probably going to play some stuff here. Can't play this one.
Doesn't think it's good enough.
7-3 suited, I'm in.
Graceful for you.
I'm not complaining.
Hear him say there that the 7-3 suited would have been in, but as it stands, Asapauskas at risk and Vogelsang hunting for a bounty.
Yeah, kind of a rare scenario for Vogelsang. Been the shortest stack on the table, but with that,
I'm complaining.
yeah, too bad. Not even a chance to get the bounty.
How much?
And I said Osapauskas had a target on his back, but now with just 3 big blinds, Vogelsang here and everyone taking note.
$570? $570?
You have 3 deuce.
Yeah, 3 deuce. Let's give you a walk.
7.
Updated look at our chip counts. Cale Burns, significant chip lead over the rest of the field here with 59 blinds, all the way down to Tom Vogelsang, who was very fortunate to get an opportunity for a bounty from the short-stacked Rokash, but Rokash turning that king, drawing him dead, and now the Sharkies, they really smell the blood in the water. They want Vogelsang's bounty badly. For that bounty can turn into a lot of moolah, Kev. A lot of moolah.
Yeah, just how much is there to be won, Griffin, in the bounty draw that comes after this tournament?
So yeah, listen, there's 21 $40,000 bounties, 12 $60,000, 10 $80,000, 8 $100,000, 4 worth 200 grand, and then that big daddy at the top. $500,000.
How much? 240. Thank you.
So, look, I mean,
17.
yeah, I joked about how I was disappointed to see first place in this event was less than $1 million, but if you combine that $935,000 for our eventual champion with some of these bounties, we could have a prize of total prize for the top earner up in that $1.5 million range, even more if they get really lucky.
Yeah, oftentimes in this format, the biggest winner is not the player who wins the tournament, but whoever draws that bounty, because if you get 3rd place and draw that $500,000, edges you above the champion potentially.
Yeah, and the bounty ceremony will be held tomorrow during the dinner break of a 150K buy-in. Ivy all in here.
Just 320K to start this hand.
And he takes it back, which means it's either a chop or Ivy's just doubled up.
Yeah. I would do the same.
Looks like ace-7 offsuit for Ivy, ace-8 offsuit for Matas and Bolas.
Yeah, and Phil will take that chop.
Didn't go all in.
No.
$17 players remain here in the 40K mystery bounty. This is the 6th event this week here at Triton Jeju. As we take a look at the other table, looks like Phil Ivey all in once again.
Oh,
to be expected. He looks like he has a couple of paint cards against an ace-X.
I think we need people. We need players.
Sorry, I was rooting for Phil.
Looks like a double.
Yeah, it was
all
ace
in,
7
double
offsuit
knockout, potentially.
Reuter.
I don't like 100%.
Or Rakita, pardon me. Ding Biao with ace 9 and Ivy with king jack. It came 6, 7, 8 for Rakita to jump into the lead. A jack on the turn.
Is this
10 on the river, giving Ding Biao the straight.
What's your number? 59?
And a mild grimacing Ivy.
Oh.
He's gotten worse beats than that in his life after turning the best hand. Is going to head out as our 17th place finisher.
I was.
And Ding Biao now with just absolute heaps.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best.
I mean, that is also going to knock out Roland Rakita in 16th. There was no pay jump. They both got 56,000 for their efforts. As 15 remain.
$1,700,000. Okay, thank you.
So Vogelsang effectively all in here with the queen 10 for 3 big blinds.
Yeah, left a 5K chip back, but I don't think he plans to fold it. Ivan doing a little check of his own stack size to see if he covers the jam of Manuel Fritz, but finds out that he does not.
Really? Really, you have it?
Little pay jump tracking.
Yeah, definitely. We do have a pay jump from 56,000 to 63 grand. Actually, he's already made it with 15 left. I think he doesn't realize, as Roland was our 16th place finisher.
Good call.
Ah, no, bad call. Why no ace jack? Whoa.
Great start for Tom Vogelsang. Open-ended straight draw now. Any king or 9 added to the king or 8, pardon me, added to the outs of the queen. A little snicker at that unfortunate turn card.
That's pretty good. 2 people busted.
Vogelsang with $2.1 million in earnings here, Triton.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's out of here.
Okay, good luck, guys.
Good luck out there. You got a pay jump?
Actually, 2 people busted?
And you had time banks.
That's absurd.
Actually.
178.
This I take, yeah?
Yes, please, for tomorrow.
Outbound is tomorrow.
Huh?
You're gonna.
Oh, tomorrow. Yeah, the draw. So that means
So usually we redraw at 16
That's
players. But we're going rogue here,
I mean,
Kevin.
If you look at the list, it's 14
We're going to be
players,
redrawing at 14 because there were so many eliminations between those 2 tables.
So we're redrawing now?
Yeah.
I think so.
Are we holding up? Did she say hold up?
Has to be. It's redraw, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Just wanna
14
make sure
table
she
there.
knew.
Yeah.
It's my big blind. I'm sure she knows. But.
We got those soft skills, Jeremy. You stop that fucking dealing.
Can't play it.
Here's a look at what we're left with, or was going to be left with on the table, but of course we are going to be switching them up a little bit. Cale Burns doing real great up there, second in chips overall. Jeremy Osmus, I mean, what a series he's having. Talked about how he wanted to come out to more Triton events. Came out and he's doing pretty good. He's doing all right.
Not bad.
He's doing all right. Folded those got away from those pocket kings on the river. That turned into $2 million. Now he's here. He's got a chance to not only get a nice big score with $935,000 up top. I mean, we're talking about 14 players left, but the bounties are really what make this so exciting and so fun for the players when we do pull those bounties tomorrow night on the dinner break. But first and foremost, focusing on getting down to that FT and crowning a winner here, another Triton event.
Yeah, I mean, what we were just watching there, getting down to that redraw very quickly, was a lot of action at one of the outer tables. And if I look in the app, right now our chip leader, Ding Biao, 8.4 million chips on the heels of a couple of big all-ins against Phil Ivey, who had a mountain of chips at that same table. We saw the big pre-flop all-in with King 6 offsuit, takes down the ace-queen of Ivey. I mean, these are the types of pots that we see in a mystery bounty format, and whoever's on the right side of them can just run away with the tournament in some cases, collect a lot of bounties, and draw for a heap of cash.
Yeah, and you know, strictly no-limit hold'em events, you know, if we did that only here at Triton, it could get a little stale from time to time. You know, of course, we do have the short deck to look forward to, the PLO, but to have a little wrinkle in the format with the no-limit events is always fun, and you can see these very strange pots going down, like the King 6 to Ace Queen, and you know, the legend Phil Ivey going down. So yeah, some nice figures left in this thing. Of course, talked about Ding Biao, Jeremy Osmus, the incredible series he's having. Cale Burns, a contender, someone who's cashed in almost all the events so far here in Jeju. Matthias Eibinger, he's been around, he's been bobbing and weaving. We've seen him in a lot of events so far, building stacks. Sean Winter, you know, quite unlucky in that 3 million chip pot against Phil Ivey, but he's still in contention in 8th. So yeah, it's good stuff. Tell me, I missed a little bit of the action today in the previous event that eventually went down to a winner, Anatoly Filatov, the very fun, very enigmatic character coming away. What were some of your takeaways from that event?
Yeah, I mean, Anatoly Filatov was the star of that event.
Yeah.
Definitely, you know, the one to watch. He proved that early in the final table with some ambitious bluffs. And before that information maybe reached the other players who weren't allowed to use the app as we are in the booth, you saw Filatov get away with a couple of cheeky bluffs and then immediately just got hit by the deck and heads up play and ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that, you know, especially in a situation on a final table where, you know, you can get away with one bluff. You're like, okay, I'm not going to be able to get away necessarily with stuff like that. And then for you to maybe tighten up a little bit in the context of like making moves or just getting hit by the deck, that's a huge win, you know, a career win for Anatoly Filatov, and I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled. He was wearing a great mask too when he came out. I mean, what a character. He knows how much people love his antics, and he's just a great figure when he comes out here to the Triton stops. Let's head back to this 40K bounty. 14 players left, playing down to a winner. But for now, we'll go to a couple commercials. Come back in 3 or 4 minutes. We'll be waiting for you here.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. We're now joined by everyone's fan favorite, Randy Liu.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, listen, they've been calling for you. They're like, where's Randy? It's late in the day here, but you're finally here and you're ready to cover this bounty, this 40K.
Well, I'm here for I would say one of the most exciting tournaments in our series because it's the mystery bounty. And in the mystery bounty, of course, it's the fun aspect of opening envelopes, but it's how they get that envelopes that makes the action fun. Because the players are just going to go ham, right? They're just going to go after every bounty. It doesn't really matter if they got like 10, 5, 15 blinds. They will get in there with high equity because each bounty envelope is worth $80K in terms of EV, which is 2 buy-ins. That's quite massive.
Yeah, it adds up. And we did see, we've been seeing, I think, a lot of examples over the course of our coverage today of how the strategy shifts, but none that highlight it more than the hand between Ding Biao and Phil Ivey. We saw Ding Biao raise under the gun with the King 6 offsuit because of the big blind having sub 10 big blinds. Comes around to Phil Ivey in the small blind, who just flats off 3 million, so 50 big blinds with the ace queen. The big blind does decide to go all in. Ding Biao reshoves, Ivey snaps, and then a 6 on the flop. Ding Biao holds for a 7 million chip pot and is suddenly our massive chip leader. So this is not the stuff that we're used to seeing. It's important to sort of understand the format and see why something like that would happen. Ding Biao is no fish that's just shoving in King 6 for chip lead stacks. This is a very, very specific thing about the format. Ivey knows that as well. He's not going to take it personally. He would have probably done the exact same thing. And quite frankly, it was a great trap from the greatest of all time that didn't go well for him this time around.
Yeah, so my expectation just with Mystery Bounty, this format's going to be extremely fast. We're also playing 7-handed, which is also going to drive the action even more so. And mainly the way people play their ranges is based on the chip stacks of where the short stack is mainly. Yeah. But if we want to take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, we can see currently with 14 remaining, Ding Biao's got a massive lead. He's got 105 big blind. It's the dream. He literally covers everyone. He has access to the full prize pool right now. Unlike if we look at the very bottom, Rokas and Ivan Zhang, they're sitting on 15, 20 big blinds now. They can't really collect any bounties, but their strategy should be to look to value jam wider and bluff a little bit less.
Yeah, and they are also going to still be aware that players are going to be chasing after their elimination to get their bounties, so that might affect which situations they decide to put their chips in. We saw Ding Biao did eliminate 2 players in that hand, but that doesn't necessarily mean he has the most bounties. That's something that we're going to get into a bit later about sort of who has the amount of bounties. Bounties, I heard Ibinger in particular was getting a lot of bounties over the course of this thing so far. So that's going to be really interesting because they get all the way up from the 80,000 sort of average value, 40,000 all the way up to $500,000 for the biggest one. That's big. That's winning half a Triton right there. So that means a lot.
Yeah. So let's take a quick peek at the feature table that we're about to get. You can see that we do have a lot of big stacks here. We got Burns, Bodzikowski, Osmus. These are all heavy hitters. They do cover the rest of the table here. And if we also look at the red table very quickly, this is where the chip leader Ding Biao is sitting. Multiple 4 million stacks behind him, but also covering the 20 and 23 big blind stacks.
Yeah, such a significant lead there. It's very not what we're used to seeing. 14 players left, 2 tables and a player with over 100 big blinds, but that's what we have with Ding Biao, and he's a threat, man. He's a real apex predator, Ding Biao. You know, one of my favorites from my first Triton stop back in Montenegro. As we see the way the rest of the chips look like, you know, no extreme short stacks. Rokash is going to be our table non-chip leader, our tournament non-chip leader, as it were, 15 blinds over on that blue table. Ivan Zhang with just 20. Ben Tollerine, one of the best players in the world, at 24. All the way up to Ding Biao. Again, Matthias Eibinger with a ton of bounties so far in this event.
Ivy for 1. What's this?
Elis Parsonen, PLO Crusher, also knows how to tango and no limit hold'em. Folds.
Pretty good with 2 guns. You should see him with 4. In this here bounty. I did have the idea of wearing like a cowboy getup.
Oh,
I didn't
know you packed one.
Yeah, maybe next stop. I didn't think about it until this morning, you know, hard to find a cowboy store out here in the resorts world.
Ivan Zhang is gonna reshove 20 big blinds with deuces.
I need a chip count, please.
And I would say normally this would be a snap
You have
fold for 20 big
1.9.
blinds, but
I guess I can look.
you see, Ibinger's putting some chips on that toy car.
I mean, we've seen chips go on that toy car, and then we've seen it rolled out in the middle a couple times.
Yeah.
Kind of becoming his thing. Yeah, and the black things there laid out in this sort of aggressive manner, representing the amount of bounty chips he has required.
So I got 8. So he's seeking the 9th.
Yeah. And he's going to go for it here? He's putting it on the car?
All right.
No, he's not. It's maybe a bit too many chips. Oh, he's
No, they're going in. 80K EV.
Wow.
I mean, that's like 2 buy-ins.
He shows the deuce. And then the ace.
How much was it?
Best case scenario for Ivan Zhang, literally no better hand he could get called by.
Yeah, this is the only scenario where he's reasonably ahead.
Yeah.
$3.3 million
Yeah,
chip pot.
smile for Ivan Zhang. He's like, all right, yeah, uh-oh, uh-oh.
You think he's smiling now? Because he is a pure coin flip on this flop.
I would like a
hot
6.
in turn.
How about drawing dead?
Wow. And Matthias with a little smirk of like, yeah, I'm liking
Another bounty?
this 6-shooter action here. 9th bounty. 9th bounty. My goodness.
It's the right tournament to be lucky. Yes.
Little correction here from James, always helping me out here. Because one of those bounty chips is his own, that was technically his 8th. But he has 9 now.
It could also just be double the amount to first, and you do the same thing.
Actually, can I have lemon too? Actually, thank you.
For me, a green tea with lemon as well, but hot, please.
Hot. We're taking
green
hot.
tea with
Yeah.
lemon.
You want cold? Cold. Oh, cold. For me, hot.
You know, we get to the final table pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The game is just completely different because the thing is, if you play your normal ranges and you don't go after bounties, you're basically foregoing half of the prize pool, which, you know, it's not really a good strategy, right? Like,
No.
you're putting in 40K to play for half the prize pool. You want to play for the full prize pool, hence why you saw Eibinger really get out of line there with that call. Onto this hand, Cale Burns is the table captain. He's hoping for some short stacks to get in there. Oh, problem is Ryuta Nakai's got kings.
Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious. And, you know, Ryuta, having seen that this 20 big blind shove with deuces got snapped, maybe you want to just like be balanced here and shove, but is instead going to find a 3-bet, which I would think would look exceptionally strong, Randy.
Yeah, but even if it looks strong,
you're still going to peel with like a very playable hand or put in a big one, right?
Exactly. So
you're not going to be scared.
It's okay to still 3-bet just because you got a huge 80K bounty on top of your head.
Yeah,
Received 80K at least.
Yeah, like Jack 10 suited, for instance, I think would fold for 20 big blinds here, but would call this extra, 300.
There we go. Burns is happy until he sees 2 kings.
I was a bit worried, but what can I do?
Let's see if the worst hand can get there.
Looked real strong.
Quite safe for Japan's Nakai. One more chance for Burns to get there.
Seven of diamonds complete the boards, and the man from Japan doubles up to 3.5 million. Makes him quite healthy.
What's even better is that he's got a stack that covers the majority of the table now.
Okay.
Burns had multiple deep runs so far this series, but really unable to convert it into a top 3 finish so far. Nakai, 44 bigs.
Lines in, please.
So far, so standard.
Mm-hmm. Some pause here from Symbolis.
What's he got? Queen, 9 of hearts for the cutoff. Memo Fritz, King 5 off. Does have the covering stack, so he has incentive to defend. Pretty much will always see like the bigger stack defend their big blind, assuming their hand is somewhat reasonable. So flop incoming. Open and a straight draw from Matis.
Just a bet should do this trick here against Fritz.
Could be a very simple hand. 110K. That's the winner. Quarter pot.
So, exclusive at Bet ACR. You can head over there and bet on some sports, all that kind of good stuff. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis. There's Nacho Barbera there, celebrating a Omaha win here at Triton. What a character that guy is.
What if you could have bet on that one? Probably could have. You checked out that ACR.
Yeah. Rokash, not bad for a button hand here. You just know you're going to potentially get called light here. 16, 17 big blinds effective against these two larger stacks.
200.
2.5 X's instead. Maybe thinking this hand is even too strong just to shove. I mean, it does make sense, Randy, in the sense that I think normally this hand would be a bit too good to just open shove all the time. A lot of like min-raise and deuces. And you know what, Fritz? Very, very playable hand from the small blind there. Doesn't decide to C3 with the covering stack.
Yeah, I think the problem is Jeremy Osmus is the one that closes the action. So if he just flats there, his range is super capped.
Yeah, and Osmus is going to go for this.
Yeah, I believe the 2.5x open the button is basically, well, I'm the shortest stack.
You're
These guys are still going to defend anyways. Might as well get more out of them. And that is amazing for Osmus. And it's not a bad flop for 2/8s.
No, the kind of one you want to just throw out a little bet for protection, expect to get a lot of folds. Don't expect to get check raised very often.
I think there's a high likelihood, though, Osmus will check raise.
Definitely.
Main reason is if he doesn't check raise, it's very hard for him to get the bounty.
Yeah.
Right? So you kind of always want to create a situation where you can get the bounty. Because let's say he just check calls, may go check on turn, and what, he's going to bet $1 million all of a sudden?
Yeah. What is interesting, too, about this check raise, you know, obviously it is representing a 4, but some aces, Osmus might have just shoved with pre, which eliminates some of them there. Do you think, Randy?
Yeah, that's why he's bet calling the 2/8s. He figures this is a 4x or nothing. The aces that can check raise for value are the big aces. They would have just re-jammed. So you're right about that.
I often am, Randy.
Osmus's plan, of course, though, once he saw that he got check raised on a flop is, well, most likely Rokas has got an ace. How do I set it up to just get all of his money? Do I just jam? Do I bet small? He's going to go small, it seems, with a bunch of whites.
Yeah, very difficult for Jeremy Osmus to be bluffing here if he shoves for 80% pot. So just puts out another bet that says, hey, listen, if you didn't believe me, maybe you did just float that flop with King X of spades or something, and now you can just fold. Or something like what he has, pocket eights. That might have to fold here if he was bluffing, right? But you know what, he's going to call
That's
again.
a huge
It's
call.
Yeah, whatever Jeremy's doing here, it's really working. I think we're getting a good sort of window into what makes him so good.
You know how mad Osmus is right now at that river card? He's like, seriously?
You know what I want to see?
What?
I want to see a check, and I want to see a shove. And a fold of the 4. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't just like Rokash realizing, like, okay, maybe he was bluffing and I'm good,
sick.
but like maybe he has a 4 and he'll fold, right?
You're right.
I mean, that would be a remarkable.
I mean, doesn't Osmus have to check this?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be near impossible, I think, for Rokash to turn this hand to a bluff because it's just going to feel like this is now split between a give up and a 4. And if you're going to be good half the time, you may as well just check back. But it sure does look like Rokash has an ace. Important to note also, near 1.5 million in there, just for another 600K. Maybe Osmus even just calls the rest, right? 40% pot, 35% pot with a 4.
Maybe.
It's not like you're just always getting a fold because you should have an ace.
Huh, this is actually kind of interesting with 2 8s. Because I believe you are right that it's kind of crossing his mind. Osmus never has ace. He's just asking the question. Will he fold a 4 for 600,000?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, then I guess you just hope you're beating some random bluff.
The thing is like, I think random bluff is, yeah. And now he's thinking, he's like, maybe I should have shoved. Maybe I should have folded the turn. Yeah, that's a bit of a cooler. But I still think important to mention, Mr. Liu. Really well played by Osmus to get that extra money on the turn there.
Good.
Thank you. This is green tea? Okay.
Yeah, I did on the river. Yeah.
He used it, yeah.
Oh.
He used one on the turn, but that's it, I think. Yeah.
Raise 160,000.
Look at Makita opening Jack 10 offsuit for his position. Kale's going to come along with King Queen off. Little piece for Burns. Makita's got the gut shot. Very favorable board for him. Ace, King, 3 rainbow. And actually blocks some of the key hands that can call him down, like Ace, Jack, Ace, 10. Makita could go quite hard on this board texture, flop, turn, river if he wants to.
Going to be up against a perceived, you know, ace rag, middling king range once he gets called on the flop.
It wouldn't surprise me if he goes with a big sizing. Yeah, because this board heavily favors him, and he can put a King X in a very tough spot.
I mean, he's already in a tough spot. This is, you know, 15% of Cale Burns' stack. Probably going to feel like he's too high up in his range, but, I mean, if he's going to be facing this bet and having, you know, calling all his aces, maybe he needs to really think about folding some of his kings to this size, but the king-queen, I guess, is just too strong, right?
Yeah, the thing is about king-queen is it blocks ace-king and ace-queen that can really go max value 3 streets. So that's why the king-queen comes in as a call.
Yeah, and this call is going to quite strengthen Cale Burns' range as well. If this sizing may have gotten out some weak kings sometimes, certainly all the 3Xs.
Still, though, it
range
wouldn't...
advantage is still in Makita's favor significantly, yeah.
I wouldn't surprise me he bets again and jams a lot of blank rivers. He really is blocking some of the best aces, and he probably doesn't expect the ace rags to fold the flop, but they will strongly consider on the turn, and of course the king, queen, king, jack. This makes a lot of sense.
900,000.
Like
Yeah,
when you have a
this
pure range advantage, you tend to go with bigger sizings on a board where your opponent is very capped, right? Like Burns doesn't have ace, king, kings, and aces for not 3-betting pre.
This is a great example of the kind of pressure the best players in the world will put you on. I mean, this is just like you're staring down the barrel of this absolutely assassin. Yeah, you're just like, okay, man, jeez.
Yeah, sometimes you just know your opponent's capable. You're like, am I really just going to call him down here and potentially bust? Because Makita knows what I know. And I don't want to get stacked here with just king, queen.
It's strong. It's power poker, baby. There are the chip counts of our final 13 players right now. Ding Biao extending his chip lead over there up to 9 million in chips. Ibinger also gaining over there with 7.275. We mentioned 8 bounties acquired so far. Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Randy, it's bounty, baby. This is, you love this stuff, huh? You love the mystery bounty stuff. Come on.
Well, it's like
Come on.
Short stacks. The 20 big blind guys are now like the 10 big blind guys. You know, big stacks going after each other. I mean, like, do you blame them? Each bounty they collect is worth, on average, 2 buy-ins to this tournament. You know, like, you often don't see those kind of pay jumps until like the very end of the tournament. You know, like they were able to get these bounties before even money even started, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's insane.
Yeah, and you know, we did mention, of course, a couple times now, Ibinger's leading the charge with 8 bounties that could turn into a lot of money when we pull them at the dinner break tomorrow of the 150K. But also, not to be outdone, Symbolis with 6 of his own, so I'm sure he's excited about ripping those tomorrow. Of course, the main focus right now is to try to win that $935,000 first prize, but you know, once we see these bounties being pulled tomorrow, the total score for some of these players may eclipse that $1 million amount. So we are going to go on a scheduled break here, come back and check things out in about 10 minutes, and we're going to get down to our final table of the 40K mystery bounty here at Triton Jeju.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
to mention giving the chance for our chip leader Calvin Lee to come in the big blind at a good price. But I understand not wanting to 3-bet and face the shove, because is this the spot we want to take against Fedor Holtz +1?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Queen 10 tray, set
salad.
over set. Lee thinks that this is gin. As we can see, it's little more than tonic. And let's not sleep on the fact that Fedor has an open ender.
Yeah, this is nasty. Fedor doing well to check over to Igor. This flat and +2 has him a little concerned, and this is a board that rates to connect well with him.
Well, we are playing with matches in a pool of gasoline right about now. Igor lighting the fuse.
Careful little recheck of the cards to make sure he's not dreaming. But Calvin has a similar position to what we just saw Anatoly playing with the 10-9 of spades. He's sandwiched between two players in a multi-way pot. Standard procedure is to just call and see what Fedor does. And
It is wet texture, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good price for a 6-out draw to the nuts. You got to think that Fedor is going to stick around, but it's not clear to me if he does it by raising or calling.
Well, the latter would obviously be incendiary. He does close the action with a call. Pot grows to 6 million. Fedor makes a pair. The ace-king staring those sets in the face.
And this might be the only saving grace for Calvin, who now recognizes that Fedor's range contains a number of hands that he loses to. I mean, there's 6 million in the pot already, Ali. It's difficult to get away from pocket threes for only 8 million more, but we might start to see some players exercising caution, thinking that Fedor has ace-king from early position more often than anyone else. Igor doesn't seem like someone who's going to check behind a hand this strong, though.
I mean, you do want to charge a price to draws instead of allow them to take a tug at the river free of charge. And in the event you are beaten at present by a straight, you're drawing live against that.
I like that he's taking some time here. Even if he knows that he's going to bet this turn, this is a really, really complicated scenario to navigate. And anytime you're faced with that, you don't want to rush through anything, especially against skilled players who can read into that.
He's covered by both opponents. Oh, wow.
He did
It
check
looked very much like bet was on his mind. Instead, he checks, and somehow Fedor Holtz is going to be the winner at a showdown as an ace rolls off, and these sets hate this card.
I mean, the butterfly effect from each decision is just mind-blowing in this pot. Calvin could have raised the flop, chooses to abide by standard procedures instead, and Igor, I'd admit, surprisingly to me, decided to check behind the turn. He's maybe concerned that there's a few better sets as well in Fedor's range. Pocket jacks could arrive here, as well as the ace-king we mentioned previously.
Lee predictably knuckling. Now for Fedor, he sits on the nuts.
And while we can see that Fedor has an unbeatable hand, he's got to start to think between these two ranges, how do I get value from something that isn't just a chop with my hand? Because there's 3 other kings out there. They're not that difficult for either player to have in their range as played. So if Fedor wants to get value from the nuts in this situation, he can't just blast. He has to find some creative way. Yeah, he comes with a small bet.
Quarter pot, which I confess was what I anticipated from Yaroshevskyy in position on the turn. But how well served was he to check? Because presumably that sizing wasn't going to shed Holtz. Unless maybe Lee were to have check raised, which seems super improbable in that spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't have been enough hand, I think. for Lee to raise. Wow, he just, no time bank, folds it. I mean, this is a difficult situation for Fedor to find bluffing options. I'm thinking like maybe 10x of spades, and Igor had that card in his hand, so maybe he recognizes it's really hard for you to bluff here unless you're starting to turn hands like a queen or even an ace-high flush draw into a bluff on the river. I mean, how do we do that?
Is aces up in the value range ever with one check in front of us and one opponent behind who?
That's what Calvin's got to start thinking about is, you know, how often am I up against ace-queen right now or even ace-jack trying to set a price? It feels within the realm of possibility, but even just needing to be good 1 in 6 times, it feels like a stretch to me. Now, I admit I would probably pay this off in Calvin's shoes if I gave Fedor any credit to finding bluffs, because the pocket 3 is just really strong and
yeah, you saw
no
Lee
interaction.
rolling his eyes, never really expects the hand to be good with a high frequency, but it only needed to be good 1 in 6 times, as you mentioned, for it to be a break-even spot. And it's 3 Americans in total, by the way, in Saliba, Lee, and Coleman. That would be where the fellow American is directing his support. Ace-9 here for Saliba.
Normally ace-9 offsuit with a chip advantage, pretty reasonable open from under the gun, but we're 9-handed right now, and Justin is only 3rd in chips. I think it's a good fold.
Pocket 10s. They didn't do so great for Igor, as Calvin welcomes them, along with what would appear to be a crick in his neck. Min-raise open.
And for John Ander on 8 big blinds, ace-queen offsuit is a lot of hand, even facing an early position open.
Boom, 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 boom.
We're going to see at least that amount going in here.
Ace-queen off.
All in.
As good a hand as Vallinas says he could hope for. Not going to be patient any longer. 3.2 as a jam. Another 2.4 and a tickle required of Calvin. He does make the call and will be delighted to be in front. But when he is in front, he expects more often than not it'll be versus 2 overcards. So you can see the equity. 43% for Vallinas. $7.5 million.
No, I never get drunk.
Never drunk in his life.
Tense moments
I don't need to drink
for the
to
Spaniard. Can he find the spin?
It's so fun.
9-7 tray, monotone with the 10 of diamonds in Lee's hand. And Vallinas knows this is an ambitious mountain to climb. Turn. No bueno. Is there a non-diamond ace or queen available? Show yourself if so. No such luck. And for Vallinas, he will deliver the remains of his tokens to the right as Lee will claim the first pass against opponents that you know are a little bit more apt to peel, and obviously that'll be a function of not just play style, but stack depth and the overall distribution of chips, ladders, ICM, things like that. That, okay, you're a little bit more well-served, but we can't always just presume under the gun raise plus c-bet means overpair in that spot, which is the dream for top set.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was, huh? 10-8-3?
No, when we have
10-8 something.
10-8-3.
3 out of the 4 10s in the
Good
deck,
memory,
we benefit a lot from the bluffs.
I don't even remember my cards.
Ace queen has 1 out of the 4 aces and 1 out of the 4 queens have joined forces for Calvin.
I told you nuts.
10s is really glitching its way to many different players. Orpen has been waiting for a spot. Not that it's a single decision point sort of stack depth for him.
Yeah, and on the button, I think coming with a 3-bet is the way to go here. It's a little bit intimidating. And interesting that he chooses 2.5. You know, he had 2 options. He could have gone for all of it or effectively all of it, you know, maybe made it 6 or 7 million. But by inducing, he's leaving Calvin room to maybe 4-bet all in with a suited ace, which we've seen from him in the past. Maybe 4-bet all in with a hand like this, and he does. I think Orpen's putting the chips in here.
Yeah. I don't think he expected all too often to be up against the 4-bet jam, but on this occasion, Calvin pressing things. Are you okay with this choice?
It's the right type of hand to go for 4-bet all in. We don't really want to call out a position with an offsuit ace.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. I'm with Randy Liu. We're covering event number 7, the 40K No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty. Little change from our first, 5-6 events out here. And it's sort of an interesting format, a little change in strategy for some of these super high rollers. Really half the prize pool going towards, players getting eliminated, basically. And that was collecting those bounties to eventually the mystery of opening up those envelopes tomorrow, which is very fun and exciting. It's really an event at every one of these stops when we start pulling these things tomorrow. For now, the business with the last, half a dozen players or so is seeing if you can take down that $935,000 first prize. Yeah.
Yeah, and the biggest bounty hunter right now is Matthias Eibinger, and what's crazy is that he already has 8 bounties under his belt, and I'm looking at the prize pool, and, in terms of EV,
yeah,
8 times 80K, so what, 640,000 guaranteed EV. That's already more than second place. So it's kind of like he already got second place, even though we haven't even gotten to that portion of the tournament. And Matas has also got guaranteed more than third place in EV, of course.
Yes,
he could run bad. He can pull a bunch of 40s, or he can pull the big 500 and some of the other big ones too.
Yeah, important to note. It is the equity of what those are worth, and not necessarily. I mean, there's someone that gets maybe 1-2 bounties that could pull that $500,000 big bounty, and that's part of what's so fun about this format. If we sort of look at the leaderboard, though, one man we haven't mentioned since we come back here is Ding Biao, who has that big chip lead. He had that massive hand eliminating 2 players in Rokita and Phil Ivey, sitting there in first place. So that's going to be a nice position to be in as we move down to our final table. There is the room from here in the Landing Casino in Jeju, Shinhwa World theme park just outside. And there are our chip counts. Again, Ding Biao with the lead over on the red table. 2 massive stacks in first and second, actually, with Eibinger, 73. The Finn Parsonen, the PLO expert. Sean Winter as well over there. And leading the blue table is Mikita Badziakowski. No slouch over there. We just saw a really brilliant, pressuresome 2-barrel bluff with that range advantage against Cale Burns, the Aussie sensation.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's a theme park outside, but the way the action's been here, it kind of seems like the theme park is here.
Okay.
A lot of roller coasters.
Okay, Randy.
It's a bit of a carnival,
That's why you're in that action. That's why you're in that color seat.
Couple 8s for Manuel Fritz.
225.
Gonna start with a 2.2 5x open.
How much?
Sizing's often inflated a little bit pre-flop, especially from these shorter stacks when they have strong hands, because these covering stacks incentivize to see some boards, maybe try to get lucky. We saw a great example of that between Jeremy Osmus and Rokash as Aposkis, one of the last hands before the end of the last level. And you saw Osmus did get lucky on that ace-4-4 board with the king-4. And more potential action for Fritz. I think Mikita going to find some continues with this bottom pair, backdoor nut flush draw. Hands I don't think that would be particularly inclined, Randy, to call even a min-raise pre-flop, queen-6 offsuit, but because of the potential of that bounty equity,
There's nothing behind.
see how interested I mean, if Mikita is up against Fritz's top end of range here, things like a big ace, would be so fortunate if he turns a 6 and potentially gets the rack.
That's why he's chasing.
Yeah, let's see if the board texture gets shifted up a little bit, or if Mikita can jump ahead on this turn card. Whew, God, I'm good.
Problem is, though, Manuel Fritz has only got 2 8s.
Yeah. And actually, quite interestingly, Randy, and you can sort of speak about this, the way that, those 8s work as, you know, not such a good hand to have when you start formulating the kind of bluffs Mikita might have, because a lot of them would include straight draws that have that 8, right? Something like a 7-8 or a 10-8 or even an 8-5.
I'm pretty sure Mikita's going to lead this turn.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
The main reason is obviously he's got 6 more 6Xs, but he wants to control the action that he can dictate it to get all the chips in by the river, since he has the covering stack. Doesn't want this to go check on the turn and, you know, just make it a little bit less likely. He wants his opponent to be married to the pot by continuing to juice it a bit more.
Yeah, and even maybe that 8 of hearts a bit relevant for Fritz, in the sense that it eliminates some flush draw combinations that might be calling the flop and then leading the turn, representing the 6th. Do we think that Fritz's hand is still too strong? Or, yeah, you know what? With all those, I think those blocker combinations just finds a nice fold. I like that.
Mikita likes taking down that pot, 5.1 million.
That's going to give some nice separation to Mikita in 3rd place. He's up over 5 million now. The next closest is Jeremy Osmus with 3.8. Now, Randy, I know you don't love this game, but I kind of want to play with you again if you don't mind.
Well, no limit hold'em heads up for rolls. I'm in.
Yeah, but only if we play 40 tables together against each other.
It's all right.
Are you gonna?
I can sit on half of them and still destroy you.
You gonna blow the dust off that mouse? You ready to come out of retirement just to take me out?
What is your game?
We'll stream it. Definitely not heads up 40 tables. No, the game is guess someone's Triton earnings. The ones that you stumbled on a little bit earlier when we did.
Okay, hold that thought for a second.
Yeah, sure.
Because Chaos seems to have a close decision as he tosses in a red time bank, limps the button of A7 offsuit. Kind of a cool play. Perhaps a counter to Mikita, who's got the covering stack. Doesn't want to get like re-raised on as much.
Yeah, gonna complete in the small. And here is Symbolis. Yeah, fair fight between the 3 of them. No cards shared. You can see those percentages. And oh, how they shift.
Like this check from Matis, expecting the button limp to stab relentlessly, especially on paired boards. Often will reward him with at least a big blind or so.
And Kale is going to stab. I think he's going to recognize he might get exploited here by some flush draws or straight draws sometimes, but maybe just wanting to protect this. Because there was no raise pre-flop, the ranges are so wide that, you know, players can have Jack 5 and 7-4 and just let him have it. In this case, of course, Symbolis not going to let him have it. I mean, he's going to let him have it, just a different way of saying it, right?
Gonna make
can
it
have this
350.
raise.
I mean, I guess that's just the end of the hand.
Yeah, don't get in murky waters here, Kale. You know, we both know that you might be getting bluffed sometimes here, but difficult hand to hold on against. He knows it. Now, you might be watching this coverage and think, wow, I'd really like to be as good as these guys. Starting with GTO Wizard, I think will be a good step. There's S-Ben pointing at the thing, being like, look how much better I got with GTO Wizard. You can beat the rest, beat the best, crush the rest. That's what I always say. If you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, well, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out at gtowizard.com as we go check out the other table where 3 massive hands pre-flop that I'm a little amazed that Sean Winter didn't find himself all in here, playing just 20 big blinds behind, but maybe recognizing the strength of these holdings, understanding that one of these 2 players are just going to call off, and gets a bit unlucky after flopping a set, and you can see how large the pot is. So maybe actually Winter wouldn't have started this hand with 20 big blinds after money in the middle. Kind of like this flat call pre-flop.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, Ding obviously opened under the gun, Ibinger flatted in position, and Ibinger's flat contains a lot of traps, so Winter didn't push it. And now the set of 9s is downed by the Jack of Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Ace Queen still has to worry about Winter behind as well, so it'll be pretty crazy call. Not gonna do so. It's pretty hard to hero in this spot because Ding bet into 2 players who haven't acted on the river yet. So it basically means that BL is just a little bit less likely to bluff. Whoa, is he turning his set into a bluff? Wow. Holy moly.
This is high level poker. Now, he's also left a 25K chip behind, so he doesn't allow there's the sort of incentive to call to get a bounty. Ding Biao has got to imagine this is the nuts a lot.
Wow, Sean Winter.
Oh my! Please show the fans. We all know at least.
You sick.
You sick. I know we shouldn't curse, but you sick F word. Sean Winter finding a way. Door number 3.
What a flop. Is that what he said?
Yeah. He's implying that he had something like the King, Queen of Hearts. But of course, just turning a set into a bluff. I mean, this is the stuff that we...
Oh, we're going to
Producer James, are we giving this stuff away for free, really? We're not charging, what, $1.99 subscription, nothing?
That was a sick hand. Rokas going to jam his 6 big blinds with Queen Jack. Of course, Makita's going to reshove Ace Queen.
Action.
Kings for Matas. What a dream scenario. And he covers Rokas, so he still gets the opportunity to collect that bounty. Makita on double bounty hunting right now.
Biggest pot of the tournament here.
The ace is live.
You had an ace? Oh, I do not have an ace, no. Ace
all right. Makita can find an ace. Can get 160K in EV. If Matas can hold against Makita, he can collect Rokas' bounty.
This is action, man. Let me tell you.
And 2 bounties?
I have less.
Yeah.
Rokas is in huge trouble with just Queen Jack off suit.
Maybe 0 bounties.
Oh, and there is the ace.
As good as it can get.
Rokas with a little more hope. 2 kings now. So Matis in trouble not only of busting, but won't even get the bounty from Rokas if he hits his king. Seven of spades on the turn.
Can you think of a river, Mato?
Stand up.
Oh yeah.
5
plus 5 the extra %. Bro.
King's still good for him. Side pot.
You guys.
Good game, guys.
It's 10%. That's what I'm saying. 10%.
That's it. Double elimination.
Wow.
Makita strong.
It's a lot of coin for Makita.
Man,
so
that
much.
turn I would have been so live.
And the perfect segue, by the way, into the thing that I wanted to say about guessing his total earnings. Because he's just going to make more and more money. Is Mikita.
Pretty psyched. I folded.
He is now the chip leader. He jumps ahead of Ding Biao, 8.35 million.
On the button, he gets me for sure.
Disappointing for Matis. Could have had a huge stack and additional envelope had he held with the 2 kings.
And he gets to text someone the bad beat story. It's always good to have supportive friends.
Can we get service?
So we're getting another player, is that right?
Just service.
So
Just want a tea. Thank
11 left. One table of 6, one table of 5.
They only 6 themselves.
Final table is 8 players.
Are there 6?
Yeah, one busted a while ago.
We combine it at 8.
Yeah.
7-handed tournament, we combine at 8.
Combine at 8, yeah.
And there is our new chip leader.
Good for somebody.
And a mainstay
It's good for somebody.
at these Triton events. Okay, Randy, if you can guess within 2 titles and 3 million in earnings, I'll give you one of my meal vouchers.
I already looked.
No, you didn't.
But I already know he had 5 titles because that was a
Well,
running
then you
thing.
would have been halfway there.
Okay.
But yeah, he does have 24.5 million in Triton earnings.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, near 25 million, just an absurd amount of success on this tour. One of the most respected
like a flat white if they have.
and dangerous animals
Thank you.
in the Triton field. And just another day at the office for him.
One. Grande, I think, yeah. Hot, please. Thank you very much.
Coffee all right? Coffee all right.
Been a pretty muted series so far for Mikita. Again, we've only played 5, 6, 7 events, so he did cash in 35th and 30K for 52,000. So he's down on the trip, but I think that's going to change, as it often does for Mikita.
He's got bounties. Osmus won a title earlier this week. Opening ace-jack, another deep run incoming. Very healthy stack as well. Part of me thinks that Osmus is a little bit disappointed that short stack didn't defend the big blind. Like, he kind of prefers the action rather than just taking down the blinds and ante.
Thank you. No, I just want green tea. Hot. Thank you. Thanks, Skype.
Ryuta Neike from Japan, wearing one of those cool new Triton shirts. Has 2 caches already here in Jeju, but in that sort of
I like to
25 to 35
now I'm happy about
placement. Would be nice to see him make his first final table in Triton. This is his first time out here.
Look at
This is
Osmus.
gone pretty quick, so the average is actually like not
He's
bad
looking at
compared
Fritz's
to like
stack.
other ones.
Yeah, it's very,
People bust so quick.
Yeah.
it's very deep. Yeah.
People like to call all in.
It's like a double average.
Yeah. It
Average
actually
stack.
might be a pretty reasonable final table for those of us who are lucky enough to make it.
11 left in the event. Cale Burns not wanting to get ahead of himself, as he is just in 9th place with 22 big blinds, but can certainly make it.
The average stack is obviously very deep, mainly because players are forcing action so much more in this mystery bounty. So more eliminations.
Randy, you have a pretty good memory. Over the course of the coverage here in Jeju, does the winter bluff stand out as the best bluff of the series so far to you? Or anything else that you can think of?
I feel like there was something nicer.
Yeah.
Just not crossing
Yeah,
my
if you
mind
think
at
of
the
it,
moment.
I mean, if I think of it as well, I'll mention.
There was a guy who bluffed, though, who never bluffs and got called down. You remember that one the other day?
I do remember that one, yeah.
KO going to defend King 7 against the Ace 9. Ace 9 just smashes it with the nut flush draw on 2 overs, suit his texture. I guess this hand is just over on the flop.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason for Mikita not to build a pot when he has such high equity against that big blind range. He actually prefers getting all the chips in on a flop if possible, even though he's not even got a made hand yet.
Yeah, one of the things that has stood out to me, Randy, over the course of Triton Jeju this year is that some of these narratives of these players that find ways to wiggle out of pots or make big calls, then they actually go on to win the tournament. We saw it happen, of course, with Jeremy Osmus, that incredible hand with kings where he's able to get away by the river against pocket aces, went on to win for 1.9 million. And then Filatov, I mean, we were convinced that Lucas Greenwood had the goods in that hand and that ace 9 might have to be a big fold. Found the call, went on to win that event for about 1.9 million as well. So these spots, you know, they create forks, timeline forks, you know, and you get on the one where you go on to win the event. It's got to be very, very validating for these players, right? Moments you can point to that would have really changed things.
Yeah, and you know, like sometimes you are fortunate to survive in some moments, and whether it was a misclick or you know just leaving you with a couple chips, but you play your situation, and you really can turn into a very profitable spot for you.
And I guess to finish my point, the last thing I'd say is I kind of want Sean Winter to come back and win this event. I mean, after a move like that, you know, like.
All right, well, he's got an uphill battle.
No, of course, but I mean, it's you know, it's nice to see these incredible plays get rewarded down the line, right?
Count requested Manuel Fritz, King Jack offsuit jamming 12 bigs, and this is a legitimate question for Osmus because he knows. As long as he has Fritz a little bit, even if he's a little bit behind, it's all right. There's 80K bounty on the line, but then again. There's 2 players that act behind Osmus, and one of them is the chip leader. And I don't think Mikita is laying down high equity spots, even if Osmus was to continue in this spot.
Yeah, and you know what? He goes for it. He wants that 80K in equity, hoping for 2 players
This is the problem.
Oh, yeah. And regret will fill
This is the
Osmus
problem.
when he sees this shove.
He just burnt 1.2 million in chips.
Yeah.
Because KO and Mikita, they're still going to go for it, even though there's a jam and call because of the bounty aspect. And Osmus is going to be very, very disappointed.
How much is the raise?
I guess he should be happy he didn't reshove and accidentally got all his chips in.
And some nodding for Osmus. I think he's obviously a bit disappointed that he committed that 1.2 with such a marginal hand. But recognizing he's experiencing sort of a bit of a worst case. This is what's going to happen sometimes when you decide to go for it here. It's not like it makes it the wrong decision. Would have been ahead, but of the King Jack.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. But it's good for Fritz because he can potentially get a triple up now with 2 live cards. However, this flop doesn't rate to give him that triple up at the moment.
Only or a king or a jack, or Fritz will be going home in 11th place, getting us 1 step closer to this final table.
Is Mikita going to eat once again? He is.
Again.
Good luck.
GG Fritz.
And doesn't just get the 1.175 million from Fritz, but also gets the same from Osmus, and that's going to really create some separation for Mikita, the Belarusian from Ding Biao in 2nd place.
Don't mess with Mikita.
10
10 remaining.
How many bounties do you have, Mikita? 5? 5 you've won? Wow.
You're in 3rd place, Mikita. We got 2 players with more bounties than you. How do you feel about that? So flip it on over. Looks like it is a blind versus blind spot. Limp from Ibinger, check back from Reuter, and a check on the flop, and a check on the turn. Ibinger just has jack high versus the trip sixes. Does Ibinger think jack high has enough showdown value? I mean, it does have a sliver. Does check it over to Clemens. Seems like ace-x isn't the main target, given the very passive action from Ibinger. Full pot, hoping his opponent's got 9 or 5x. Some very curious king highs. Just jack 4 for Ibinger is done.
Sometimes we like showing you the boring hands just so you know to be grateful when we have the really exciting ones.
Top bounty pool tomorrow will be 500K. There's one of those. Or 200Ks. 8 100Ks. That'll be fun. Looks like Winter's getting sent over to the other featured table. Looks like he's going to get position on Makita, which is great news for him.
As we have a look at how these tables are shaping up now that there's a bit of movement, Makita over 100 big blinds here. Incredible. Winter coming over with those 43. Should really only have 20, but found an incredible bluff with that set of 9s against Ding Biao. Cale Burns is our short stack with 18 big blinds. Still plenty of play over in the other table. Ben Tollerine at the bottom. Ibinger and Ding Biao co-leading the captains, the table captains over on the red.
Okay.
Is that the hand?
No, it's not.
No hand for hand. Hand for hand will be in play after one more elimination.
And that is because technically this event is a 7-handed event, and we will be playing the final table as 8, right? Is that
That's right.
That was my detective skills right there. I was like, oh, figuring this out.
Osmus, King 7 of hearts.
5 seconds.
Decent hand. Let's see if he wants to get involved. Looks like he will. Size up, 2.5x. Trying to dissuade Makita from getting involved, who's got Queen 10 offsuit. And like, this hand normally probably hits the muck, but in the bounty with the covering stack, just doesn't surprise me that he's coming along. Oh, what a great spot for Winter. Especially to see Makita flat. Makita's flat is generally very weak to not re-raise against someone who's got a shorter stack. So Winter would happily get it in.
Yeah, Winter's happy to get this in with Jeremy Osmus, right?
He'll get it in against Makita if he has
of course,
to, too.
Yeah.
Because Makita could easily be holding some kind of smaller pair, go for a back raise jam, hypothetically. Seems like this would be a bit ambitious to call out a position of Queen 10 against 3-bet, especially against the deep stack, which is harder for you to stack. So Makita's out. Nice profitable spot for Winter with that squeeze.
Here you go.
A part of me kind of worries that those chips just accidentally drop down from that car. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm accidentally all in. Like, I would load it when I'm ready to go. Interesting flat from Ibinger in position of king 3 suited in the cutoff. I'm going to presume the reason he's doing this is because there's micro stacks at the table behind him in the blinds that might come along. Like Tolerine. He's got queen 10 suited. I mean, Ibinger's just hoping Tolerine is flatting in this spot.
Yeah, and what is your strategy here if you have no fold equity with a shove, and you reckon that, you know, Ding's raise range here is not going to really have a lot of worse queens. Yeah, and he finds a really big fold, and I don't mind it, right?
It makes sense because, one, he can't really squeeze that pot and expect fold equity. It would always call him, so there's no reason to take those weakish hands as a bluff. And two, like, Ibinger's flat, in general, sure, it's weak in this specific scenario. It does contain a lot of strong hands, like the better queens, dominating tens, and stuff like this, as well as Ding Biao. So it makes sense that he should stand away. And plus, we do have the regular prize pool to consider.
Yeah.
Right? Pay jumps becoming more relevant as we get closer to the final table.
Yeah, it's still a thing. I mean, we have 10 players remaining, but one elimination nets you another 14 grand, 21 grand more after that. And
nuts.
Just the nuts for Ding Biao.
Yeah, I was hoping Ibinger would take a stab.
So disguised is this nut flush. Ibinger thinking he's going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time on the flop. Now if he sees big action, I would have to imagine he would. Oh, but look, Ding decides again.
He's like, all right, you got me covered. Maybe you'll stab at me.
And does Matthias go for a little protection? I don't know. It feels a bit tough to proceed.
It's not unreasonable for Ding Biao to just have a pair of threes beat.
Yeah.
Like a bigger pair.
Definitely.
Check
Even
through.
something like fives.
It's not a bad river for Ding Biao given no action from Ibinger on flop and turn, so maybe Ibinger's just hit a flush.
And it's nice knowing that you have the 9 of spades because you block the straight flush, so you know you still have the nuts.
True. Very relevant. You do block 10-9 of spades. So yeah, that's it's really cool. Very, very cool.
I know you love the way that my brain works, Randy. I just wanted to give you another example of what's going on in this carnival.
So 450K. I kind of think the problem with considering to hero call this hand is you actually do lose to some hands that are turning itself into bluff, like red 5s, red 4s, maybe like an ace 3. Wow, he calls. Take those chips, Ding Biao. He didn't take much time on that one either.
9 of hearts.
Yeah, that's what he was thinking about, right? An ace 9 of hearts, maybe a queen 10 of diamonds, something that has just found himself with the river at nothing and doesn't want to lose to something like what Ibinger had.
I'm not sure. I can fold any river, I can call any river. Bluff catcher.
Yeah, and I think Ding Biao realized that was a good river card for him. Made his value betting range more polar. Like, I'm going to guess Ibinger's less likely to call if it didn't 4-flush.
Yeah, no, I agree, yeah.
Just because Ding Biao will be able to value bet more thinly with, like, a middle pair. So Ibinger has relinquished the lead to Ding Biao at this table, and he's going for a limp. Yeah, we tend to see so many more different strategies, right? Like in this mystery bounty, hijack limp, which is basically first position. Parson's in.
Wow, and what an action flop for these three hands. The 10-high flush draw for Parsonen, massively behind against the top pair gut shot straight draw for Matthias. Ding Biao with the 2 overs and the jack-high flush draw. Everyone with reasons to continue in this pot. I'm most curious if we see a bet from Ibinger, how Parsonen is going to react to preceding action.
I would guess he's likely would just check raise 10 deuce. He's the covered stack, so he doesn't want to inflate this to get 3 million and all of a sudden just a 10 high flush draw. You know, the bigger stacks have a lot of incentive to repush the action with, you know, whether they got the big hand or a very high equity draw, which would dominate 10 deuce suited.
So you're saying you do or don't expect him to check raise?
I pretty much never expect him to check raise. Because he is the covered stack. You basically want to play very passively when you're covered in a bounty tournament, because when you have like these marginal-ish hands, because you just don't want to let your opponent push you in and maybe potentially just fold your very good draw that's usually live. Could see Ding Biao go aggressive, yeah. Look at this. 525. He wants to inflate the spot because maybe he just takes it on flop. Or maybe Elis gets some chips in there, he spikes a diamond, and, you know, he creates a situation where he can collect a bounty.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think the most interesting hand between the three of them at this stage is, you know, how is Ibinger going to proceed?
I also think it's a pretty good read from Ding Biao to realize that Ibinger is unlikely to have a nutted hand,
and then
to give him the sizing.
Easy fold for Parsonen, just don't want to be up against better flush draws.
Yeah, really nice fold there. Then you get attached to pot odds. So that queen does overcard the board, which is good for Ding Biao. Plus he picks up the straight draw, and I would like to see him bet again. It just feels like Ibinger often has something marginal around the 8-6-4 range, right? Like maybe he's got like the 8-7, 6-5, 7-5, something that's okay, but not like super strong.
Yeah, I'm of two minds when it comes to that. I agree with what you're saying, but all the same, oh, you know what? He limped pre-flop. Yeah, so I guess we can eliminate the big hands actually, right? Like
yeah, Ibinger limp pre.
Yeah, that's true. It's way more.
He went for check. It's good for Ibinger because you can just take a free card, right? .6 in the middle. See if Ding Biao gets there or not. He gets there.
And the straight for Ibinger. Very, very action juicy river. I don't think that Ibinger is going to be thrilled seeing a big bet from Ding Biao.
Look at Elis. He's like, are you serious? He's like, he's hoping there's heavy action here so that he's up against a bigger flush. He's very invested as you see him looking at his opponents.
And you know what's funny is you know, seeing these two hands back to back where, you know, if you're not exceptionally experienced with poker, you just saw Ibinger, you know, call with bottom pair on a 4-spade board incorrectly, and maybe you're thinking, oh, what a calling station. But I think he would be more inclined to fold this straight than he would the 4th pair on the 4-spade. This is just how, you know, you really have to consider ranges in a situation like this. And I would not be surprised to see a massive fold from Matthias Ibinger because so many diamond combos are check raising that flop and have now gotten there. So even though Ibinger has made a straight, this is still just a bluff catcher, and he just pays it off anyway. Yeah.
Take it. Max value for Ding Biao. Oh, you have to double check the card under, which was a diamond. Look at that. Perfectly sized and overbet. 2 million into 1.6 gets paid off. That's the thing. When you got kind of a wild image, you're getting paid off more so than others. Ding Biao knows how Ibinger believes he's always bluffing.
There is something to be said, these players have a lot of experience against each other. They're both regs of Triton, and a lot of credit to Ding Biao that, when he does make big hands, Ibinger feels like he needs to call him down because he's so capable of making big bluffs. If we have a look at the chip counts, 2 players in that 8-figure amount now between Ding Biao with 11 million, Makita with 11 million, and then everyone else is, 55 big blinds or less. Sean Winter looks like he's still chipping up. Last we checked in, he had around 42 big blinds, now 55. Looks like he's playing great poker. And all the way down to our 2 short stacks in Tollerine and Burns. 12 for Benjamin, 17 for Kale.
Yeah, so Ibinger's going to slide down to 4 million. Good news for him, though, is at least he covers everyone but Ding Biao still, which gives him plenty of playability. Limp from Elis, and this seems to be a common theme now for the button, limping when there's the covering stacks in the blinds.
It's fun to think about how the limping dynamic changes the ranges a bit too in that last hand, right, Randy? Because you can eliminate those big over pairs, it almost feels even stronger to bet 2 million on that river because Ibinger is going to have some 7s there, right? It's not like you're trying to fold out an overpair with this bet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a very interesting hand.
Could be some trouble for Ding Biao, who's got the inferior flush draw. Elis gonna stab.
Yeah, and this is part of what makes this such a great bet is that you're going to get action from those lower flush draws here. You're going to build a pot. Now considering, do I want to play this as a check call or as a check raise? Everyone just keeps seeing I have the goods. Maybe they'll believe it again. And that is a check raise to 300,000.
Yeah, he expects to take this down on the flop a lot. Plus, if you combine the fact that sometimes Elis has a jack and he makes a flush, he just stacks them so often. It's kind of like a win-win situation to be aggressive. Like if there's a tournament to be hyper-aggressive, it's the mystery bounty. So there's the call. I will say there's probably quite a bit of Jack X in both players' range, right? It is a limp pot, so it's not unreasonable for Ding Biao to have a Jack.
Yeah, I think it's kind of clean. I think both of their ranges are split between those two things most of the time, the Jacks and the Hearts, right? I don't think Ding Biao just has Queen-8 off with the Queen of Hearts and decides to go after this pot here. Just like I don't think that Parsonen is just going to have King-10 off and decide to bet, call, raise. They should just both have these kind of hands, and in this particular case, they both have the flush draws. But Ding is going to go after it, despite that strong range of the button.
Yeah, he's hoping to fold out like ace high, you know, like maybe like a king queen of clubs that bet called flop. Elis can't really fold, I would think, because his flush draw is quite strong. He still has the best hand against inferior flush draws. If he's up against a jack, you know, he can really just double up if he happens to spike the heart. So he is going to make the call. 2.2 in the middle. Probably some alarm bells for Ding Biao.
Yeah, I think Ding at this point knows it's either a jack or a
Aha.
better flush draw, and the river comes one of the worst cards in the deck for Ding Biao.
Guaranteed full double for Elis Parsonen.
Yeah, it gives him the 4th nut flush with an SPR of about stack to pot ratio, about 0.7.
I mean, Ding's always going to jam here. He wants to. He doesn't want to bet like 1.5 and have his opponent call it and leaves like the bounty on the table, right?
Yeah.
Wow, he threw the chips in before Ding Biao could drop the chips. There you go. Elis Parsonen. So he can play 2-card as well as 4-card.
If it was 4-card, I don't think he'd be thrilled with the king high flush on the paired board.
Right. No, but Elis has actually got a lot of experience in Hold'em tournaments. I know he grinded it a lot on the online streets. Tremendous results. But most players, of course, knowing him for his PLO prowess in cash games. Transition, of course, into PLO tournaments as well. That's all PLO players do. Toller, he's just hoping for any hand. Been very patient as of late. Elis is now the 2nd biggest stack at this table. He covers Ibinger. Gonna think he's gonna look to raise now with this big stack. Cut that stack to pot ratio a bit. $250. Clement's got King 5 offsuit. Bit of a steeper price.
Too big.
Too big.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know what time it is, Kate? Yeah.
Any jet lag?
Not too bad. I was in Seoul for 5 days before the...
Thank you. Thank you.
King 7 for Parsonen and the muck.
Not too bad.
Ding Biao with the ace 6 at the cutoff. Could be often marginal in a normal no limit event, but in this bounty format, yeah, he's going to pop things up. Should get through Clemens.
Yeah, and the reason he's raising the cutoff is he's raising into 2 short stacks who are in the blinds.
It was still the old
It's
one.
correct. They announced.
Oh.
Some brief discussion as to whether the blinds have gone up or not, as we have ended level 21.
Too many flush.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet hand. 3 hands.
3 times.
That's flush.
Yes.
Nice.
Flush, flush.
He only plays minimum flush.
Yeah, well, that's...
Okay, but like a river this straight is terrible flush. Okay.
Funny observation. I mean, as blinds go up. 225K. That was 3 flushes in a row for Ding Biao. And even he had a big flush against Sean Winter. And
True.
He's been flushing all day.
Just lost half of them. King 5 for Clemens. really play with a big stack in the big blind. And
Oh, yeah. Pocket jacks in the small. You're the short stack with 8 big blinds. Benjamin Tollerine is loving this because he knows how tight.
He might get called by like any
loose,
two.
pardon me. He's going to get called, yeah. Yeah, that's a snap
Oh,
call with the ace-9.
That's actually a good hand.
He couldn't believe he sees jacks. He just looked at the one card, Randy, before. All he needed.
He would have called so much wider than ace-9. Potential bounty. No. The big stack.
You don't have time then.
So can Tollerine stay in here?
I mean, definitely. He just got a really, really large drink. It would just be sick to bust him.
It's like that, huh? All right.
Were you on air with me when they were talking about that?
I was. The espressos.
So good. Yeah, so good.
Clean for Tollerine.
Good 8. No ace. Not folding the button with an ace.
Open folded and
Maybe.
ace, yeah.
Ace and only an ace. Or Tollerine is going to double up.
I had 10-4. 10-4.
Some breathing room. Ben 86.
I like this. Oh, when the camera's back on him, I'll mention it. So you can see the bounties in front of Ibinger, who's had a bit of a tough time. His neighbor just keeps on making flushes. Hey, there you go, buddy.
Yeah, why don't you try to make a flush against
It's
me
okay.
once again?
It's going to be okay, Matthias. Let these beautiful mermaids soothe you.
Got this card a little bit wet. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of digging Tollerine's like faded silver fox look, you know, the hair. I don't know if it's always been. I think it's a nice classy gray coming in. Ben Tollerine, one of the biggest legends of the game. Been around forever. Parsonen taking pause with the 6s. Do I want to call? Do I want to shove for 30 effective against Ibinger, but then Ding Biao's in the background here? Do I want to 3-bet and call off Parsonens and go for the bounty? Probably not.
No, it's definitely not 3-bet to induce.
No,
it's
no.
So just outright rip.
Yeah.
Ding's annoyed. He didn't wake up the hand.
But this Bing is not annoyed. Binger.
That's right. Ibinger is
Wait,
going
you did what to her?
Call. All right, there's the call. Huge pot, man.
Yeah. And Parsons not going to be happy. It's like,
dude, Parsons about to be on dust.
I probably should have looked down before I was stepping because I have stepped in it. But yeah, this format requires more aggressive action. Parsonen going to need a 6. Someone asking in the chat, good morning, guys. Who has the most bounties? Well, one of these two players.
A 3 would do it.
The spoiler is all those black chips in front of one of those two players. A 3 is very interesting.
3 or 6. Or Parsonen is going to be on vapors.
Yeah, he will be our short stack with under 10 big blinds. 6 or a 3. Ace on the river.
Ibinger's back.
Yeah.
I'll break it down.
Oh, Parson, you also get rewarded with a huge target on your back now.
Yeah.
Good luck getting anyone to fold to you anymore.
Bet if I check?
Over to our blue table. Osmus, 2.9 million. Seems like he's maintained his stack. Kale's short. Not much for the queen 6 offsuit. Nothing's changed. Big stack still. Mikita. Not going to play that.
2.2, right?
So Winter got Ryu to stack, which is about 20 big blinds. Going to open into it. Figures it's a win-win situation. Pick up blinds and antes.
300? 350. Okay.
Jack 7 offsuit, actually. I thought it was suited for a second.
Sean Winter. How do we describe Sean Winter? I'd say one of the more cerebral geniuses on the tour. You know, the way that he thinks about hands. It's really, really brilliant. 12 cashes on tour, totaling 5.7 million. Doesn't yet have a Triton title, which I'm very surprised to see. But plenty of money earned, including a 4th place in the main event in Monte Carlo last year.
KO. Let's see. He could reshove. The thing is, Winter does have 49 big blinds effective, so it's a little bit dangerous.
I think he does it anyway. I mean, you block the top of the range, you know. It is just going to call. Doesn't want to risk. I mean, it is 6.2 million that Sean Winter has. I think that's, yeah, I think that's better, right?
He's probably flat calling his whole range, so like aces, kings, and queens as well, so he can get the action behind him. So just a bit of balance.
Yeah.
And like I said,
he knows. How does it work with the? Because it's soft hand for hand. Is it just whatever? You just order?
I have no clue.
Because it's not normal hand for hand.
You guys bust the same hand.
All right, so Kale, value shoved A7 into King Queen. He's got 25K back.
I think it's just
He's got a 7-8-4.
I think you're right.
Let's see if he wants to toss in the last chip now, or maybe on a turn. I feel like he's going to bet on the turn more likely, because he seems like he wants to maximize stalling a little bit, given we're not hand for hand. Just check. Nikita, psych
How much
up.
is it? I have a pair. I'm not folding.
It's not what Nikita wants to hear.
Just gonna have a think. What do you got, Makita? Ace Queen?
Cannot tell you.
I'm not folding away. I'm just going to use the same amount of time regardless.
5 seconds.
We're on a money bubble too right now, right? 80K guaranteed. If they survive, they get 94K. So more reasons for KO to stall.
These are final table too, huh?
Yeah, everyone knows that they would do the exact same thing. This is how you have to kind of proceed. I mean, listen, if it was up to us, we would just say, come on, we know we both want to get the chips in here, but it's within the rules, and this is a way that you can gain a little bit more money with the pay jumps. And, you know, Kale doesn't want to have to be doing this, and he's not going to use all of them, he said, but...
Silly that it works like this. It should just be hand for hand now. Don't have to do this nonsense.
Yeah, it should be.
And then much better viewing and playing experience for everybody.
Yeah, well said, I think, Randy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's his choice. He is getting punished by losing time banks in case he does survive, right? So, you know, it's not the end of the world, really. That's why he knows his time banks are still relevant, and he's not going to use all of them. There's definitely more merit to doing a mystery bounty where players are more likely to bust another table too, to kind of stall a bit for pay jump. So it seems like this is going to be his Last use time bank before we toss in that call.
Is going to be a 73% favorite here. Makita with those 2 overs and the backdoor club draw.
Kale's in great shape.
Everyone's going to say jack of clubs or something, right? Usually what people ask for. I'll take a deuce of diamonds.
I'll take a jack of clubs.
You're that guy? Oh, that's kind of close to a deuce of diamonds, isn't it?
Same effect.
One more fade.
Same effect.
Harry Katz always says, "Bear the board."
Bear the board. 3 clubs, I reckon.
Bear the board.
And a nice double up
Both
for
the card you guys called for. You called for
Gale
deuce
Burns.
of diamonds. He said bear the board.
I have to highlight
You guys
this
are pretty
comment
good.
on YouTube from
Pretty good.
Ronald Burns. No offense, Mikhail looks like Mr. Tumnus in Narnia. I see it. I don't think it would be offensive. I mean, Tumnus is a cute little
Isn't he the
creature
little
in Nar-
animal guy?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
little
but, well,
reindeer or whatever it is?
Yeah, well, it's like a human. It's played by you know, Professor X. Good looking actor, but I see what he means.
Where's
I don't
Kale at?
think,
I need to tell him what Griffin just called him.
I don't think he'd be. First of all, I
Kale,
didn't call him.
Griffin just
I
called
was
you
passing it down the line.
An animal named Tumnus.
Can we get a picture of Tumnus on the screen so we can make some comparisons here?
All right, Makita's got king 6 of hearts.
Raise.
Gonna raise.
I mean, look, if someone was watching me on TV and said, "Hey, this guy looks like James McAvoy," I would be flattered.
You? Sorry, what?
No, I'm saying that I would be if.
You know who you look like?
Who do I look like?
No, I can't say it.
Why not?
It would be insulting to you.
Why? I have a thick skin.
Because the person's green. Just kidding.
Is it Cynthia Ervo from Wicked? Is that why? The green wedge. Kale in the big blind here, facing an open from Makita.
Let's see, ace 4 offsuit. He's kind of been willing to get involved post flop with Makita. Tosses in one more big. Nice development for Burns.
Yeah, and Randy, I can't help think about this situation earlier under the gun against the big blind when Kale defended King-Queen on the Ace-King X, and Makita blasted him off it by the turn with the Jack-10 two-barrel. This situation, Makita, again with the range advantage, does have a piece this time, some showdown value with the 6, but again, that range advantage in play. You know, what happens if we do see 2 big bets here from Makita on, say, a brick turn?
Oh, that's a huge bet.
Yeah, man, he's doing the same thing. This is exactly what happened before. Kale, a lot of ICM pressure being put on. I mean, we're talking finishing now, you only get 80 grand. First place, 935. You would hate to just call down here with a raggy ace or, you know, a medium jack.
So the thing with Makita betting this big, obviously, like you mentioned, the range advantage allows him to bet larger. The 6, obviously great backdoor potential. Plus, it blocks hands that can call you down, 2 pair, ace-6, right? That is an amazing turn for Burns because well,
it changes everything.
He's got trip aces, and Makita is less likely to barrel on this turn card, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is obviously a great card for Kale, but a bad card for the viewing experience. Because it would have been nice to see with that established dynamic of this exact scenario before, you know, was an example of how Makita will be balanced and like do it again, you know?
some chips could go in the river if it blanks out in the spades brick, and
Yeah.
it's the straightness as well. So here, though, should be mandatory check from Bazikowski because the big bet on the flop should have shook out some of the weaker Jack X's with no backdoor potential, as well as the 6X. So he often is just left with Ace X, and I feel like Burns can hunt value, especially on this deuce, because spades brick, Queen 10 bricks, things that would need to stab.
So I don't think that Kale calls all of his Queen 10s like it would be a normal, because it wasn't a normal C-bet, right? It was $500,000, which was representing like almost 20% of his stack on the flop. Maybe
It's Queen 10 with backdoor hearts. definitely coming in.
Or backdoor spades too, like if you have the Queen of Spades or something like that. But so I think that Kale's going to have a bit fewer bluffs than normal.
Oh, look at this sizing. This is nice.
Yeah.
This is a
just
you got to call me off, because if I ever bluff like this with a busted hand, you're just burning money given how big the pot is. Let's see if he can convince Makita to make the call.
Yeah, this is just like, just sign the contract, Makita. You know, it's like, come on, like this is too good of a deal. We both know. You know, you're so good. If I had bet $1 million, you probably would have folded, but pay this man his money.
Haha. Nicely done, Kale.
Come on.
I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Very nice hand from Kale Burns.
He's got a big stack. He's got a big stack.
I tend to agree. Yow.
Chance.
Binger, I binger double.
Chance.
Yow.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't think that's new information. I think that's just a reasonable assumption from Sean Winter. We saw what happened over on that table. It was actually Ibinger, you know, doubling up through Parsonen, and meanwhile Ding Biao losing that flush over flush pot against Parsonen previously. So we're all caught up over there. Don't listen to Winter, okay? His job is to win poker tournaments. Ours is to follow the action.
We no longer have anyone on 10 million chips. Makita has fallen. Ding Biao has fallen, but they're still top 2 overall leaderboard.
Oh.
Problem.
Oh.
Ryuta Nakai. How great is this for Osmus? Because he's sitting on 2.6 million, so he actually doesn't cover many players at his table. But now he gets a slam dunk opportunity to likely pick up a bounty, as he does cover Ryuta here.
Yeah, and just barely eclipses him with that 2.6 to the total of Ryuta, about 2.4, 2.2.
And it's much better for him to jam than to smooth call, because he doesn't want to give Ryuta any excuse to somehow fold 675K post flop,
definitely.
right? Like, you don't want to come some crazy board where he's just like, yeah, check fold. So let's get the chips in now. Makita, 10-9 offsuit, contemplating, is this too much for a double bounty opportunity? Does get to close the action. I mean, he's got some gamble. I mean, he needs something a bit more, right? Because we still have the regular prize pool in play. Ryuta knows he's cooked. He's going to stall a bit for the
I mean, he should be, right? Should do exactly the same thing that Kale Burns was doing. And good spirits about it.
Even more so because he knows he's crushed.
I have to say, we haven't really discussed the merits of the line here, right? I don't know if I really...
That was one of those mistakes you're talking about.
Oh my God. So
Wait,
right?
He folded.
Number one player on the.
We were just talking about how Jeremy's just
There's
sharp,
no-
gets it right every time, and then he just exposes aces.
He showed his aces. Oh no!
There's
Oh
no
my
shot
God!
Do you have
Is
an
that
ace?
what happened?
Yes.
You have an ace?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. So Osmus made the mistake of
Alright, that's
exposing.
pretty surprised.
Suited?
Of suit.
There's no way you win that hand.
Wow.
Holy moly.
I think you're right.
You just gave up $80,000 in EV.
Okay, we're gonna get
And
back
chips.
to that. Yeah, big mistake from Jeremy Osmus, but let's focus on Jacob & Co. because they are the official timekeeper here at Triton Poker. They make these incredible timepieces, and they're not just about the diamonds, the sapphires, the rubies. I mean, look at these designs. They're incredible. I mean, one of them, the Astronoma, the casino, has a functioning roulette wheel inside of the piece. I mean, they're pretty amazing. We'll also be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by our main event winner. But man, let's get back to our thoughts about that hand. Obviously, we do have to keep up with the new action over here, the effective shove from Ibinger. I think Reuter's going to think he's well ahead of this range and go with it. But yeah, we're going to have a long conversation about Osmus. That's the second time we've seen a misclick of sorts.
That one hurts, though. Ace-9 should be smashing Ibinger's button jamming range. Makes the call.
You sure? Yeah.
Good news for Ibinger is that he's got 2 live cards, 42% equity with the suited 10-7. Man, if Ibinger can get there, the guy might get a pay jump too, which is sick.
Yeah, and also Ibinger would have his 9th, as you see him collecting them like prized jewels, my precious.
Let's see if he can collect another.
Yeah, and the car is in the middle. King Deuce 5 changes nothing, not even a hope at a backdoor flush for the man in orange. $10 or a 7 will change things drastically.
That's it.
That is it. So let's get back to the Jeremy Osmus things. A lot of people confused, outraged, trying to figure out what exactly happened.
I rewinded it for you, and I saw.
You saw the aces?
He immediately showed after Makita had folded the big blind, assuming Nakai, because Nakai was kind of grabbing the chips. He was about to put them in like immediately.
Right.
And he showed the aces, and he was like,
okay.
"Oh, and that's why he laughed and he sipped on some coffee.
Wow. And yeah, having a hand, I mean, maybe in that spot, I would love to, run the numbers. If you have something like 10-9 of hearts, do you just put the rest in or something like that? But King 10 off in particular, not doing very well against pocket aces.
Seems like a really good fold to me.
Yeah, to keep the extra 675,000. Again, we're playing 125K blinds. I mean, you can really come back with 4.5 bigs. That would be another wonderful storyline. And again, we have to mention the second sort of brain fog mistake from Jeremy Osmus. I think that we can, I don't want to speak for his state out here and when it comes to, jet lag and that sort of stuff. But some of these players coming overseas, have trouble sleeping and focus these long hours, and these little mistakes can happen. I mean, I think that they're really locked in when they're in hands and they're thinking through thought process, but maybe just the sort of these meticulous going through the motions, exposing your hand that's supposed to be all in, and then you have to remember that some chips are left behind or forgetting what the big blind is. These little things can happen, right, Randy?
Yeah, I think he was just a little bit too excited to collect the bounty, and he accidentally exposed. And that mistake is so costly, right? Like, bounty envelope is worth 80K.
It's a bit
EV.
embarrassing.
Plus, he missed out on 5 big blinds.
It's not a normal elimination. It is like that is worth 80 grand right now.
That's one of the biggest mistakes. But that's like 2 buy-ins he just threw away, and more, right? Because of the extra 5 BBs he would have got. Yeah. You ever seen a guy light up like almost 100K on fire? You just saw Jeremy Osmus do it.
So yeah, Gilbert Go in the chat says that Osmus is too experienced to show without a call, and that maybe the Japanese player did something to make Osmus think he is calling. And that's something that you said, is that just like in the quickness of things happening, the money about to go in, just that like millisecond of Osmus is exposing it because he's seeing that it's about to be called. And then Ryuta being like, well, wait a minute, I still have my chips in my hand. I'm not doing anything wrong by considering now.
Yeah, but he wasn't angle.
Oh, I don't think it was angle. I don't think it was
Osmus's
an
fault.
angle. Yeah, I don't think it was an angle either. But, you know, it was milliseconds, I think, of just like the action and examples of why you need to be careful. Make sure that, you know, all the ducks are in a row.
Ibinger going to open 9-7 offsuit to cut off, hoping Elis gets involved. You can see Clemens Reuter flatting Queen Jack, also hoping Elis gets in there. And you know, Elis like, no, I'm not going to let you guys get my bounty. I'm out. Ooh, that is great for Ibinger because Clemens has got top pair.
What a cooler spot here. Button against cutoff. If we get a very bricky run out, this is going to be really, really trouble for Clemens.
Look at him check over to Reuter. Could easily see him go for check raise now, especially unblocking the straight draws. Jack 10, King 10, King Jack, that would bet call.
Yeah, I love a check raise here. Not just because I can see Clemens has a queen in his hand, but because this particular texture favors this flatting range so much, you expect Clemens to have more queens than most flatting situations, right? And some broadways that might continue to a check raise. I mean, that sizing, it's really attacking, particularly the queen. I think you're going to fold out some king jacks with this big, big, big raise. So Ibinger's going for the jugular here. He wants to create an all-in pot for that extra 80K in equity, right?
Yeah, he's setting up the situation. Reuter's not going to fold top pair because he needs... It's a bit too strong to fold right now. In case Ibinger was making a move, ideally would like to see a give up, but that is big problems for Clemens. In case he was getting raised by like an ace queen or king queen, now he's taking the lead with two pair, and he has more outs in case he is up against a 9.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, sure, maybe king 10, realm of possibility of a check raise pre-flop or on the flop from Matthias. But mostly you're thinking, okay, if he was value raising with a better queen, I've now jumped into the lead.
That's
and
kind of a
Matthias
surprising
checks.
check.
Yeah.
Not really sure why he checked, because he should expect Queen X to always want to check back here and all the Jack 10 stuff. He's basically giving Clemens a free card. Very odd. And he's given Reuter a full house over full house situation. Wow.
This is crazy.
What did he do? I mean, I guess you just go for a block with the 9 to hopefully get paid off by queen.
25,000.
Yeah. Bet fold this hand.
Yeah, maybe hope for a crying call from something like a queen 10, maybe a king queen. And I think if you get raised here, you can very comfortably assume that Clemens has backdoored this full house.
Seems like a pretty easy jam now for Clemens. I mean, it's not unreasonable Ibinger backed into a jack, right?
Yeah, isn't going to shove, but he is going to raise just over 3x. And we've been seeing Ibinger pay off some big hands in the last level or two. You know, with that fourth pair on the 4-spade board, that straight against the flush. This time, hand strength technically better than all of those other hands, but I think Matthias knows this one he's going to have to let go.
Yeah, it's
just impossible to find a bluff, right?
That's what I would think. Oh my God, he's calling payoff machine lately.
I'm a bit surprised by that. And I say that with the utmost respect for one of the best players in the world. I'm just surprised he's paid off all 3 of those spots, to be honest with you.
And that makes Clemen's sizing that much better because he got the 9x to pay in a spot where he has so few bluffs. I would think he would look to get more max value against the jack. That was nice from Clemens.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I mean, you suggested that we might expect a shove on that river, and maybe Ibinger gets away versus a shove.
Well, I just didn't think that Ibinger was going to call a 9 in that spot, you know? So why not target the jack instead? For
Right,
Clemens?
because you have queen jack. Very, very good point. You have
Yep.
jacks full of queens.
Regardless, though, great spot for Ryuta, who's got ace-king suited. And look at Makita. He's like limping, like, please, Nakai, just jam so I can call and gamble with you. Could have a situation, too, because he's left a little quarterback, too. Awesomeness has got 2 10s.
We are going to see an absolutely massive clash here, a pot worth close to $9 million if 9 million chips.
I would think
certainly.
you would isolate
Yeah.
Awesomeness, right? Just outright rip it. Try to shut out Makita and get this pot heads up against Ryuta and Nakai.
Yeah, we're going to see fireworks.
He's making it 800. I guess he's inviting Makita to
why
come
not?
on with a low equity hand. I could see that, right? Like maybe Makita back jam some smaller pair.
Pardon me, I had a brain fart with it. I had the hands reversed, of course. Makita's not going to call an all-in with 7-5. Thought he had the ace-king for a second.
That's cool.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen with this 800, though.
It's a bit rich for 7-5 off. Chip goes in. Awesomeness. All right, he's going to try to get this bounty once more. Officially, of course, with less equity. It's not aces versus king 10, but still, 10's his best.
Strong hands.
And if there's any justice in poker, Ryuta should probably win this. To punish
You're that guy, huh?
Jeremy, yeah.
All right.
I think he even said it that he might not deserve to win this. Oh, my God, the luckiest man in poker is what they call him.
Got the bounty anyways. Unless
not even a spade to speak of, only backdoor Broadway.
Okay, there's a chance. Ryuta, he's going to stay in here? You going to find that jack? Nope. That's it.
Good luck.
You think he can turn back time and run back the king 10 against aces now? He's like, yeah, let me go with that one.
I think he should, if he can turn back time, I think he should maybe not have put in so much pre-flop with king 10. I mean, blinds were 125K. He had 2.1 million. I don't really like the shove, the effective shove from the cutoff.
You would have to be
right?
Miracle.
Something we didn't really talk about at the time.
If you didn't get one, you would have been like, man, I could pay for that fucking holiday.
It's kind of, you can't make it too small either where the big blind calls. So
yeah, maybe
just
just make it
spot.
280K or 300 and then instead of putting in 1.5.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky in these bounties, but
Yeah.
you know, 10th place, it's not too bad. 80K guaranteed. Not sure if he got any bounties or not.
And normally at this stage we would be consolidating these two tables into a final table, but because it was a 7-handed event, the official final table won't begin until we have 8 remaining.
Taking 107,000 cash and just burn it. Could you imagine?
You get him, winner.
Hopefully it doesn't feel that bad, you know.
That's what you did.
When you burn it, you at least get the warmth.
The chips plus the bounty. Plus the future of those chips.
I know.
I don't even know. It might be more.
There's a lot.
Other table must be behind.
So a fun little needle from Winter as he's broken down the exact amount of money that chips
balanced.
plus the bounty was worth, and that doesn't even
That's smart.
count. you know, the use of those chips in future. So that was nice for him to break that down for us. You see the chip counts of the remaining 9 on the red table. Clemens Reuter now after that massive backdoor better full house against Ibinger, 66 blinds. You can see what that has done to Matthias' stack. Just left with 2 million chips. Tolerine 15 blinds. Blue table Makita, very, very comfortable. Our chip leader with 73. Winter playing so well today. That incredible bluff with the pocket 9s earlier. The set and Osmus 39 blinds and getting the ire, the light, playful bullying of his table mates for that embarrassing mistake.
50. It's one of the biggest mistakes I've seen.
Tell it to his face.
Yeah, sure. Bring him over here.
I just want to say,
I think it's really
Jeremy,
obvious.
Congratulations on your Triton win, but that was one of the worst mistakes I've ever seen in all my years covering Triton.
Probably is, to be honest. It really is.
As Clemens is going to open from the hijack, 250K. Ben Tolerine all in for just about 15 blinds, and Ting Biao is going to make a sort of disciplined fold, and it's going to be up to Clemens to decide, do I want to call off 20, 25% of my stack for this potential bounty?
I believe he will be calling.
Yeah.
Ding Biao folded because Clemens has got the same 8 million chip stack, so he can't really commit 2 million and fold. He doesn't want to reshove. It's excessive. The king queen off. This king 10 could easily call. Bounty's big.
Yeah, it's just such a disaster to fold here if this is the kind of hand that you're up against. An ace queen live 37% of the time is going to knock out.
Heater. Hope so.
I've had a king queen.
You got a king?
King queen.
No, you didn't. King queen.
So Ding led in the table now. He folded king queen.
King 10 deuce all spade. That's better.
Three diamond board, no diamonds for either player.
Boring.
So you kind of want a diamond on the turn, right?
Yeah, that's interesting, actually.
Well, still boring according to you. Just king or 10 to set a final table. Tolerine with the hold. He's up to 3.95. Rushed. The rush is stopped for Clemens.
That's yours.
Thank you.
No more heater.
No more heater confirmed.
With nothing? With nothing?
Well, I don't know what you got.
I might call pre. Nah.
No, you don't.
Maybe.
Fair enough.
I don't think so.
That one just has a hole in it. I'm okay. I'm
What,
okay.
yeah, queen 10 off?
No. Out of 10.
10-9 off?
No. I wasn't going to value bet. I was just going to check. Just going to check.
So at this table, KO is the shortest stack with 22 big blinds. Four-handed. Not much reason for KO to raise when the bigger stacks got position on them, blind versus blind.
Now, how does the strategy change with something like a raggy hand like this that might ISO a limp?
Well, I mean, I don't think it changes that much, but I'll say that KO has more reason to go for limp jams, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my point is that maybe it's gaining those few extra big blinds for Mikita against the limp fold range is like not as valuable as it normally would be, whereas you might want to just like check back to try to make a nice hand and potentially bust Kale, right? It's better that even with the lowly 10-4 off.
Little stab from Mikita. I feel like Kale will call here queen high. Back to hearts. Also balances his range to have some weaker hands when he's got like the pair of aces. So it's not like Mikita can just blindly bet once you get called on the flop. 10 is obviously amazing for Mikita, taking the lead. Seems like pot control is needed here on the turn. The 10. Can't really get called by worse on 2 streets. Queen would play if they were high card on high card action.
I'm actually really surprised by this flop bet from Mikita. I'm sure he has a very good reason for it, but if we assume Mikita's shoving every ace, 20 big blinds effective, blind on blind, or maybe he isn't, but yeah, he's going to win with the 10-4.
Yeah, but he can have the 5x, right?
That's true.
And he probably doesn't expect KO to always,
Did someone bust?
you know, trap or bet flops just because he's shorter, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's all right.
They're waiting on us, I think.
Yeah, I don't have much conviction with my, I was just sort of wanted to discuss it just to, it's interesting.
It's all good. Seems like this table's a little bit behind. We are hand for hand with the elimination of Ryuta Nakai.
When did they change from 5 to 4? How many hands was it? Is it a random and anonymous, or is it just random? Is it random and anonymous, or just random? Okay, so what's the number?
They asked.
So it's anonymous. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a secret on
sorry.
how many hands are played, and then they move the big blind over to other table for balancing purposes to kind of avoid some kind of like, extra information to kind of stall or whatever. Influence action, to say that. Ace King, Osmus. So basically, like, this couldn't go like 50 hands straight without them moving a player over from the other table because it's unfair for the shorter table. As they'll hit the blinds obviously much more often. And the cool thing about these bounty tournaments, you just see so much more post-flop, right? Small blind flats to 7-5 suited, pretty much unheard of at this stage of the tournament in a regular format. 5-4 suited gets to come along.
300? Yeah. No warnings, please. If I could have no warnings. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Sean Winter doesn't like the warning on shot clock ticking over. So requests not to be told, and a little bit of something for everyone, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, top pair nut kicker for Jeremy. Gutter ball backdoor, hearts and straight draw for Mikita. And then that mid pair wheel draw for Winter. Everyone has a reason to See what's going on that turn card. Let's see what sizing Osmus elects to go with. With $1,025,000 out there. 275 is the wager.
Not unreasonable for Makita to actually check raise here in a small blind. If he expects Osmus to see bet a very wide range on ace high texture, could get Jeremy Osmus to fold some pocket pairs. It's gonna come with call. Now what does Winter do? Because likely someone's got an ace in this spot as played. But then again, he could go ham with 5-4 if he wants to.
Will Winter spring to action? Or will he fall in this pot? Something, something, summer.
something, summer. Yeah, look at Winter. He's going for check raise. So obviously he blocks nutted hands with 5-4 sets. He blocks the straight a little bit, 3-5 in case somehow someone had that. But he has that in his range. He closed it in the big blind. And he also blocks 2 pair, ace 4. And obviously lots of great backdoor multi-barrels. It's actually kind of tough for Osmus. I wouldn't think he would fold on a flop, but imagine if turns and river bets come in. He's put to the test for all of it. Could be pretty tough for ace king. Because Winter shouldn't be check raising here with just a naked ace. Those hands tend to play more passively. But overall for Osmus, I like call. I don't think re-raise makes any sense because you might inflate the pot in case Makita does have a huge hand. You can kind of get away more cheaper.
Yeah, this pot getting very, very juicy. 9 players remaining. Just under $1 million up top, and we are playing a 3 million chip pot going to the turn. Osmus with 4 behind. Not a good turn card for Winter. Was looking for obviously that 4, 3, 5, maybe a spade to get a little more equity. Knowing he's going to be up against a pretty strong range. That queen could potentially improve Jeremy Osmus's hand when it comes to the top of his ace range. You know, ace queen certainly possible just as often as ace king.
Yeah, and obviously if Osmus does have ace queen, he's nutted in a way that he would never fold regardless of bet sizing. So you can see Winter check it. I'd feel really good about the ace king. I would always expect if ace king was beat to keep firing the turn to try to build that pot, especially because Winter covers Osmus. Wouldn't mind a bet here from ace king because you do kind of want to protect against that little wheelie stuff. It's a good bet.
Yeah, nice. Little 30% protection. Potentially clean out some straight draw pair hands like this. You know, I would have loved to have seen see how Winter would have attacked maybe something like a 6 of spades. But instead gets that big, ugly brick.
Yeah, I don't think Winter can continue here. If there's ever a way to continue, it probably would be check jam, but that seems pretty crazy. Especially if your opponent could be very nutted. He's not getting the right price to call here. And
how about 2.25 million? Just really throw him for a loop now. Yeah, Winter, little grimace, like, well, I don't like that turn card. I don't think he should feel poorly about how he played that hand. Just didn't get the kind of turn he was looking for. And is up against a really tough opponent that knows exactly what he needs to bet on the turn in Jeremy Osmus, who is now all the way up to 7 million in chips, which will be good for 3rd in chips. Do, do, do.
This is the jam.
This is the jam, and these are our red jam and blue jam tables. Ding Biao, chip leader over on red, 57 blinds. Clemens having a nice couple levels up to 40. Parsonen is in the danger zone. Danger zone! 6 blinds. Mikita very comfortable. Osmus on the rise. Winter got his wing clipped.
Hold on. Did
he'll
you just
fly
talk
eventually.
to yourself? Did you say danger zone and danger zone yourself?
Maybe.
Because it's not supposed to be my job to react to that.
I'll get you the next one.
Don't worry, I'm giving you a hard time. Ace Queen. Let's see. 16 bigs.
One.
Open rip. It looks excessive, but he still gets called by worse, even for 16 bigs. Like,
Yeah.
I don't imagine an ace jack, ace 10 folding.
The strategy's just shifting a bit, right? With this bounty, you really want to sort of induce in the spot. Going to be going for more steals, so you want to balance by min raising. But here, you're just like, come on, guys, just someone have the ace 10 and want to play for it all. Nah.
Nikita looks like a statue. Alright, what's happening over here? Looks like Matthias has finished his coffee drink. Expecting a long night. Does only have 11 big blinds. Elis is so short on this table. He has 550,000 in chips. To start this hand.
Good hand. Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to miss a hand, buddy.
Nice guy, Ibinger.
No, they want him to be there so he can call it off and they can collect his bounty. They actually prefer him to be there rather than him just,
Yeah, that's a good
fold.
point. I thought Ibinger was like aura farming, like good karma, but really he just wants to get more bounties.
Like, think about it. If you've got a premium, did you want him to be in there with anything for 550,000 chips?
Yeah. Whoa, dude, where are you going? Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah, you gotta take a look at those cards. Like, you want him to have like ace king and you got like jack 10. Let's see. Is Elis gonna sprinkle in another small blind?
Yeah,
He's gonna walk away from that.
Come on.
Oh, Ding is so happy right now. He's like, all right, I get a free option. I have a chance to just blow out Clemens.
Big old option. Yeah, and I mean, Parsonen with less than 3 big blinds behind might just decide to go for it. I don't know. What do you
Good.
think?
I think Ding needs to raise it big because he wants to isolate this, get rid of Clemens.
Yeah.
It makes sense that he's jamming 8.7 million despite how small the pot is. Let me try to get Elis's.
But now this is weird, right? I mean, I guess you want to just...
Honestly,
fold.
I might go with this.
That's what I was saying, right? Like, but like...
Looks like he's going to fold.
Stupid.
The reason I would consider going for this is because there's an additional big blind from Clemens, so you're getting better pot odds. Plus, of course, big blind ante.
Next time I
You invested extra small blind.
Okay.
It was an interesting spot.
Yeah.
I don't think it was very clear.
Because even though he's now on the button, it's not like he has that many hands. We're playing 5-handed, right?
True. That's very true.
He will be forced all in effectively in just a few hands anyway. You had the dead 150 also, right? From
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The dead 150 is what changes the hand for me. Let's get over here. See? King 9 versus King 9. Do you see a diamond anywhere?
I don't.
Okay. Pre-flop raiser was Winter, called by Burns in the big blind. And we've got a check down to this texture. That's very scary. Anyone want to steal it?
Whoever bets first, man.
Well, Burns had the chance to bet first. He's given up that right to Officer Winter.
What a pillow fight. Look at you two.
I'll take it.
Look at that pillow hand.
Yeah, that's a sexy pillow hand.
King, King, 9, 9 double suited.
You need change? Maybe Makita or Jeremy. Actually, him maybe.
Blacks.
No blacks here, huh?
Chop it up. Baby, chop it up.
Natural.
So how many times have you hit that Dunkin' Donuts, Randy?
I actually haven't. Have you?
What's he got left for?
I
You been
had my
grinding?
first proper donut today there.
Yeah, what'd you get? What's your type?
My type when I'm back home is usually like a honey cruller from Tim Hortons.
I believe you.
Okay.
But I went with the Boston cream, and I was pretty happy with it. It was nice. I skipped lunch today, and I had a Boston cream.
You know, have you ever been to the Universal Studios? They have like the Simpsons area, and you can get like the donuts that's like the Simpsons with the sprinkle.
Oh, yeah?
And the pink frosting.
The Simpsons.
I know you watched that show, right?
Oh yeah. Come on.
It's our time.
That was our ish.
I think you can also get the hot dogs with the Band-Aids on them. Just kidding.
Nice.
The Quickie Mart. Shout out. Don't think they'll ever be a sponsor. Kind of want a Dunkin' Donuts now. It's still open?
They're probably closing around now. Maybe 10.
All right, then you handle this hand. I'll be back.
Go for it, dude.
Queen 6 for Elis. He's got a couple hands left, right? But he knows that he's going to get called in at least 2 spots if he was to jam the button.
Yeah, it's the Fortnite bubble closing in, right?
The Fortnite bubble, the wall is closing in, yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to build his stack and not his fortress. Is this the one?
Wow, and thinks.
Okay.
You know, when it comes to the average hand against 2 hands, right? Queen 6 is right there, and funny, Ding Biao actually gets the computer hand, which is like, you know.
Almost gonna call blind also.
And you hear that? Because Eibinger covers Parsonen, it allows him to access an $80,000 EV envelope. So he's
Wow.
calling off of 10-9 offsuit.
That's great. This is a great example of how unique this format is.
No pair.
No.
Queen high good?
Let me see.
Yes.
Oh, he hadn't even looked yet.
Didn't even look. The
Good
no
one.
look
He sees the queen. He likes the queen.
Oh, you both have the same hand.
All right, let's take a look at this table before we get back to that all-in, because action will be frozen there. Mystery hand time.
Wow, and he bet calls it. I
Yeah.
mean, this is really high level, like, kind of stuff right here. Probably one of the worst hands I would imagine Osmus would bet call the flop with. No heart in tow either.
Yeah, and
This
Jeremy
is
Osmus.
scary to me. I wouldn't do it. I would be scared. I'd be
You're
like,
gonna be
Makita,
scared.
you got it, man.
Osmus was a pre-flop raiser at 350,000. See bet 250K. Bazikowski check raised to Jack 5-3-2 hearts, and here we are now. What's Makita got?
Yeah, going to be ahead of some of the check raises, of course. Your random flush draws, your 6-7s.
Gotta be happy about this if you're Osmus. See the check raise check. Kind of feel like if Makita had a strong jack, He probably continues to bet on the deuce, like ace, jack, king, jack. So I'm going to discount the jack a lot for Mikita as played. 6 comes in. That's kind of a bad card for Osmus because some of the check raise bluffs are like 6-7, and now they pair up. Let's see if Mikita's going to bet. I guess some 4Xs is in Mikita's range. We've seen him defend very wide. 2 million straight. This is gross for Osmus because Osmus rarely has 4X to raise on the button as the covered stack, right? So Mikita can just bet so heavy here, whether he's got it or not, because he just has a massive advantage on his board texture.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why Osmus is even thinking about this, it's all, you can't even beat a deuce. Why would he call? Well, you know, all those heart combos.
What's he got? Queen 8 offsuit.
Sick.
Oh my god.
How do you feel about that, Osmus?
I mean, that goes to show how bladed he was in calling that flop raise. It's really intelligent. Just got the run out where you could bluff it. And look at, we do go back to that 3-way all in.
Something like that. 6 deuce.
Are we going to get to the final table?
Very likely. Ding Biao
I'll try it one
technically
more time.
behind in percentages. Look at that, 42% for Ibinger, who was coming in third man in, thinking like.
Thank you very much.
That's prepay.
There's a lot of different ways this can unfold.
Ace, ace, king. That's fine. Ace, ace, king. Okay. Keep me in.
Everyone looks so happy. Like, this is final table bubble. Here we go. King, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds. Queen high. Looking good.
Looking good for a chop now is
That's not
Parsonen.
6. Oh, it should work.
6
There's a card higher than a 7.
No.
Diamond.
Let's go.
For Ibinger. Wow.
That's 4 or 5. Very bad.
4 5.
Yeah, that is a bad card.
It's not low card, right? Fucking not low card.
4 5 7. Black.
Sad.
River card.
So miserable.
Coming.
Diamond. Let's go.
Here we go.
Yes.
Diamond. That is sick. Ibinger, the second shortest stack, got a bounty again. This guy, how?
Yeah, that is what, 9, 10 bounties now. Just an incredible opportunity tomorrow. Gonna have $800,000 in equity pulling those envelopes tomorrow.
I'm waiting. Oh, sorry. 1550.
Get the seats in my hands.
Completely.
Yeah, but then when I shove.
And there's still plenty of players left in this tournament, so he might
I don't know.
continue to gain.
Yeah, he's got 9 bounties.
No, it's here. 23.
Parson's out.
Yeah.
Final table is set. And Ibinger, not only did he get the bounty,
Good luck, guys.
he more than doubled up.
And there is the walkout from Parsonen as we make our official final table of 7 players. There are the chip stacks. Ding Biao, 51 blinds leading the red table. Mikita now up to almost 10 million after that brilliant check raise bluff. That was something special against Jeremy Osmus. And yeah, that was great. This is fun. This is really fun. I gotta say, I'm having a great time with the bounty tournament. I mean, it's just a different swing of things. It's great, Randy.
Yeah, it's a nice wrinkle. You know, just the bounty aspect changes play drastically. And what I really do appreciate, not only is the action, is that I feel like players still have different strategies going to this, right? Like some players are more variance tolerant. They're willing to kind of attack and raise relentlessly. And others, you know, kind of like, I will get involved a bit more, but kind of hang back a little bit and try to gain more EV in terms of getting stronger ranges in.
Yeah, and I wonder if the timing of when we run this tournament is just an opportunity. Maybe it's deliberate, an opportunity for players to maybe blow off a little steam halfway into the series, get a little more gamble, eventually be able to pull those envelopes tomorrow, which will happen tomorrow night, which will be very, very exciting for all the players and I think for the viewers at home to see who gets some of these big pulls. But of course, first things first, let's see who can get that, first place prize of near $1 million. We're going to go on a little dinner break here, so come back in about 30, 40 minutes and expect to see some great high-stakes final table action here in the Bounty Mystery.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform, available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Counter-terrorism. Yaroshevskyy, pardon me, by the way, flatting a couple of 10s here as Holtz with the King-Jack opened it up.
Yeah, not a lot of players going to choose to flat anything in this setup. We're at a 9-handed table, +2, effectively the low jack. This is an early seat. Sorry, 1 position ahead of the low jack even. This is an early seat to be calling with anything, and not to mention giving the chance for our chip leader Calvin Lee to come in the big blind at a good price. But I understand not wanting to 3-bet and face the shove, because is this the spot we want to take against Fedor Holtz +1?
Oh no.
Wow.
Queen 10 tray, set
silent.
over set. Lee thinks that this is gin. As we can see, it's little more than tonic, and let's not sleep on the fact that Fedor has an open ender.
Yeah, this is nasty. Fedor doing well to check over to Igor. This flat and +2 has him a little concerned, and this is a board that rates to connect well with him.
Well, we are playing with matches in a pool of gasoline right about now. Igor lighting the fuse.
Careful little recheck of the cards to make sure he's not dreaming. But Calvin has a similar position to what we just saw Anatoly playing with the 10-9 of spades. He's sandwiched between two players in a multi-way pot. Standard procedure is to just call and see what Fedor does. And
it is wet texture, though.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good price for a 6-out draw to the nuts. You got to think that Fedor is going to stick around, but it's not clear to me if he does it by raising or calling.
Well, the latter would obviously be incendiary. He does close the action with a call. Pot grows to 6 million. Fedor makes a pair. The ace-king staring those sets in the face.
And this might be the only saving grace for Calvin, who now recognizes that Fedor's range contains a number of hands that he loses to. I mean, there's 6 million in the pot already, Ali. It's difficult to get away from pocket threes for only 8 million more, but we might start to see some players exercising caution, thinking that Fedor has ace-king from early position more often than anyone else. Igor doesn't seem like someone who's going to check behind a hand this strong, though.
I mean, you do want to charge a price to draws instead of allow them to take a tug at the river free of charge. And in the event you are beaten at present by a straight, you're drawing live against that.
I like that he's taking some time here. Even if he knows that he's going to bet this turn, this is a really, really complicated scenario to navigate. And anytime you're faced with that, you don't want to rush through anything, especially against skilled players who can read into that.
He's covered by both opponents. Oh, wow.
He did
it
check.
Looked very much like bet was on his mind. Instead, he checks, and somehow Fedor Holtz is going to be the winner at a showdown as an ace rolls off, and these sets hate this card.
I mean, the butterfly effect from each decision is just mind-blowing in this pot. Calvin could have raised the flop, chooses to abide by standard procedures instead, and Igor, I admit, surprisingly to me, decided to check behind the turn. He's maybe concerned that there's a few better sets as well in Fedor's range. Pocket jacks could arrive here, as well as the ace-king we mentioned previously.
Lee predictably knuckling. Now for Fedor, he sits on the nuts.
And while we can see that Fedor has an unbeatable hand, he's got to start to think between these two ranges, how do I get value from something that isn't just a chop with my hand? Because there's 3 other kings out there. They're not that difficult for either player to have in their range as played. So if Fedor wants to get value from the nuts in this situation, he can't just blast. He has to find some creative way. Yeah, he comes with a small bet.
Quarter pot, which I confess was what I anticipated from Yaroshevskyy in position on the turn. But how well served was he to check? Because presumably that sizing wasn't going to shed Holtz. Unless maybe Lee were to have check raised, which seems super improbable in that spot. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't have been enough hand, I think, for Lee to raise. Wow, he just, no time bank, folds it. I mean, this is a difficult situation for Fedor to find bluffing options. I'm thinking like maybe 10x of spades, and Igor had that card in his hand, so maybe he recognizes it's really hard for you to bluff here, unless you're starting to turn hands like a queen or even an ace-high flush draw into a bluff on the river. I mean, how how do we do that?
Is aces
with
up in the
ease?
value range ever with one check in front of us and one opponent behind who?
That's what Calvin's got to start thinking about is, you know, how often am I up against ace-queen right now or even ace-jack trying to set a price? It feels within the realm of possibility, but even just needing to be good 1 in 6 times, it feels like a stretch to me. Now, I admit I would probably pay this off in Calvin's shoes if I gave Fedor any credit to finding bluffs, because the pocket 3 is just really strong and
yeah, you saw
no
Lee
interaction.
rolling his eyes, never really expects the hand to be good with
Yeah.
a high frequency, but it only needed to be good 1 in 6 times, as you mentioned, for it to be a break-even spot. And it's so unfortunate for him that Yaroshevskyy ace-jack. Coleman will activate.
800,000.
And I don't think too much to think about for Calvin here. No longer the lone chip leader. So a single ace not going to be good enough to get out of line.
Jack 10 also out of there.
Yeah, even Fedor folding king 10 offsuit on the button.
But Filatov, big blind king queen, that's not headed for the muck. He and the amulet defend. And it's top pair with a king kicker versus second pair. Filatov out in front, checking over.
Coleman with a reasonable chip advantage over Filatov. Perhaps a reason to go after him with a high frequency c-bet here, although we know from recent experience that Filatov's not shy to come with check raising, even if he is at the disadvantage in chips. Looks like just a quick call, though.
Yep.
No club in hand, second best kicker. Anatoly's not trying to put stacks in with this one.
So 7 1/4 ahead, bringing us to this turn card. Neither player has a club in hand.
It felt like he was giving a little bit of thought to leading on the turn. You know, a lot of suited hands in the big blind, a lot of flushes made on this turn, but Coleman's going to be opening every suited ace and a lot of suited kings. I think it's wise to just check and keep the pot manageable here.
Second check in front of Coleman, and he's very happy to check back. Play a little pot control, see what's what. That's a nice river for the ace-jack, provided it was good on the turn. It rates to be good now. But unfortunately for Coleman, as we can see, Filatov is going to have value available to him. 3.65 in the middle. And how greedy will Anatoly be? 1.6. It's going to be tough for Coleman to let it go at this sizing, is it not?
It is, but it's so annoying when we face this bet, because not only are we worried about king-queen, but Anatoly even saying that he could have a queen with no kicker, you know, suited queen 8, queen 9, offsuit queen 10. That expanded value range with the smaller size, we're losing to so many more hands, so we have to make sure that the appropriate number of bluffs are going to be here. I don't think we ever see a jack betting this big.
Irritating spot for Coleman. Always aware that 3 Americans in total, by the way, in Saliba, Lee, and Coleman. That would be where the fellow American is directing his support. Ace-9 here for Saliba.
Normally ace-9 offsuit with a chip advantage, pretty reasonable open from under the gun, but we're 9-handed right now, and Justin is only 3rd in chips. I think it's a good fold.
Pocket 10s. They didn't do so great for Igor, as Calvin welcomes them, along with what would appear to be a crick in his neck. Min raise open.
And for John Ander on 8 big blinds, ace-queen offsuit is a lot of hand, even facing an early position open.
Boom, 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 boom.
We're going to see at least that amount going in here.
Ace queen off.
All in.
As good a hand as Vallinas says he could hope for. Not going to be patient any longer. 3.2 as a jam. Another 2.4 and a tickle required of Calvin. He does make the call and will be delighted to be in front. But when he is in front, he expects more often than not it'll be versus 2 overcards. So you can see the equity. 43% for Vallinas. $7.5 million.
No, I never get drunk.
Never drunk in his life.
Tense moments
I don't need to drink
for the
to
Spaniard. Can he find the spin?
It's so fun.
9-7 tray, monotone with the 10 of diamonds in Lee's hand. And Vallinas knows this is an ambitious mountain to climb. Turn. No bueno. Is there a non-diamond ace or queen available? Show yourself if so. No such luck. And for Vallinas, he will deliver the remains of his tokens to the right as Lee will claim the first pair.
Big bet.
Meanwhile, Calvin Lee.
Unbelievable.
Gonna
Same
try an
in poker
ace-10
sometimes.
offsuit.
Small buy-ins winning. Go 10K.
Raise.
Boom, boom, boom. So sick. Same. It's not the same as tournaments.
Uh-oh. Fedor pipping Calvin here, unbeknownst, of course. 2 deep stacks. I don't know what Fedor's choice is. Are all 3 options available to us, or is it simply flat or 3-bet?
It feels like all 3 are here. This is an early spot for Fedor, and yeah, he does fold. I would have thought about 3-betting, and I mean, he did as well. But we really don't want, as Fedor, to collide in a big pot with Calvin at this exact moment.
No, it would be so disastrous from an ICM standpoint for those 2 ball stacks to get entangled. And ace-jack is just not the ammunition.
Yeah. And you have to keep in mind that you just mathematically, let's say, have to respect the 5 players left to act who we haven't heard from yet. Fedor's not playing a heads-up pot there with
I will
Calvin.
register you by my
Sometimes
by my
ego
promo
can
code,
get in
no
the
worries.
way.
You will start playing slots,
Of
forget
just
poker.
basic
Little bit
solid
minus
play.
EV, yes. But
Well, nothing
then
ego-driven
you
about a
lose everything
suited
and
king
come back
defending the
to
big
game
blind,
with
as
the new
Saliba
power.
has, and he is outflopped on the queen 7-5 board,
Bet for
making
family.
bottom pair versus the unimproved
Bankroll
ace
management
high.
for you. Same emotion. But faster.
Check back from Lee.
Online, just yes, from your phone, easy.
Yeah, not a mandatory flop to bet. I wouldn't have minded a high-frequency stab when the board's disconnected, just because Calvin is 5 million or so chips ahead of Saliba right now. He shouldn't expect a lot of Justin's range to get out of line against him, but he's viewing ace-10 as some showdown value. I think that's accurate.
Really? Fuck, man.
Yeah, you can pull the.
I need this one.
It's like a case.
Like a button break, yeah. He knows.
Second check in front of Lee.
Gamble together.
And at this point, the ace-10 has some good showdown value. We're not necessarily looking to get blown off, especially because 7x could be a part of Saliba's range here.
Yeah, we should feel pretty good about this turn card in terms of how valuable ace-10 is in position. So if we're betting here, I don't think this is like Calvin saying he needs to bluff with ace-10. I think this is just a... I'm not believing Saliba has much of anything right now. Let's just clear some equity and win the hand.
Yeah.
Now, from Justin's point of view, certainly a 5 with a kicker that plays is feeling pretty high up in range, wanting to do some sort of defense. Maybe not the right one to try and check raise bluff or anything of that nature, but just check calling. We're ahead of Calvin's bluffs.
Well, we were ahead of Calvin, but now we no longer are, as the counterfeiting queen double pairs the board, and Calvin able to check back and show ace high. This is going to be demoralizing.
Yeah. And while I don't think Justin could have done anything different in this hand, I would have liked to see him take a little time on the river there, because that was an interesting...
Against opponents that you know are a little bit more apt to peel, and obviously that'll be a function of not just play style, but stack depth and the overall distribution of chips, ladders, ICM, things like that. That, okay, you're a little bit more well-served, but we can't always just presume under the gun raise plus c-bet means overpair in that spot, which is the dream for top set.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was, huh? 10-8-3?
No, when we have
10-8 something. 10-8-3.
3 out of the 4 10s in the deck, we
memory,
just
like, I have
we benefit a
memory,
lot
I'm
from the
sorry.
bluffs.
I don't even remember my cards.
Ace queen has 1 out of the 4 aces and 1 out of the 4 queens have joined forces for Calvin.
I told you nuts.
Tens is really glitching its way to many different players. Orpen has been waiting for a spot. Not that it's a single decision point sort of stack depth for him.
Yeah, and on the button, I think coming with a 3-bet is the way to go here. It's a little bit intimidating. And interesting that he chooses 2.5. You know, he had 2 options. He could have gone for all of it or effectively all of it, you know, maybe made it 6 or 7 million. But by inducing, he's leaving Calvin room to maybe 4-bet all in with the suited ace, which we've seen from him in the past. Maybe 4-bet all in with a hand like this, and he does. I think Orpen's putting the chips in here.
Yeah. I don't think he expected all too often to be up against the 4-bet jam, but on this occasion, Calvin pressing things. Are you okay with this choice?
Yeah, I think it's the right type of hand to go for 4-bet all in. We don't really want to call out a position with an offsuit ace, and this is 18 blinds effective. Orpen's been snug for the last 3 orbits, but this is a capable player who's going to have some bluffs, and as we can see, have some pairs that we're doing fine against.
Well, the deuce 4-5 board in a 19.8 million chip pot, which is going to be good for the chip lead regardless of what direction it goes in, does threaten the pocket tens, and the queen is the road traveled at present for Calvin Lee to break the heart of Orpen Kisacikoglu, who was far from the leanest stack at the table. Can he find the 10 for justice? No. And the GG's issued as Orpen popped his head up out of the sand just once.
User Clay is Bay.
Okay.
Reminded me quickly that I was referring to Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Legends of the Hidden Temple, yes.
Great game show. I mean, for
I wanted on
for
that
9-year-old me,
so bad.
Was such a good. Every part of it just looked fun.
It reminded me of a board game called Fireball Island back in the day that had like a
I don't know
functional
that
little
one.
volcano. Well, yeah, again, me and Moses used to play it heads up. Fedor Holtz, ace king, and the classic is taking shape here. Yaroshevskyy, red queens.
2.5.
Third scoop. 2.5x the open.
Yeah, and queen's well good enough to induce in this situation. Yaroshevskyy hoping to get it in against maybe a suited Broadway or a suited ace that Fedor might 4-bet all in with, but ace-king, not exactly a worst-case scenario, just a necessary gamble that these two players are going to have to take.
So all parties fold back around to Fedor, and ace-king likes getting chips forward. Yaroshevskyy with the snap. And once again, something registering on the Richter scale here at this final table, this time 17.25 magnitude. The seismometer is working overtime. This is one way to deliver a flop. King 10-9, no complaints for Fedor, obviously, as he gets ahead of the two queens. But you see Yaroshevskyy still has a ray of hope. 28%, perhaps a little bit more than a ray with the gut shot. And the hunt for the queen, which now welcomes hearts on the turn. Things could be worse. Equity actually acquired despite only one card to come for Yaroshevskyy. Will justice be his? Yes! How about that?
Yeah, it should be like
a queen on the end to do it the hard way.
Well, they just love me.
Black color and then.
And you know, right when
PT Gold Streets, but from somewhere where it was, quote, prohibited.
Because he looked at the screen.
And then I spun it up into something. I would then be voided. Is that the idea?
Potentially, yeah. At your own risk.
That's like when you oversell and then you make a deep run in a tournament.
Oh, no.
It's negative EV, I guess, you know. You don't want to register for a poker tournament and not be able to produce identification if you were to win it that proves you're of legal age to gamble in that casino.
Spot where like it's still a fold. You know what I mean? Then, yeah. No, very close.
Things to consider by the way, for those in the margins.
Yeah, okay. But
Lefrancois,
yeah, but you have
not feeling in the margins. King Jack, min raise open. Tens once again paying a visit.
1.8.
Oh. Calvin was engaged in conversation here.
Oh, this is curious. Did
just
he
saying
not see
raise. I don't think he saw the 1.2 from Pascal. Fedor just pointed it out to him, and that might entice Fedor to get into the pot right now with ace-8 suited because he thinks Calvin has his cutoff range.
Boy, he avoids it, but you're absolutely right. There's so much meta in these situations. Filatov with a couple of threes did not hesitate. It's back around to Lefrancois. Now, he observed the same thing. Obviously, another 600 is not going to be enough for us to step away, but is the fact that our opponent didn't realize that they were 3-betting and under the gun open, making us think a jam is optimal? The answer is yes, and Lee wakes up with a real hand.
Yeah, Pascal, I think wisely just taking the approach of I'm going to go all in with everything right now because I'm doing great against a cutoff range and I can get some folds. But Calvin, very high up. I don't think there was any malintent there. I think that was a genuine misclick, and he just happens to have a premium.
That's a goofy one.
You heard. That's a goofy one declared, as there was all sorts of strangeness pre-flop and now some post. Queen Jack 9 puts King Jack in the lead. But Lee, open-ended, would welcome Pascal to make kings up here. Oh my. We didn't clock the turn, but it was an 8. Lee in the lead. And now Pascal needs Lee to make a set. And instead, Lefrancois showered and potentially taking that spot, Kevin, courtesy of a misclick by Lee, which obviously was genuine.
I think
yeah, Pascal feeling frustrated right now, like he got
as well. And I agree, it's mildly ambiguous. Coleman, by the way, did concede to the 3-bet a moment ago. He now finds himself in the big blind. Calvin exercising his might. Pardon me. 10-8 suited, pocket 9s.
Igor, from what we've seen in other hands, tending to play this kind of spot like a call. He's got 26 big blinds. He doesn't want to put all of them in with 9s, especially with a few players behind.
Saliba, Holtz, and Coleman all shorter stacked than Yaroshevskyy, by the way, who's got 11 bigs more than 4th place Saliba.
Coleman here in a really ugly looking spot once Igor has called. He's going to know that there's absolutely no fold equity on a jam against Igor's range. Definitely Calvin, but not Igor, and I think wisely choosing just a flat with sixes, which would normally be all in for just 8 big blinds.
Well, look at this board that greets Coleman, by the way, after that big blind defense, taking things 3 ways. 5-3 deuce gives him an overpair and a gut shot. Note, by the way, that Calvin has a flush draw. Yaroshevskyy with the overpair, and the stage is set for pyrotechnics.
Yeah, Coleman may be thinking about leading the flop for a moment, but I think, again, deferring to the strength of Igor's flatting range here in the cutoff. If Igor decides to open the action here, which he often will, overall range advantage. It's hard to imagine a way for Coleman to escape this hand.
So Calvin did not follow through and faces the position bet of 1.5, understandably, from Yaroshevsky's 9s.
I think this size might be a little concerning to Coleman, although, again, it's hard to see escape with the added equity of the gut shot in addition to his overpair.
1/3 pot leaves us thinking what?
Well, leaves us thinking I have absolutely no fold equity. Like, what does he get away from right now?
Well, apparently, Coleman might be thinking there is some fold equity because this isn't with the perception that sixes are nutted, that he's jamming here.
I think Coleman, when he gets asked for a count, is starting to expect ace high to maybe bet call if it was semi-bluffing on the flop.
You saw Calvin promptly getting out of the way as it's back around to Yaroshevskyy, and Yaroshevskyy will make the call. 13.3. Registering on the Richter scale, Coleman flipping his palms up to the sky.
I think I should have.
Tough spot for him. Down but not out. Stranger things have happened here at this FT already. Consider that Yaroshevskyy is only in his seat because he found a queen on the river for a set. Granted, he had other pathways. On the turn, Lee would have made spades, by the way, and the field would have been drawing dead. Instead, Yaroshevskyy poised to collect things as the spade 6 and spade 4 are removed. A 4-outer for David Coleman to stay alive. And that ain't it.
GG, bro.
So DC showered here. And that is... Jack off. 1.2. Ace-9 suited for Calvin in the small.
Calvin currently overwhelming chip leader. Definitely should be playing this pot. And I'd like to see call in general. I think our hand is too good to try to use as a 3-bet bluff. And certainly too weak to put in a whole lot of chips. Fedor's going to think about this one. Filatov known to get a little out of line. Open raising in the cutoff could be a weak hand. Calvin Lee in the small blind chip leader can definitely play a lot of weak hands. So Fedor wants to see one with the offsuit ace.
Three-way affair as Lee, with the rarely seen flat, having been very aggressive to this point. But it is all Filatov here on an ace-queen-10 board up against top pair and not one but two seats. Following through for 1.1.
See how quick that bet got out there. Feels like Filatov, often having fun at the table, is toying with this spot a little bit, sitting on the best possible hand. And this is awkward now.
Well, do you tend, in terms of the pace with which he delivered this c-bet, to range someone away from the nuts in a spot such as this because it feels just perfunctory?
I think it's common for that to be the case. It's like, oh, this is me, ace high board. Let's just toss one out there, right? Maybe you see people posture a little bit with the first nuts, and Filatov flipping that type of read on its head here, just playing fast.
Now with c-bet and call in front of him, Fedor's ace-6 does kind of lack pathways to spots where it's doing anything other than being a passenger.
Yeah, we've seen top pairs in multi-way spots just folding right away. Fedor may be thinking, especially with how short he's playing, that he should get the chance to realize his equity more often.
Closes the action. Another 3.3 in total delivered to the middle. Now Filatov locks things up on the turn.
Now Calvin, I don't expect to play any leads in this particular spot, but when you do call out of the small blind, the worst position in this multi-way affair, sometimes you have the best range, and sometimes we do see those leads, but ace-9 not really benefiting from that play either. 5.5. This is not only a huge bet, but represents more than Fedor's entire stack. Calvin's quickly out with the ace-9, which I think is wise.
Yeah, at that price, both of these one-pair hands really experiencing deep levels of discomfort.
Now Fedor has to view this as strong on the surface. Anatoly recognizing that this bet could get called and he'd have to run it, so we don't expect a zero equity bluff, which we might see if this was just a heads-up pot against Calvin Lee covering. Fedor has the 6 of hearts, maybe marginally relevant to Anatoly's ability to have a combo draw here. You know, you don't want to get in the habit of just snap folding top pair for 8 big blinds, but Fedor can't feel good about this hand.
Taking his time just to examine what sorts of combinations this ace-6 is doing all right against. But it is seeming increasingly difficult, especially given that this wasn't a heads-up pot grab, to identify what exactly Filatov holds that ace-6 beats.
Yeah, just at face value, we have to view this as strong. Filatov bet 2/3 of the pot into the chip leader in addition to Fedor. Just that play alone needs to arouse caution. Oh, wow.
This is, I confess, not what I expected whatsoever. Fedor Holtz ultimately finding a call, put all in. The river will be of no consequence. He gets showered. What did we just witness?
Yeah, slight misstep there, and maybe even
Welcome back to Triton Jeju. That was the coverage of the 25K WPT Slam. But we're here. We're watching this 40K mystery. Down to our final 8 is our official final table. A lot of interesting things happening with this mystery bounty. And yeah, you excited, Randy?
I'm excited because I know that the players are still going to go very hard for the bounties, despite there being reasonable pay jumps at the final table. You know, all players are guaranteed 115,000 right now. If you survive once more, you get to 157K. So you can already see there that busting a player is worth more than the page up right now. So that should shift the action to be very bounty heavy still.
Yeah, and we saw a great example of that with Matthias Eibinger calling it off for, his tournament life with 10-9, third player in, because simply he covered the short stack of Parsonen, was able to get lucky without run out, and now has a stack that he can really play with here. 24 big blinds coming into this final table, is going to be in 7th place. Our short stack is Cale Burns of Australia, but we got to look up top. Mikita Badziakowski has been playing some real power poker, I would say. We saw that incredible bluff with just the Queen-8 offsuit against Jeremy Osmus. Just really playing what we've come to expect. A lot of big barreling, range advantage stuff. Ding Biao has been playing really, really great. We saw that huge clash he had with Phil Ivey knocking out the hero earlier today. So some great characters still in this thing. Jeremy Osmus had that big win in event number 3 for near $2 million. Finds himself on another final table. But what's really fun is a lot of bounties these players have, including Eibinger, who has 9 right now, which is pretty impressive. Okay, so let's do this. What's going on with Luca? Does he have something to say right now?
He does.
223 entries in this 40K. And let me tell them mystery bounties. We're down to a final table of 8. For today, we're going to find out who's going to raise this beautiful trophy and is going to win $935,000. Tomorrow, the mystery bounty ceremony, we're going to find out who's going to win $500,000 and who's going to open an envelope with absolute 0. Somebody that knows about raising the trophy this week especially is going to be in seat number 1 with 5.6 million. Please put your hand together for Jeremy Osmus.
Well said, Luca. Yeah, Osmus only has 1 bounty, but he also has 1 Triton title coming earlier this week and is looking for number 2 here in the mystery bounty.
In seat number 2 with 3.6 million from Austria, please welcome Matthias Eibinger.
Matthias Eibinger is the biggest gunslinger out there right now. He has 9 bounties already guaranteed, looking for more, and 3 titles under his belt.
Our seat number 3 is from Australia with 2.7 million. Please put your hand together for Cale Burns.
Burns been involved in a lot of interesting spots over the course of the last few hours, including against Mikita Badziakowski. Is our short stack looking to run things up here on the final table?
In seat number 5 from Austria with 5.9 million. Please put your hand together for Clemens Reuter.
This is Clemens' first cash of the festival. He does have 1 bounty. He can really spin things around if he can pull that big one.
Seat number 6 from China, 7.6 million. Please welcome Ding Biao.
Doesn't have as many bounties as some of the other players on the table, just 4, but he has a heck of a lot of chips and a massive amount of Triton earnings, near 10 million, trying to get over that mark, and a 3rd title.
Seat number 7 from the US with 4 million. Please put your hand together for Ben Tollerine.
The end boss, Benjamin Tollerine. Doesn't have any bounties at the moment. Does have 2 titles, 1 in No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha.
In seat number 8, we have our chip leader from Belarus with 10 million. Please welcome Mikita Badziakowski.
Welcome to the Badslands, coming into as the chip leader, one of the most decorated players in Triton history, and 5 bounties to his name.
And last but not least, closing our final table in seat number 9 from the US with 5.2 million. Please welcome Sean Winter.
Sean Winter, known as the Short Stack Ninja. He will be coming in with 34 big blinds, currently in 5th place. No bounties yet.
The button has been drawn in seat number 2. We still have 90 minutes remaining of 75,000, 150,000, 150,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Carl, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you very much, Luca. World-class, award-winning work there. He has the trophy. He has the hardware to prove it. As we see the chip counts of this 40K mystery bounty, 8 players, all ranging from Mikita's chip lead of 66 all the way down to Cale Burns' 18. Going to see lot of interesting poker. As Randy, you remarked, each elimination, each bounty worth about $80,000 in equity, which is more than some of these pay jumps until we really get to sort of the top 5, top 6 spots.
Yeah, and I'm going to think that players are going to be driving the action based on collecting bounties. So all eyes on the short stack Cale Burns, who has 18 bigs, and normally this has a lot of play, but in this format, we can see players always willing to kind of get it in against Cale at this moment.
The blinds are going to be 75, 150 with a 150,000 ante. And here are what these players are playing for, at least when it comes to just half the prize pool. Eighth, it's going to take them 115,000 all the way up to the first prize of $935,000. But again, you know, you're looking at someone like Ibinger, Randy, with 9 bounties. That's already worth, you know, almost 800 grand. It's pretty amazing what can happen tomorrow when we pull those envelopes.
Yeah, and there's the big gap is from third to second, where now that pay jump is more than the EV of an envelope, whereas fourth to third is still equal to 1 envelope. So I expect things to shake up a bit differently in the top 3. And plus, the top prize of $935,000, you actually collect your own bounty as well. So it's actually a cool million if you can get this title.
So I guess you can say first place is technically 7 figures.
EV.
EV. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Here we go. First hand underway. Ding Biao opening 9-7 of diamonds. You're just going to see this kind of stuff happen so much more often in this format. Ding start this final table second in chips.
Thank you.
It's over to Clemens, ace-9 offsuit, dominating the one gapper.
Ow. Yeah, not doing that great against the under the gun range, but certainly be happy to complete.
Paired board. Ace-high is best, however, Ding Biao does have that gut shot. And he is up against a big line defense that has a lot of check folds. Very reasonable for Ding Biao to follow through with a C-bet.
Is there any way to have a parry?
Seconds. Made 200,000.
Quarter pot. And it gets down to ace-9. Nicely done. You're more likely to see ace-high check call if it was like a button or cutoff open, but against under the gun, it's not so favorable.
First blood goes to the man from China, Ding Biao. As mentioned, close to $10 million in Triton earnings with 2 titles. Just an incredible breakout player. Someone who, at my first Triton stop on the desk, seemed like he was final tabling everything and really putting the screws on some of these sort of more well-known players at the time.
Yeah, his results is more remarkable because he first started playing in Vietnam in 2023. So he's put in, you know, less data points as the other players, and he 2 titles, that much in earnings, like that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, just seems to have a real knack for the game and a killer instinct. And that's what you really need to have to be in this arena. Cale Burns going to have a potential shove spot or continue. I mean, I would imagine in the form of an all-in. 19 big blinds facing a button open, a cutoff open. That's going to be, I would say, relatively strong. And you know what? Yeah, he does lean call. Perhaps
I'm pretty sure the reason he's calling is because we're playing this format. Otherwise, he would be reshoving. He knows that Ibinger would be incentivized to even call a hand like ace-9, even for 18 big blinds.
Yeah, this hand would be really right on the line with how much that bounty is worth for Ibinger. Going to get a complete from Ding Biao, and we have a nice spread here between three different hands that have some equity.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh. Kale Burns, top pair king kicker, nut flush draw for Ibinger with the ace of diamonds overcarding the queen.
Yeah, and I think maybe on a normal FT, Randy, perhaps we would see Kale not playing this aggressively, but I mean, could we see, if Matthias starts with a c-bet, could we just see Burns raising to get this in?
Very reasonable. I think it's a bit unclear just because Ding Biao is also in the big blind on whether to raise. For now, though, of course, Ibinger's kind of deciding, should I bet to try to get KO to put some chips in there? Because obviously his hand has got nut potential with the nut flush draw.
I mean, it's just so hard for Kale to be behind here. You know, as far as the top of Matthias's range, something like an ace-queen, you know, aces, kings, jacks, these are very, very limited hands. And yeah, Ibinger going with this pretty chunky size. And if Kale does elect to raise and get shoved on, I mean, he's going to be up against hands that he's ahead of, like an ace-9 of diamonds.
I believe I prefer flat.
All in.
It looks like he just jams, just to kind of see how the equity shift. But anyways, of course he snap calls, and this is an amazing spot for Ibinger because he can collect the bounty.
Yeah. Can he get into double digits in bounties?
Ibinger starts his hand 7th in chips. He's in a pot with the only player he covers.
I think he had like king 9 and called it off for the bounty.
Okay.
Oh,
on the
that's
turn.
it.
Short and sharp.
The end of KO Burns. It's a bit disappointing, but not so disappointing for Ibinger, who collects another bounty. He's got 10 bounties.
Sure does.
That's 800K in EV.
Bountiful is the Austrian. Kale Burns going to finish in 8th place, $115,000. Did collect 3 bounties, so is going to have an opportunity to pull nearly $250,000 worth of equity tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be his biggest cash of the festival. His 4th cash, but those bounties are going to push him over. His best finish previously was that 8th place for 190K here in Jeju.
Yeah, and we say equity, but heck, you know, one
It's
of those
40K
3 pulls,
guaranteed, though.
One of those 3 pulls, you know, could be $500,000, which is our top bounty. There are the updated chip counts. You can see how significant that pot was for our bounty leader, now all the way up to 3rd place. Total prize pool of nearly $9 million. And if you're looking at those prizes and you're going, that doesn't add up to 9 million, that adds up to something like, I don't know, 4.5. Well, half the prize pool does go to those bounties. So that explains it.
You go for the orange chips.
The bounties. You can have the tournament and the title, I don't care. I need 2 more.
You have a goal?
Yeah, 12.
Greedy. 12 bounties is his goal.
Listen, if you already have 10, it's hard not to be a little greedy and want 12.
Like, if he has 10, if he pulls the minimum for all 10 of them, he gets 400K, right? Because 40K is the smallest bounty pull. Well, obviously, he's going to randomly pull some bigger ones. It's a good day for Ibinger. And it kind of feels like the chips mean so much more in this format, the final table, because, like, he collects the chips, he gets the bounty, and now he covers more players. Like, it's just a dream scenario for Eibinger at the moment. Mikita's like, we're seriously, guys? We've got jacks, and you're just going to fold? Average stack is actually 42 bigs. Seems like the deepest average stack I've seen so far at a final table this week. It's mainly because we got here very quickly to the final table due to the crazy action driven by the game.
Speaking of jacks, Jeremy Osmus. Gonna raise it up.
Osmus won a title earlier this week. It's crazy to see him here having the potential to win a second title. Already won 1.892 million in the 25K. Clemens got ace 10. Looks like he's going to stay away. Nikita Batsikowski, 6-5 of clubs. Very playable. Bounty or not, would be defending this big blind. Jeremy started this hand with 37 bigs. So it is kind of hard to get stacks in even post-flop, given how deep they are. But we'll see.
Flop is 3-6-4, 2 hearts. Mikita, I mean, probably too deep to check raise, play for stacks, but maybe not. I mean, with the bounty to consider, maybe you just want to play this ultra aggressive, and you know, if your opponent has an overpair, they have an overpair, and then you can get a potential $80,000 equity bounty and another $5 million in chips. But it's going to start with a lead instead. I think makes sense.
I would say it's definitely not too deep to get in because of the bounty aspect, right? That's more than the pay jump, the value.
Yeah.
So he's leading here because he expects Osmus to check back a lot of, you know, like high cards that whiff, check back, maybe even some overpairs because of how dangerous the board is. You could see it potentially. So he wants to prevent that from happening. He's probably leading the flop with air, like 7x as well as stabs.
Yeah, it's interesting because these kind of spots, I think players when they lead they are relatively balanced, but the percentage of their range that is behind jacks is quite significant. You're talking about the bluffs, like the 7x's, maybe some 5x's. This is 6-5 in particular, I think is pretty high up in Mikita's range, right?
Yeah.
So Mikita might even just want to protect against the fact that he has, you know, part of that top range and just put all the chips in. And if he is up against something like this, let's run it. I'm 45%, right?
Yeah,
2 million.
Yeah, I like this re-raise from Mikita, and it's just that if he's up against an overpair, he's practically flipping. Now he gets this overlay from the bounty because he has the covering stack.
Yeah, and Osmus did not raise to fold here. Obviously, he's not thrilled that he seeing all these bets, 4 bets, 4 or 5 bets that have to go in with 7 players left. But yeah, he's ready to play for stacks.
Yeah, I mean, he knows jacks is usually best. He has to play for stacks now. Against a combo draw like this, he's slightly ahead. And well, yeah, once you raise the flop, you've just created a situation where stacks fly in.
All in.
Here we go. Look how big this pot is. Over 10 million, 11.375. And that is what Makita wants to see. Didn't want to see like a set or like some kind of big heart draw. This is as good as it gets for Makita to potentially get a bounty and even a pay jump if he knocks out Osmus.
And some cards where Osmus is dead on the turn, and that's pretty
bad.
Almost as dead as you can be. Life support. Somebody get out the defibrillators. We might be losing Jeremy Osmus. It's going to do the trick. And Makita's chip lead.
Good game, buddy.
Growing significantly. It's going to put him at 16 million. Well 2x'd of next closest, which is Ding Biao. Great performance from Osmus, as we're used to seeing. For those of you who are maybe a little less familiar with Jeremy, who usually cuts his teeth
Is Reg open?
10.5.
in the U.S.
You know.
One of the best players in the world, and another good performance by him.
I mean, this is his second cash of the festival. His first cash was for 1.892 million. One title. Cashing here. And also, he does have that one bounty envelope. He's got a little bit of run good. Maybe he opens the half milli later.
Were you aware?
Yeah, I mean, they call him, his friends call him the luckiest man in the world, and I think it would be, you know, if that's canon,
because
should expect a $500,000 pull
to
from him tomorrow.
Makita Badzikowski, 5 titles under his belt, looking good
That's how it looks
to pick
sometimes.
up number 6. He's got 106 big blinds.
That was a nice min cash.
It was a
Point-
very
point
nice
eight
bluff,
big blind, or
Sean.
0.8 defiance.
Very nice bluff.
Huh?
You're set. On the
Hello,
4-card
Ibinger.
flush.
Found out about Sean Winter's pocket 9s bluff against Ding Biao. $218,000 guaranteed for these remaining 6.
At least.
At least, that's true. Whoever knocks out someone gets a little nice bonus. Bad's ace-10. No clear short stacks at the moment. Benjamin Tollerine's got 25 bigs. But that doesn't mean stacks can't go in, because you saw what happened to Osmus just last hand.
1 or 50?
Welcome to the Badslands.
I don't think Ibinger wants to be there at the Badslands right now.
No.
Ace 5 suited. I would expect him to never 4-bet rip because of the bounty aspect. He has so much less fold equity. So this hand that is usually a good candidate 4-bet is not so great in this format.
He stole my bounty.
So much pressure.
Oh my god, he still jams. That's sick.
Such a boss. And look, Makita takes pause. I mean,
he probably doesn't
knows
expect
it's
this,
a
right?
fold, but it's like,
Oh my
with
god.
the bounty and stuff.
Ibinger's sick.
Yeah, what a sicko.
It takes guts to jam in a bounty format there for his stack.
Yeah, I would love to be a fly on the wall and Makita finding out about what Ibinger had in that hand. You can see a little sly smile. I know it's kind of his resting face, but I like to think he's smiling a little bit inside.
Nikita's gonna be like, "You serious, buddy? You're not scared of me?"
No.
That was a boss move. Ibinger now is actually second in chips with that 4-bet jam. What you got, Ding Biao?
May we have a mystery hand? Or perhaps just the graphics not giving us the pleasure quite yet.
What do you think, Ding? Want to play mystery hand with us?
Yeah, do you want to be a mystery man? It's kind of the theme of the tournament. I feel like we should have a mystery hand more often.
The mystery hand and the mystery bounty? He's deep in the tank. Pre-flop. What if the mystery hand is just open fold? What if? Yeah, okay, mystery hand's over. Back to normal hand, as you can see. Ace-8 for Tolerine. That was a nice curveball.
Yeah.
Banger, Jack-7 offsuit. Curious to see his appetite to play against the shortest stack.
Yeah.
Out of there. Perhaps the regular prize pool is being more relevant now.
Whoops.
218 guaranteed, 287 for 5th and higher. A little bit surprising, I think. That's kind of scary. Look at those souls in
The
front
price
of
of poker is going up, Randy.
Yeah.
You're going to need 100,000, 200,000 chips, and a 200,000 ante to play. I don't have that kind of money. So I'll stay here with you.
That's cool. No shame in it. It's tough. It's dangerous out there.
Yeah, it is.
You got a guy who collects bounties for a living. All right, Ding Biao's going to open up ace-9 off.
Uh-oh.
Let's see how Makita wants to approach this
Candidate.
babysuited ace.
Yeah, I mean, can put a great deal of pressure. I mean, ICM is more and more relevant as we consider these big payouts.
I would say normally we see 3-bet. He comes in with flat. Perhaps it's more so that he doesn't get rejammed on once again. And of course his hand has plenty of playability. Post flop.
Interesting spot now for Ibinger. He's just going to fold. I think maybe, yeah, some pause given to the breakdown of what's happening here.
The deeper the players involved are, the less reason for you to take marginal hands post flop. So
Yeah.
like
So that's
King Jack off
or
there, like
just
he's playing
bottom.
against 40 big blind stacks. It's just you need to like really cooler someone hard for you to be able to collect a bounty. So it makes sense why King Jack off is out, which can easily be dominated. Onto a flop these three. Some damage could be done. Two players of top pair.
Yeah, wheel gut shot for Makita, which is, as far as flops go, you really don't hate this. You decide to play this hand as a call pre-flop.
Could easily check through on the flop. Just kicker issues for Makita.
350.
A little sprinkle. But once he gets called here by Ding Biao, probably not looking to bet that many turns unless Makita improves to 2-pair plus. Should be throwing this in the check call range for Ding Biao. Need to protect his weaker parts of his range, like the pocket pairs. Safe.
And Makita's going to think he's ahead a decent percentage of the time here. I think there's some big pairs that can be played as check calls, but also some better aces, like an ace-9.
Yeah, there's a lot of better aces in Ding's range, so I don't really see why you would want to continue to bet once you got called on the flop. 2.2 in the middle as we go to river card, and the straight gets there for Mikita. Everything going Mikita's way. With the 4-liner out there, could see Ding go for a block fold. Unless he just thinks that Mikita would sometimes bluff raise him, which I could see it. There's not much 4x in Ding Biao's range.
What's it going to be, Mikita? 2.2 million in the middle.
Most likely hand that pays him off is an ace-x, so doesn't need to go too small. Probably doesn't expect like 9s through kings to call anyways, given one flop already went in post-flop.
3 million.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
3 million into 2.2.
And it's not just the 4 I think Ding Biao has to be worried about. I think ace-5 will also take this line.
Set of 5s as well.
Yeah, if Mikita has 5s pre-flop, might just sprinkle on this flop, try to clear out some broadways with pocket 5s, and now you've gotten there on the river. Same can be said for pocket 4s. So that's a decent amount of combos of ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, pocket 4s, and pocket 5s. And Ding has to consider, do I really think Mikita would just have an air bluff on this flop, give up on the turn, and then, you know, obviously it's a very scary river card, but does that feel a bit erratic? Does it feel like something that Kisacikoglu would really do? What do you think, Randy? What, can you think of some bluffs that might be in?
Well, Ding's made the call.
Wow.
Everything is going Mikita's way. That was one big payoff.
Yeah, Ding Biao just decides his hand is too good of a bluff catcher and just pulling away. I mean, a disgusting chip lead now. Before the start of this hand, Mikita had 15 million to Ding Biao's 7.5. And now Mikita should be upwards more like, yeah, 19 million chips. This could just be
it's pure domination.
Yeah, the Belarusians tournament here.
Bads already has 5 bounties entering this final table. Collected another one from Allsmith, so he has 6 bounties now. That's an EV payout of 480K.
Yeah, and
You get
Mikita
129 bigs there and 96 there.
playing with his food now. Just getting him all primed up, keeping the
Is it always?
keeping the oven warm for when he's ready to eat his prey. So many more chips than everyone else.
No, it's correct. Huh? That one's right, but that one's not.
No, it's both correct. Yeah, now it's correct.
And now it is.
Min raise from Mikita.
Ding Biao hoping to get a little revenge, try to flop something nice with this 6-4 suited.
It's good news for Mikita. Cover any stack. The big blind defense, ace-9 performs well, and it does have middle pair of the backdoor clubs. Not much for Ding Biao though.
What do you mean? He's 3 to a straight flush.
Yeah, just chase it out of position with no stack. You got 3 to the nut flush from Nikita.
Yeah, I actually quite like this comment, as this hand we're watching right here is a bit of an afterthought, unless, of course, that straight flush card comes in the turn.
Ooh, look at that check.
Yeah, it's open-ended now. Just want to highlight a comment on YouTube from Franz Sejoman saying he should 3-bet all the ace-X like he did not 3-bet ace-10 the hand before. I think he 3-bet ends up perfect. A little bit broken English, but I think the point of what they're saying is if Ding Biao expects Badziakowski to 3-bet a lot of the ace-4, ace-5 suiteds, it makes less of him in his range and then obviously fold all the offsuit variety. So leans more bluff maybe in his head. That's a really good point. Thank you for that, Franz.
Ding's not going to bet his open-ended straight draw with the 3 clubs out there.
And then given a nice price here from Mikita, it's almost like he knows what he has. Yeah, Ding's not going to be in love with continuing, but getting quite a nice price to a nutty-esque hand. But 3 clubs out there is scary. Obviously, this would be an easy continue on a non-third club turn. Don't discount check raise either. But no, is just going to take that equity and hope that he makes a straight on the river, only having to call basically 1 big blind. Gets there.
Oh, gosh.
Gets there on the river.
That was not expected. So disguised. It wouldn't even surprise me if Mikita goes for value of ace-9. This kicker is very relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I've been surprised in the past of how intelligently Mikita has been able to check back quite strong sort of holdings and not go for thin value in certain spots. I think this particular hand probably going to be wanting to target 5x and weaker 9s.
Well, there's $1 million that's not coming home.
Yeah, spot of bad luck. Mikita knows he played it pretty much perfectly. Allowed his opponent to catch up.
Ace-9. He's got a straight.
Ben's like, what?
Sorry, I kept reading his hand as 4-5 for some reason.
Yeah, it was
My
kind of hard to see.
nephews who are 8, they play poker at home and they also don't see the straight every time.
Ibingers. Needling.
Holding call? No.
Well, Benjamin Tolerant is new to the game.
First time.
One of the best of all time.
Well, guys, go ahead and check out BetACR. Have your opportunity to bet on the Triton Poker Series. Predict your winners. Also bet on a plethora of other sports out there. Basketball, football, racket sports. Do sign up. I'm sure they've got a deposit code as well. Go ahead and check out betacr.com.
And he just
get in on action.
Everything.
Tournament, yeah.
Like, a lot of these kids are 25, 26, 27 years old. I mean, he's lived like twice their lifetime, you know?
Yeah.
Chip leader's back. Raise, Jack 9 suited. Clement's got the button. Contemplating defending this. to be fair, Queen 10 probably performs all right against Mikita's range, just given how loosely Mikita's been opening. Not going to play that one. Good timing. Ace King for ding. Kind of interesting on whether to three-bet induce or just outright rip.
$1.4.
Guess Mikita just calls because he has position with Jack-9 suited. Covering stack. $1 million's not that much of his chips.
Yeah, one of the fun things about this format is it kind of gives you license to get a little peely, doesn't it?
Yeah, because, you know, obviously if this was a regular format, he'd be mucking this Jack-9 suited. It's just a bit different. But then again, he kind of knows Ding Biao is relatively strong to three-bet him.
Yeah.
But of course, if he's up against unpaired hands like this, then he can navigate quite easily post-flop. So he does end up making the call, 3.2 in the pot. Practical nuts for Ding Biao. Should come in small for C-bet because no reason to bet big. He has a hammerlock on this. If he's up against some pair or ace high, they have such little equity.
Practical nuts, huh?
Yeah.
Almonds, if you will.
Hey, hundo. That's a quarter pot. It's really nothing Bazikowski can do against this because Ding Biao is just so ace-king heavy.
Jeremy wasn't even in Seoul or anywhere for a few days. He just came straight in.
Yeah. I'd be misclicking too.
That's like hard.
It hasn't been so hard for Osman. Sure, he made some misclicks in this tournament, but did pick up a title. Imagine if he was fully rested.
What do you have?
Yeah. Nothing too big. But I would love to gamble with you.
Oh, cannot say. But it will be on TV.
I will be this way.
Yeah. I think it was close.
Ace check.
Oh, way worse.
Did you collect it? Right?
Worse.
In 1 or 2 hands ago, he pre-flopped.
Not folding ace.
If you're just tuning in, this is the 40K mystery bounty here at Triton Poker. Playing for just under $1 million to the winner, and then a heck of a lot more money tomorrow being pulled from envelopes. Half of this prize pool has gone to this mystery bounty format. This player right here has 10 of them, which is just an astronomical amount compared to the rest of the field.
Yeah, there's what, 56 bounties. Hypinger's got 10 of them. Benjamin Tollerine, ace-8 offsuit. Gonna raise into Winter's big blind. However, it is Mikita who's got queen-8 suited. It is dominated in a small blind. Might even be thinking about flatting here. Could see Winter come along because he does cover Tolerine with this kind of marginal 8-7 off. Gonna stay away, it looks like.
Winter just knows, you know? He knows he had the third best 8.
Would have flopped the best hand. Which is great for Tolerine, who has the better 8 in this spot.
Ben taking some pause here. Surely weighing the merits of both bet and check. And open fold, maybe.
To be honest, like, betting's pretty dangerous because Bats could just check jam. We saw him go hard on 6-5. Wow, he's just going to open rip himself. How annoyed is that? Annoying is that for Bats? He's like, really? I don't get to draw to the straight?
Yeah, maybe with a heart as potential backup, Makita might just decide, oh, let's go for it. But I can't imagine with this hand.
Pretty advanced play here from Tolerine.
Yeah.
Huh.
Queen 9 off.
You're pretty good at that, but no.
I don't think you'd find that one. Even you.
Make the real guess.
I don't think anyone knows.
Ace 5 suited.
They have no idea,
Ace
Griffin.
5 off.
Ace 5 is a pretty good guess.
Any
He
of
had
those?
the equivalent, yeah, Ace 8.
I would say it's a pretty big difference,
He
Ace
probably
5
had a
and
wrap.
Ace 8 off.
Some kind
Good
of
one.
PLO guys like the draws. Felt like a wrap time. Queen 5.
Why is Ace 5 so much different than Ace 8 there?
Because Ace 5 has so much more equity when called. You know? Like, you're open in a straight draw there, you're a gutter if you get called. Like, yeah. I would say it's, I would prefer to have Ace 5
but
there.
no, okay. But I'm curious. I mean, maybe you're right. You're probably right if you're saying it. But I guess my question is, if you get called there because your opponent says, say he has 9-7 suited and he calls with top pair. Ace 8 has an over to the 9 as well as the gutter, just like the Ace 5 would be open ended, and the 5 would be dead. So it's only a few more outs. The hands are quite similar, no?
I got caught in a second because I just see some action here, but reshove from Winter.
Nice.
Yeah, but what happens if you're up against like
Queen 9 there
2 pair?
to fold Queen Jack.
What?
What if you're up against like 7-6?
Is that 2 pair?
Yeah. It's not unreasonable for Makita to have that, right?
Yeah.
8-7.
Yeah, I guess I'm just defending the guesses because they're pretty similar in properties, right? Is the ace power and a straight draw.
Ding gonna open up pocket tens. History hand time.
Nice.
Kind of feel like flat's incoming then. Oh,
That's
never
more
mind.
than a
3-bet.
flat. Yeah, and Ding Biao is going to be faced with a very interesting 35 big blind decision. Very important to reflect on how valuable, now that the sort of power of the bounty is less prevalent, right? We're now working with more actual ICM as we get closer and closer. I mean, of course, still very valuable, Randy, is the bounty, but you know, if you're at a final table and you're tied for second in chips and you get 3-bet by the chip leader, you don't always just want to get in pocket tens, right? You don't always want to get in ace queen off, similar hand value. So how is Ding Biao going to react? The difference between 6th place, 218,000, and second, for instance, 630 grand.
I would be pretty tempted to reshove this though. He's going to go for call. Mainly because I've also seen Makita put in 3-bet fold. So I've got fold equity. But regardless, do go to a flop. Ding is out of position. Queen high texture, which is reasonable for 2 tens. Pretty much a standard check call any bet size.
Yeah, I think Ding Biao is just recognizing the downside of getting coolered here, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Because I guess there's there's like 3 guys with like 4.5 million or so. So it's nice to have them covered. And say he calls the 3-bet here, he has 6.4 back, and maybe becomes unfavorable. He just check folds, still has those covering stacked. So perhaps that's why he did go for the flat. Should be happy to see the 450K C-bet. It's not very costly. Gonna guess that Ding Biao never expected Makita to check back this texture. So given good price, must see turn card.
There is the call. Six of spades on the turn. Doesn't really change much.
Very good card for Ding Biao. Didn't want to see a king or ace. Or maybe even a jack he wouldn't want to see.
And this check call is definitely going to strengthen Ding Biao's range. It was obviously a pretty small bet, but I think Makita going to recognize that he's weighted to decent pairs like this, some Queen X. Maybe the worst hand he calls. I mean, I don't even know if he continues with ace jack with a backdoor flush draw or something like that, right? So this is the bet that's really going to put him into the blender. It's just, when he does have ace queen and king queen, he probably has to continue, of course. But when you find yourself in that sort of middle bottom of your range in the situation, are you just going to let Makita run you over, or are you going to make a stand? And if you do make a stand, what if he really has it this time?
This is pretty rough for Ding Biao. He actually is not really at the top of his range. He can easily have Queen X in this spot. He's going to make a call. So once he calls here, he has a lot of Queen X, right, Ding?
Yeah.
Like King Queen, Ace Queen, Queen Jack, backdoor spades come in.
Yeah, which are relevant. I mean, this could have been an ace 3 of spades that has now become the nut flush. You know, not impossible for Makita to have, say, ace 6 suited as well. Would make that small bet on the flop.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of hands that can go for value for Makita, whether it be like ace queen, whether it be backdoor spades, whether it be like the 6x bluff.
I think we can eliminate pocket jacks. Probably wouldn't be making that big size on the turn. So the jack isn't that relevant, even though it does create another over against Ding's tens.
I guess Makita is probably going to jam. I would say if he does jam and he is bluffing, his main candidate is ace-king with the ace of spades. The reason is ace-king blocks a lot of the Queen X combos, so King Queen Ace Queen. Plus, it blocks like Ace Jack of Spades, Ace 10 of Spades, and might check out a flop because he's holding Ace of Spades himself. So also makes it less combos that Ding Biao can show up with the goods that can call down. So if I had to guess if Mikita's bluffing, I'm going Ace King with the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, I'm loving studying Ding Biao's face in this spot because he's kind of has this like cheeky like this guy, huh? All right, interesting. I mean, these are two real badasses when it comes to and we do see the Ace of King, Ace of Spades. Randy, this is why you get paid the big bucks, buddy.
Yeah, it just makes sense. This is the very best hand to bluff with. Blocks the queen. It blocks the flush. Yeah, I don't know. It's like kind of like the only hand he can bluff with there, you know?
So nice, man. This is why we do this. Just awesome. Awesome stuff to watch. You are some lucky boys and girls at home watching this action here from Triton, Jeju. Blinds are now up 125K to 250K. You just watched one of the greatest poker players of all time, Mikita Badziakowski, in his element, in the zone, finding that remarkable bluff.
Yeah, that was good. It's just this tournament. Got to give Ding Biao some credit to make that turn call, too. It's just that he got one up by Mikita with the follow-through.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen if Mikita pulls the trigger on something, you know, less appealing of a bluff card, that third spade.
Yeah, it's very important to kind of block the backdoor flush calls from the ace-X suited, you know.
And now Mikita, perhaps rightfully, getting a little cocky. 10-8 offsuit from the hijack.
It's like the perfect player's big blind to raise into because Ding's actually quite short now with the blinds moving up to 250, right? And he's getting shorter.
Yeah, I mean, look, but Ding Biao, like,
he wants
might
to get him back.
He's going to be like a feral animal that's a little wounded, but he'll fight for these pieces of cheese, I'm telling you. He's in there with the 7-deuce suited. He doesn't care if he's, you know, down to 15 big blinds. And has flopped a 7, but I'm telling you, Mikita's going to make it real hard on him with that open-ended straight draw, with that diamond in hand.
Mikita should be opening the pot with a bet. Obviously, it's great if he takes it down, but he's willing to get it in against a 3.4 million chip. Like, he doesn't want to create a situation where he checks it back and, you know, they don't get all the chips in, but if he happens to make his hand.
And this is a bit of a weird spot for Ding. I mean, just coming off a hand where playing sort of passively and eventually getting bet off it, the board's almost always just going to get worse for his hand. So if you do decide to flick in the call here and then you face a 50% pot bet on the flop, maybe you do just want to play for stacks. But no, it's just going to call the downside again. Too big. Just really wants to improve here or find a reason to fold. Maybe he does even want to see, you know, a jack of diamonds on the turn just so he can get away. But instead it's the deuce, and I think all of it is coming, Randy.
I could see it. If he feels that 5x, 7x is going to hang around and then just check fold, there's some like gut shots that are just going to check fold, like jack 10 that would check call flop. That'll be great for Mikita.
And I don't want to discount the possibility that Ding might make a hero call facing an all-in here. You know, Mikita is representing a 9 or better. Tons of draws to consider here. You know, a jack 10 off, any kind of diamond combos, as weak as 10-8 off.
Yeah, this is just a win-win situation for Mikita to jam here. Right? Either he takes the pot or he's got good equity and potentially takes a bounty down.
I mean, I think Mikita opens queen deuce of diamonds under the gun here. right?
Yes, I see that.
So that's just zillions of diamond combos. Queen deuce of diamonds, queen three of diamonds, queen six of diamonds, king deuce of diamonds. So there's a ton of diamond combinations. Ace four diamonds, ace two, ace three, ace three.
Obviously, there's a
yeah.
ton of
And
hands.
he goes
That's
for
a
it. That's
great
why.
call.
Yeah.
Ding
Look at
Biao
that. Makes a stand.
with 7 deuce.
And he actually kind of gives him a little look like, yeah, I told you, man. I'm ready to play.
Tremendous read from Ding Biao. But he still has to.
I want him to hold, man.
fade.
This is some nice revenge. This is nice, like, just like two absolute assassins, you know, just sniping each other across buildings. Ding got real clipped. And
Ding
holds
Biao
on.
holds.
That's my clap, but
Is
man,
this like
that's
the-
just good stuff. This is that's why we're here.
The biggest 7 deuce pot of Ding Biao's career. Oh, oh my God.
Yeah.
Hey, Makita, how do you feel about that?
And quite possibly, or at least one of the best players in China, in all of Asia, in the tournament circuit, against one of, if not the best player in all of Europe. I mean, these are two juggernauts.
Wait, doesn't Ding get one of Makita's bounty for winning with 7 deuce? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was gangsta. Second in chips now. Yeah, good luck running this man over.
Yeah, and you know, some sort of looks that we're seeing Ding give Makita, and I think it's telling. It's not sort of a just like, oh, you think you can push me right. It's a like, look, like let's do this. You know, like I'm here. I'll call you down. Like two ultimate competitors in the biggest of stages.
Has heads up already started? 6-handed. You got 4 spectators.
Yeah, I mean, just awesome. I'm so constantly in awe of these two players. Just separately when they're doing their thing, seeing them combine together is just, it's prime time poker entertainment.
Makita's back. Ace-7 offsuit, first position. One spectator, Sean Winter, he's out. Oh, you want to play 7? No, you don't. Clemens, Queen 10 offsuit, quickly folds this one. Things out.
Have your free. 7 deuce club again.
And just a little friendly remark there. 7 deuce club again. I think maybe you just got dealt that.
Makita doesn't look amused at the moment.
3.9.
Plus this.
This is 3.5 over here.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8. 3.98.
Thanks. I have 4, a bit more.
Yeah.
I think. Let me check.
Honorable.
Ibinger. 10 bounties.
Anybody want to be number 11?
Yeah. Does cover 3 of the remaining 5 other players.
Suppose there's merit to making a different size than min raise, given it's Makita in the big blind. Makes it 575.
I think now with some chips to play with and technically covering Ibinger. Obviously a very playable 8-7 suited, so he's weighing his options.
It's kind of tricky because there's also Makita with the bigger stack. Looks like he's going to come along.
Yeah, but I don't mind this. I think it's nice to mix in hands like this because your perceived range in a spot like this is so often going to be sort of situated in that Broadway area. So it's nice to have 8-7 suited sometimes. But of course, Makita is concerning, right?
Of course.
And you know what? He's Oh, he's just going to call eventually, but
I don't
it
think
would have
he'll
been nice to see him just make it freaking $2 million. I mean, the problem is, of course, Ibinger might just shove the king-queen. We saw him do it with the ace-5 of spades, so I think he's respecting the two beasts that he's in the arena with here, you know?
Yeah, and you saw Tolerant fold 8-7 hearts mainly because he doesn't cover any player, so he has no
Mhm.
incentive to play that hand.
Best hand to Mikita, but I think might be a difficult road to win it if Ibinger starts this hand with a big bet. But with king, queen of spades, we'll see. Now it does throw up that middle finger politely.
Middle finger.
Throw down that middle finger, I should say.
Okay.
Didn't you see it? It was like it was a little subtle. It was like this little.
Oh, he didn't angle it towards you enough. Mikita's got the ace of clubs, which could come into play. Let's see. I think Biao gonna just stab. He's like, all right, well, Ibinger didn't want to stab the flop. I have a lot of pocket pairs in my range. Maybe I've got some 9x.
But look what Mikita has.
Yeah, and I think Mikita could very well continue. It's been jousting with Ding Biao.
I'm here for it, man. I didn't have to pay a ticket. Neither did you if you're watching on YouTube. If you're one of the 8,000 people enjoying this. Some good old free content. What was that you said? Did you say 1.2 million? You sick, sick man. And look at the little sly smirk.
It's like, seriously?
Ding Biao
Like
just
every
loves
hand
it.
is hard?
You know, he loves it.
Well, I don't think he loves it at this very second.
I mean, I just think he enjoys the challenge. I do.
Let one of us go down. I mean,
Just say 2.1.
he can't. Not with 8-7 suited. This is fun.
Gosh.
This is like really entertaining, and we're still 6 remaining.
It's like watching superheroes fight, you know? Like it's just great.
Who's the villain though of the two?
What you going to war?
Between those two, I think Mikita might be.
Because he's got the upper hand.
Yeah, he's just, you know, I mean, he's got the resume. Ding Biao's a little more of an underdog, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Ding Biao has almost 10 million in earnings, but Mikita.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Ben Tolerine, 15 big blinds, Jack 10 suited. How are you supposed to play this one in the mystery bounty format when your head is worth good money?
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of chips.
He's stacking. He's like, oh, please fold, guys. Don't get curious. Good news for him. Mikita cannot call King 3 off.
Don't tell him what he can't do.
Okay. He probably won't call King 3 off.
What is the blinds? 125. Yeah, sorry. 125?
Nice try, Mikita. I've seen him do this before. He just tries to underpay the small blind in particular, like no one's paying attention.
Oh.
I've been watching, Mikita.
Is that right?
Everyone with 20 or more big blinds, we might be here for a little while. Of course, Mikita with the significant chip lead, 89 big blinds. Ding Biao now actually up to second in chips with 35.
You know, average stack is 37 big blinds. There's only one player above it. It's Mikita.
There you go. That's who I would have guessed.
This is the short stack. Clemens, Reuter.
Weighing his option between raise and shove.
I think so. I mean, it has to be.
Yeah, it looks like raised, but sized up, I think, a little bit to 650. Quite significant if you consider a min raise being half a milli.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're seeing this a bit more in the bounty format. Winter's been a bit quiet as of late. This is nice for Ibinger. 2 7s. Covering stack. Seems like a pretty mandatory reshove. And I like it even more against the bigger open raise size. Just because like aces and kings might not be as incentivized to price it up.
Yeah.
There we go. So in the pot.
You use the time bank, right?
Huh?
Did you give a time bank? Okay.
Whoa, time bank police. Let the dealer do his or her job, pal. There are the chip counts. Clemen's now down to 14 big blinds after that raise fold, all the way up to Mikita's significant chip lead, as we can all see. Ibinger now in second, leapfrogging Ding Biao. Sean Winter hasn't really had a chance to play much on this final table, and Tollerine are going to have the same stacks. Blinds are 125K, 250K. Our first prize pool, where first place is listed as under $1 million, but this is only half the prize pool. So this is really in line with some of these massive payouts. Of course, we're doing the mystery bounty reveals tomorrow around dinner break.
Yeah.
Ibinger with 10 bounties right now, leading the charge in that regard, which is worth an equity of 800 grand. But he says he wants at least 2 more. So we're working on that for him.
Yeah, whoever wins this tournament collects the opponent's bounty as well as their own. Open rip, Nikita Bazikowski, Queen 7 suited. Is it that time?
Yeah, so he's shoving into the effective stack of the 18 blinds Winter, 30 blinds Ibinger, who he really wants to dodge, and then 11 of Reuter, and it's going to work, going to go through.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, some big time ICM pressure against Matthias, right?
Yeah. Because
King of clubs,
Ibinger
the first card.
has to play pretty tight against that jam because of ICM, because Ibinger also covers the rest of the table.
So Ibinger joking that the first card he looked at was the King of Clubs, and he said, so you were halfway to busting, huh?
Jack of clubs, where are you? Let's go.
Yeah.
So maybe half kidding there. King Jack of Clubs would in fact have been ahead of the Queen 7 of Diamonds. Ibinger wanting to let the chip leader know that he will not be pushed around and he's prepared to go for it. King Jack suited may be an exaggeration, maybe not, Randy.
Maybe not, but I don't think Makita is going to buy that.
Yeah.
So this one going to be a min raise for Makita, especially because there's actually 2 players with that 30 big blind stack, given that Ding Biao's in the big. This is a little bit worse for him. Obviously, great spot for Winter, who's been very quiet.
I think Makita feels a chill in the air. It's getting a little cold. Mr. Freeze.
You think Winter's the next like Batman villain?
Winter's coming.
Well, he's definitely coming. Just how hard? Is it like full blizzard? Or just a gust of wind?
You know what I really feel like rewatching now that I'm making all these Mr. Freeze jokes? It's Batman and Robin.
That's like the worst one of them all.
You know what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Gosh.
I should work on my Arnold, but it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, it's not that bad. Give you that. All right, so deep in the tank, Winter contemplating jam or re-raise small. Looks like he's going for a re-raise small. 1.2 is the price. Pretty dangerous for ace-4 to speculate.
Yeah, suited maybe different story in this particular mystery bounty format, just for 700K more. But yeah, Mikita knows he can just let him have that one.
Me, right?
I think it was 2.
Dealer knows. Time bank situation.
Yeah, it's almost like their job, you know, and that they're, I don't know, world class. Don't you worry, players. Worry about your own chips. Next, you're going to tell me you see Luka making mistakes. Is that why he's winning awards? I haven't seen that guy make a mistake since fall of 2013. We don't talk about it, but.
Oh, what was the mistake? That's what I want to know.
He was a miscount. The chips of an all-in. And I've never let him hear the end of it. And that's actually, I think, what has spurred him to be so incredible over the last 12 years. I mean, I feel like he should have thanked me in his acceptance speech at the Global Poker Awards. But
you're reaching,
you
buddy.
Know, am I?
Yeah.
I think it's my main character syndrome. I just think everything's about me.
Okay, let's see. Deuces for tolerant in the big blind. Obviously, consideration of reshoving.
This is weird because I feel like he's got to be concerned that Mikita's just going to call near whole range. So why not just peel and try to work it out?
So much better reshove this in their standard format. So, does what you say.
Advantage Mikita with that 9 of clubs in hand. I don't think Ben can really continue facing a bet.
No, I can't imagine without a deuce of clubs in his hand. Even in this spot, if you look at the equities, Kisacikoglu's unpaired and has the equity advantage. It's a little min bet. I don't really see tolerant continuing. Do you?
Nah. He doesn't. He doesn't like the.
Sure, right?
He doesn't like the temperature of the water. They're just. It's just too. It's not that it's too cold. It's just a bit too dark under there. Too murky.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be really tough to navigate. He knows that sometimes he's up against that exact kind of hand that Mikita has, but he's not gonna just start playing a guessing game.
Yeah, and you can't rely on Mikita to just bet flop, check, turn, check, river. Oh, easy game.
You just can't guess more than once with that hand, and I don't think there's going to be less than one bet.
Especially after witnessing how Mikita's been playing this final table. I've seen him multi-barrel in multiple spots.
The beautiful ace-king of hearts.
Ace-king of hearts. You mean ace-queen?
I was testing you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Any more tests you got for me?
625.
No, the last time I tried to test you, you spoiled yourself.
All right, 625 is the price. This price is rising into the big blind of our chip leader, Mikita Kisacikoglu. Seen players make some adjustments like this. Tolerating deuces again. He's like, nope.
You can't get away from him.
He's like, come on, have a duck.
Ever since I've been at this final table, I just see these ducks following me everywhere. Quack. Quack. Oh, Mikita, you bad boy. I don't know if this one's going to work, pal.
No way that works. No way. It's ace-queen suited.
Yeah.
And Winter. He's calling. Mistake made by Bazikowski. Ill-timed. Huge spot.
Yeah, this is a significant swing, guys, because this potential double up will vault Winter into a near tie for chip lead again with Mikita. And if Mikita finds a way out of this trap he's kind of found himself in, this is going to be all him rest of tournament. Bad start.
Very good for Winter.
Yeah, 2 different cards that Mikita's dead. He really wants to see a... Yeah, that's bad news.
Only a 3.
Any crabs about?
Nope. So the queen will play. Different dynamic now, huh?
Yeah, things have definitely changed. And Sean Winter, frankly, one of the best players on tour without a title. Has 12 cashes for nearly $6 million in earnings. Really feels like one of those about time scenarios if he can pull it off today.
5, 5, 6, what?
I wonder if Mikita is still content with like making that play in the spot. It was what, big blind versus under the gun. We're 6-handed.
I think he's probably regretting it. Not just focusing on results.
But it feels a little forced, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He just believes like Winter can't call down with the medium stuff as much. Say like ace 10.
I think ace jack maybe even folds.
Ace jack. Like, so he just thought he had so much fold equity. King queens, of course.
And then the times he does run
pairs.
into the top of his range, like the 10s plus, he still has 30%. It just sort of looks much more erratic. And but there's method to the madness. It's just ran into the top of Sean Winter's range. I mean, I wonder what Sean even does with ace jack suited, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It kind of feels like Bads is just like on top of the world at this final table, right? Like everything going his way, and then maybe he just felt like.
And then we're discounting all those obvious raise folds, the king jack suiteds, the king queen offs, you know.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. But we'll have to continue. Still is the chip leader, Mikita. By a few blinds against Winter. Clemens is getting very short, so he's going to practically jam. A few chips behind. Any action incoming?
No.
A little mathematical equation running through Winter's mind. Finally releases this. Releases that hand.
Sean, it's a pony tournament.
Great chirp from Ibinger.
No strategy talk.
Okay, sorry. Why aren't you guys all in every hand?
What?
You know, Winter has no bounties so far.
Winter has no bounties, no cashes in Jeju 2025. Was 0 for 2 in Paradise. He's been on a, you know, he's due. You're either on a heater or you're due. And Sean Winter is due.
$500.
Min raise, King Jack offsuit.
Strange pause here from Ding Biao. I don't really have a theory as to why he would be doing this.
It could be because the blind level is going up soon, and he wants the big blind to go up on Reuter's big blind, which he will be next.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking at the clock, so he's making it clear. That's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's precisely what he's doing. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Yeah, the level's going to be going up to level 26 in just 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good play to make on the short stacks.
Yeah, and if you're wondering and you're thinking to yourself, well, that's not very nice. Well, look, we're playing for millions of dollars over here, okay? Any edge you can take. It's nothing personal.
Within the rules of the game.
Yeah, he doesn't want Clemens to get destroyed by the massive big blind. But he also kind of does. So let him do what he wants.
Gut shot for Ibinger, backdoor diamonds. 9 and 8 is both live against the King Jack. Maybe Ibinger even leads occasionally. Does check over to the short stack. Where just got, what, 12 blinds back? Gonna count down his stack. Kind of feel like if you don't bet this flop, your opponent will kind of steal it from you a lot on the turn. But that ace is very hard for Ibinger to rep, as if he did have a big hand, he would be slipping it over to the pre-flop raiser who would represent that ace or actually hit it. So it could be very good development for Clemens. This ace.
Yeah, I think it's going to be easy to fold out a 6 and 5, which would have been much more difficult on the flop. Actually, probably would have even gotten check shoved on by the 6 or 5, playing only like 12 blinds with the bounty to consider. This case, you know,
that's good.
This is going to do the trick.
Yeah, I like that he's sizing up a bit too to kind of make sure that 5 and 6x folds. If that was in Ibinger's range. So up to 4.4. So big blind goes up, right? Here we go, 150K, 300K. So precisely what Ding Biao was doing.
See a couple people wondering in the chat what we're dealing with here when it comes to what the bounties are. I'll do it for you quickly. I'm going to say it really fast. So either you can hear it or you can rewind it and keep on trying. We're going to give away 21 40,000, 12 60,000, 10 80,000, 8 100,000, 4 200,000, and 1 500,000 bounties.
That's
in
really
the mystery
fast,
challenge. Yeah, I mean, look. We're on YouTube, okay? You can rewind. You know what? I think you can even slow it down, can't you? I know you can speed it up.
You can slow it down.
Okay, slow down my voice, and you'll be able to figure out what the bounties are. That's my challenge to you, viewers.
The easier way to figure it out is to ask the mod in the chat.
No. Don't. Come on, mod, just chill out. Let this be about my bit.
Makita's going to open up King Deuce suited. And the cutoff, rejam by Clemens.
How much
That'll
is
be
that?
annoying.
He's going to call 13 blind suited king. More comfortable with 20 million to do it, but I think he still calls, right?
He's getting the right price. Given it's a 60-40, and he's got that envelope potential on the line.
What?
Then we need to consider the regular price pool because it's very relevant at this point.
Yeah.
Plus, what if he calls and loses? Where is he at? He would have about 8 million in chips remaining.
Yeah, he
which
won't
still
be the chip leader.
It covers most players, just not Winter. But these chips, you know, they've got a future life. It's not as clear cut, it seems.
Yeah, he might fold. Yeah, there it is. God, things were so much easier before I blasted in that ace-3 off.
Your voice is in his head. It's like, oh my god.
Can you imagine if that's the voice that he
You have
hears too? My voice?
He has to hear it for the rest
Oh
of the
my
tournament.
God. Jeez.
Makita, remember when you had 20 million?
Or maybe the reason he's so successful is because my voice is in his head. Think about it.
He's like, I don't want to hear this voice again. I got to play
This is
correctly.
getting pretty meta. Six left here in the 40K mystery bounty.
Winter's been playing a solid game. He's got King Queen suited.
Minimum raise. Oh.
I think we run this one, right?
Oh.
Sevens, rejam seems
Yeah,
pretty standard.
and I am very curious to see what Sean Winter will do. At this 300K blind level, I mean, this is like 18 big blinds, but it's representing half of his stack, and he's tied for the chip lead. I think he... Whoa. I mean, just for... On an FT, if this was the situation, I think we would probably fold sometimes for this many chips, right?
Sure, I can see that.
But with the bounty to consider...
It changes things.
This is complicated for Sean Winter. This is not a clear-cut decision.
Winter doesn't want a warning.
Yeah,
on
he doesn't like
mix.
the warnings.
It messes up his flow of train of thought, which I can get behind. So King Queen suited obviously dominates all of the broadways that aren't ace.
How much?
Also ace king ace queen.
5-1.
Pure flip against pocket pairs, especially because he's suited.
Yeah, and let's talk about the hands that he's doing very well against. Not many, right? King Jack off. I don't think we're going to find this to be a shove very often in this spot.
Right.
Queen Jack suited, I think, could maybe shove, but maybe leans call or really tight fold. So we're just hoping / expecting a lot of situations like this where we're 50-50. We've already put in the 600K. There's the mystery bounty to consider.
The mystery bounty is the
biggest thing, yeah.
Yeah. It is the thing that's going to
Wow.
make you decide. And he's going to go
Very
with
big
fold.
fold, yeah. It's just so tough. I think the Winter calls anything under 4.5 would be my guess.
He's also thinking about, okay, if I pass this kind of coin flip at best situation, where does that leave me after folding?
Yeah.
And it still allows him to heavily cover the other, 4 of the
Yeah.
remaining 6, which is a pretty big decision, especially because he has
Ace jack
position on
off,
Makita. When Makita goes out, he can kind of get
I
involved.
had 9-10 off.
I love when they mess with each other.
Funny thing is, I feel like if you gave that king queen suited over to Makita, Makita probably would have made that call. I feel like it's different styles here,
Ace jack
right?
offsuit?
At this round table.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
He's kind of
Maybe
right
you're
on
afraid to win a
right
pot,
on base
but
there. Ace Jack
play
off is
5K
very
down.
similar to King Queen suited. I guess the
I mean,
the
I
difference.
want to see you put on a clinic with all these bounties. That was part of my
Might
fold
not
process.
have seen me play today.
Huh?
I mean, I think the difference of Ace Jack to Ace
I
to King
called
Queen is
10-9 offsuited versus 2 all-ins.
when you dominate all those suited aces that might shove. The Ace 10 off that you that shoves. King Queen suited, as
600.
pretty as she is,
Yeah.
she won't always go home with you. You know.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
She
you're
might have a
You
drink,
better don't
maybe
tease
2
the
drinks.
bigger stack on your right,
She might even
He's
give
gonna
you
push you around for that.
a hug and a kiss goodnight, but
I'm not afraid.
Just wait,
you
you're
know?
gonna regret in the orbit or two.
I call. I'm not gonna fold Ace Jack.
So Dex Drive says on YouTube. It's possible Sean Winter is prioritizing winning the championship over hitting bounties since he has 0 so far. And it got me thinking, Randy.
Okay.
What if he has some sort of prop bet with someone that he can win the bounty with only winning the last bounty? Like no bounty, you know what I mean?
Like he has to win heads up, and that's
He has to win heads up, and technically he would win his own bounty and so on. But like,
yeah,
he can't win any other bounties. That'd be pretty amazing to do.
You think that's his?
I think that might be.
He just leaves everyone with one chip.
Yeah.
He's like, please guys, just don't go all in against me when you're bluffing.
Yeah, we'll check it down. It's all good.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. You nailed it, Griffin.
See,
Once again,
I'm just in the zone tonight.
There's a reason
Ace
you're
queen
here.
off. Ace queen off for Winter under the gun now.
I didn't realize you were such a genius.
Stick around, buddy.
Please tag me out. All right, what happened here? A limp from Winter under gun off of a big stack. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, mixing up the strategy a little bit. I mean, this is one of the players on tour, I think, that does a little bit more limping and stuff in general. But, of course, this is very format dependent as well. We've discussed over the course of the day how you'll see a bit more limping than you might otherwise in a normal no-limit tournament.
So, looking at it, I believe the reason he limped is because he wants to play a smaller pot against Makita, who's in the big blind. And it actually allows some of the shorter stacks to jam a little bit more on him, thinking that the limp is a little bit weaker. So that's my guess as to why he limped first up. Does come 8-7-3 to spades. You can see Makita just gazing over at Winter. Check, check. Excellent. Turn card. Robbie gonna check it over. Great spot to go for value. Turn plus river for Winter. Wow, he checked that one back. Check back ace queen on the turn, Griffin.
I saw. Pretty unbelievable to see. I mean, you're going to get value from 8, probably 7x betting the turn, maybe get some check raises sometimes. But listen, Sean Winter.
He's got his own style.
Yep. Beats to his own drums.
Checked over to him 3 times now. We just bomb it now. Well,
No.
Looks like a small bet. 350. The music, you know what that means, is WPT Global Time, the online home of the World Poker Tour. Scan that QR code on the bottom right and use the promo code Jeju where you get 100% match up to $1,500. Go ahead and check it out. All the greatest pros out there. Phil Ivey is on WPT Global. Wolfgang, Ethan Yao. Check it out. And those bounties are kind of invading Clemen's space relatively soon.
Yeah, it's a little rude.
Yeah, why don't you use the right side?
Yeah. Worth noting, Benjamin Tolleran now is Tollerine? Tollerine, yeah. Sub 10 big blinds. He's at 9 big blinds.
He's
Whereas
down there
everyone
by
else
himself.
is 19 or more.
Yeah. Big target on his back. Or on the front. Like, there should be like a glow around you if you're the shortest stack at the table. You know, like, come get me.
Yeah.
Threes in the muck. That's
Or you
busy.
should wear like you should have to wear like a hat, like a flashing hat. You know, like a red sort of like thing.
Yeah, he folded threes on the button because he knows he has like no fold equity. So it's just like flip at best.
Yeah, especially with the raise coming in from Ding Biao.
Yeah,
I
Ding-
think.
Go ahead.
Well, no, you don't want to hear what I'm going to say. Your thing is definitely more important.
No, I want to hear it.
I was going to say that whoever is the leader in bounties, I think they should have to wear a cowboy hat over the entirety of the tournament.
I don't know what I was going to say, but look at this
I told
flop.
you it wasn't important.
Open-ended straight draw, top 2 pair. We could see a double up in this hand, depending on turn and river, of course. I'm actually really curious to see if Winter opts for check raise or check call because he has so much of this board. Of course, a lot of incentive to check raise just because it's more likely you can get stacks in to stack your opponent. On the flip side, you have so much of this board is kind of want your opponent to barrel off if they've got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you have the board so crushed that it's just like, yeah, there are some less than desirable turn cards like a 10 jack or king, I guess, but in general, when you check raise here, it's just like.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, he did it anyway. He found the check raise. So sick.
So he's check raising, expecting gut shots to continue, right? Like king jack, king 10, especially if they got backdoor flush draw, but they probably don't even need that to call or check raise in this spot.
And that's built into the price too, right? It's not like he's making it even 3x. It's like he's making it like 2.5, 2.6x.
Slightly discounted.
Get in here, you know, come on. The water's warm. You get your king jack off or your jack 10 off.
Yeah, and obviously if his opponent has a queen, he wants to stack that hand. As played though, Ding's got open-ended straight draw with position, which should make him come in with call rather than rejam.
And I think Ding Biao, you know, does recognize there are some queen X hands that would.
He just went for it. Obviously, this is getting snapped off
Is that all in?
by top 2.
Good luck.
Big move. Incorrect, but still 30% equity. 8 outs.
I'm surprised that you called.
King or an 8 or Ding Biao is our 6th place finisher. Has had such a great presence in this event. More outs in the form of 2 more jacks. Two pairs no good, pal.
That's right. 2 pair versus 2 pair.
And Sean Winter, our new chip leader with 17 million chips, going for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series title.
Also his first bounty he just collected.
Yeah, I guess he lost that prop bet we were suggesting he made.
It's unfortunate to lose Ding Biao. He was so fun to watch at this final table battling Makita. But when you just get in the weeds,
Sean, I'm proud
sometimes
of
you
you.
are. The next player out.
I'm proud of you. You did it.
Thing winning
You did it.
$218,000.
You got your bounty.
That's 4 bounties they collected prior to making this final table.
Ding Biao, man. I could watch this guy play poker all day. I'm sure many of the viewers at home would agree. It's a very entertaining final table from him. Some big action pots, that amazing hand with 10s. Against Mikita's ace-king 3-barrel.
600K, 1.1, 1.3, 1.5 million.
That's a good game to Ding Biao. That was his 4th
I'm
cash
the one who doesn't know how to play bounty tournament.
of this festival.
It's a tell.
Talarine has
You have one or none?
no bounties. Do you have one? Because you don't. You've got 0, Ben.
Oh no. How much do you have? Look.
Finger. Playing a 22 big blind
Like
stack.
6-3. I guess 6-5 minus ante is the stack.
Oh.
Who's the bounty hunter now?
You did wake him up.
That's a good one.
Must be the queen.
Yeah.
He's like, what am I rooting for?
Ay.
Yeah, and Sean maybe not thrilled to have heard
If I was
that
gonna
was a
win,
good
yeah.
one. Because good as ace, king, queen, right?
So close. 9 of hearts.
That was your first year.
No. The first was the queen of hearts.
You showed a 5.
Yeah, I was rooting for a 9 of hearts as a
Oh,
second card.
I was too. You were beat. I'll take it.
$287,000 is guaranteed for the regular prize pool at the moment with 5 remaining.
Mikita, king, queen off at the cutoff. Min raise. Takes it down. Sean Winter getting a lot of Jason Statham comparisons on YouTube. I can dig it. Yeah, all right.
You didn't know? Jason Statham is playing the Sean Winter biopic coming out.
Oh,
this year.
yeah?
Yeah.
Solid casting. YouTube agrees. Have we ever seen Jason Statham do an American accent, though?
Is he not
I
American?
think he always...
Jason's American.
Jason Statham is British, dude.
He's American.
No, he's not.
He is.
He just does British accents?
He was in the Expendables.
Okay, you're lost. He's the most British bloke I've ever seen in my life. He's from frickin' Snatch. What are you talking about? Yeah, he competed for England in the bloody Commonwealth Games. Do you even watch the Commonwealth Games?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, he's swimming.
Martial arts.
Swimming was his thing, right? Or diving. He was a diver, yeah.
You guys are just trolling me.
And by the way, I haven't seen the Expendables movies, but I bet you he has a British accent in that. I would bet a lot of money.
Okay, I'm gonna fold this spot and talk about Winter now. Queen Jack of clubs. A little bit dangerous because look at Winter. He's made it 800K. It's more than 2.5x, which reduces the fold equity of Queen Jack of clubs. Maybe this sends this into the flatting range now? Obviously, if he can see Winter's cards, he would be reshoving.
All in.
Nice reshove.
Nice. Finds it anyway. I don't believe you. Does go to show though. What was one of the hands I suggested that he would have dominated with King Queen suited when he folded? Exact same positions, Randy.
True. That's very true.
So I feel quite vindicated.
You know, chat seems to think he's from the UK. Jason Statham, that is.
Yeah, I am getting a lot of backup in the chat.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single person support me.
Yeah. Be like, he's from Detroit, Michigan. Like, there's not some
know.
dude like...
There's got to be someone on my side, right? I just keep saying.
I mean, he was in the Expendables. Like,
Ah, fuck. Gosh damn
this
it.
chat hurts.
Oh, well. Oh, well.
All right, King 8 off suit for our chip leader. See him going for different pre-flop raise size. Tolerine, King 7 of clubs. He's like, man, I'm just a folding machine, but there's nothing I can do. Pretty dusty. 10-4 off. All right, on to the next hand. First to act, King 3 offsuit. Kind of see this Queen 10 offsuit sent to Clemens several times now. This time he does have option to open raise. Other times he was faced with action. He's in call. Mainly tethered to the fact that Tolerine is extremely short, who's got Queen Jack suited. This is interesting.
yeah, I mean, blinds are only going up to 400K next level, which will leave you with 5 big blinds, 5-handed. This might be your opportunity for a last stand. It's not easy. You'd hate to just get, you know, snapped by certainly a dominating hand, but you're not loving life if you're up against an ace-king, an ace-7, whatever it is. But this hand, I mean, let's see 5. What do you think?
Gotta ask the question, what is Reuter's limping range in the cutoff with Tolerine being shorter, right behind him? Feels like there's information there that can probably help Tolerine decide if how Queen Jack performs. Like, okay, let's say if Reuter has like premiums, ace king, ace queen, big pair, still limping, or do they maybe raise? Because that will definitely shift things. If they're raising a little bit, then this Queen Jack suited plays much better as a jam.
He does it, and will get a customer in Reuter, I think, for 6.5 big blinds in the bounty.
Of course.
And a great opportunity to double.
It's actually a really nice spot for Reuter because he has a chance to get a bounty. It's unfortunate he somehow is dominated by Queen Jack suited.
Yeah, best case scenario, Ben is living it. In our last hand before the break, can Ben Tolleran double up to what would be 16 big blinds right now, but will be effectively 12 after the break? Reuter chance to get $80,000 in equity with a 10 or a diamond. Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Wow, 43% equity to collect an envelope. Oh, he's done it unless.
Yeah, we know.
All right,
Are we on break?
he didn't sweat it.
Yeah, and Benjamin Tollerine, pardon me.
Are we on break?
One of the true legends of the game with 2 titles to his name and now a 5th place finish. And 0 bounties in this
That's right.
mystery bounties. It won't have any pull fun tomorrow.
0 bounties, but it is his 3rd cash of the festival. 2 titles, like you mentioned, 1 in Nolan Hold'em, 1 in Potlim Omaha. He was the original heads up and boss in both Nolan Hold'em and Potlim Omaha. It's good to see him here. We'll see him some bigger buy-ins soon.
And there we have a look at our updated chip counts. Sean Winter, pretty decent lead over 2nd place. Badziakowski and Reuter, who are both pretty much the same. And then Ibinger in a class of his own. Not only in big blinds being the least, but in bounties. I mean, he has 10, which is pretty insane considering how many are in the field. So he's going to have $800,000 worth of pulls tomorrow at the very least, no matter what happens now, even if he ends up finishing in 4th place. But yeah, I think the biggest story for me now, I mean, we've had some great stories on this final table, including the amount of bounties Ibinger's had. We had the great sort of rivalry that was brewing and developing between Ding Biao and Makita. And then the emergence of Sean Winter, that kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say erratic shove by obviously a lot of method to why he made that shove with the ace-3, but ran into the top of Sean Winter's range. That gave him that huge double. And now Sean Winter, a great opportunity to win his first ever Triton title here in this mystery bounty.
Yeah, and he also did collect a bounty already at the final table with that elimination that he did do damage with. And the thing is, Sean Winter's game plan is very different than Makita when he's holding the big stack. He's preserving his chips a little bit more. He's kind of respecting that half of the prize pool. So it's going to be very interesting how he navigates this final 5.
Absolutely. So we're just going to take a quick break, 10-minute break, let the players, get a little drink of water, maybe go to the bathroom, do what they need to do, take a breath, and we'll be right back in those 10 minutes for the final 4 in the mystery bounty.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. with millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Less data points as the other players, and he 2 titles, that much in earnings, like that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, just seems to have a real knack for the game and a killer instinct. And that's what you really need to have to be in this arena. Cale Burns going to have a potential shove spot or continue. I mean, I would imagine in the form of an all-in. 19 big blinds facing a button open, a cutoff open. That's going to be, I would say, relatively strong. And you know what? Yeah, he does lean call, perhaps.
I'm pretty sure the reason he's calling is because we're playing this format. Otherwise, he would be reshoving. He knows that Ibinger would be incentivized to even call a hand like ace-9, even for 18 big blinds.
Yeah, this hand would be really right on the line with how much that bounty is worth for Ibinger. Going to get a complete from Ding Biao, and we have a nice spread here between 3 different hands that have some equity.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh. Cale Burns, top pair king kicker, nut flush draw for Ibinger with the ace of diamonds overcarding the queen.
Yeah, and I think maybe on a normal FT, Randy, perhaps we would see Cale not playing this aggressively, but I mean, could we see, if Matthias starts with a C-bet, could we just see Burns raising to get this in?
Very reasonable. I think it's a bit unclear just because Ding Biao is also in the big blind on whether to raise. For now, though, of course, Ibinger's kind of deciding, should I bet to try to get KO to put some chips in there? Because obviously his hand has got nut potential with the nut flush draw.
I mean, it's just, it's just so hard for Cale to be behind here. You know, as far as the top of Matthias's range, something like an ace-queen, you know, aces, kings, jacks, these are very, very limited hands. And yeah, Ibinger going with this pretty chunky size. And if Cale does elect to raise and get shoved on, I mean, he's going to be up against hands that he's ahead of, like an ace-9 of diamonds.
I believe I prefer flat.
All in.
It looks like he just jams, just to kind of see how the equity shift. But anyways, of course he snap calls, and this is an amazing spot for Ibinger because he can collect the bounty.
Yeah. Can he get into double digits in bounties?
Ibinger starts his hand 7th in chips. He's in a pot with the only player he covers.
I think he had like king 9 and called it off for the bounty.
Oh,
on the
that's
turn.
it.
Good game, Kale.
Short and sharp.
The end of KO Burns. It's a bit disappointing, but not so disappointing for Eyebanger, who collects another bounty. He's got 10 bounties.
Sure does.
That's 800K in EV.
Bountiful is the Austrian. Cale Burns going to finish in 8th place. Speaking of jacks, Jeremy Osmus. Going to raise it up.
Osmus won a title earlier this week. It's crazy to see him here having the potential to win a second title. Already won 1.892 million in the 25K. Clemens got ace 10. Looks like he's going to stay away. Nikita Batsikowski, 6-5 of clubs. Very playable. Bounty or not, would be defending this big blind. Jeremy started this hand with 37 bigs. So it is kind of hard to get stacks in even post flop, given how deep they are. But we'll see.
Flop is 3-6-4, 2 hearts. Mikita, I mean, probably too deep to check raise, play for stacks, but maybe not. I mean, with the bounty to consider, maybe you just want to play this ultra aggressive, and you know, if your opponent has an overpair, they have an overpair, and then you can get a potential $80,000 equity bounty and another 5 million in chips. But it's going to start with a lead instead, which I think makes sense.
I would say it's definitely not too deep to get in because of the bounty aspect, right? That's more than the pay jump, the value.
Yeah.
So he's leading here because he expects Osmus to check back a lot of, you know, like high cards that whiffed, check back, maybe even some overpairs because of how dangerous the board is. You could see it potentially. So he wants to prevent that from happening. He's probably leading the flop with air, like 7x as well as stabs.
Yeah, it's interesting because these kind of spots, I think players when they lead they are relatively balanced, but the percentage of their range that is behind jacks is quite significant. You're talking about the bluffs, like the 7x's, maybe some 5x's. This is 6-5 in particular, I think is pretty high up in Mikita's range, right?
Yeah.
So Mikita might even just want to protect against the fact that he has, you know, part of that top range and just put all the chips in. And if he is up against something like this, let's run it. I'm 45%, right?
Yeah,
2 million.
Yeah, I like this re-raise from Mikita, and it's just that if he's up against an overpair, he's practically flipping. Now he gets this overlay from the bounty because he has the covering stack.
Yeah, and Osmus did not raise to fold here. Obviously, he's not thrilled that he seeing all these bets, 4 bets, 4 or 5 bets that have to go in with 7 players left. But yeah, he's ready to play for stacks.
Yeah, I mean, he knows jacks is usually best. Has to play for stacks now. Against a combo draw like this, he's slightly ahead. And well, yeah, once you raise the flop, you've just created a situation where stacks fly in.
All in. All in.
Here we go. Look how big this pot is. Over 10 million, 11.375. And that is what Makita wants to see. Didn't want to see like a set or like some kind of big heart draw. This is as good as it gets for Makita to potentially get a bounty and even a pay jump if he knocks out Osmus.
And some cards where Osmus is dead on the turn, and that's pretty
bad.
Almost as dead as you can be. Life support. Somebody get out the defibrillators. We might be losing Jeremy Osmus. Hey, you guys. Welcome back to the 40K mystery bounty here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Look, I'm working on new opens. You know?
I like it.
It's hit or miss. We're having a great time here in the coverage of this event. There are just 4 players remaining. We just lost Benjamin Tollerine, unfortunately for him. But you know, Sean Winter looking to get his first ever title. We have some players in there still that have a lot of bounties between Ibinger with 10 and Badziakowski, I believe, it has at least 6.
Yeah,
and those are worth a lot of money when it comes to tomorrow. The pulls of those mystery bounties, we get the random envelopes that have anywhere between 40,000 and all the way up to 500,000. Yeah, so that's less important as we get to the pay jumps of this final remaining 4. First place, of course, almost $1 million. So a lot of money to be won here for sure as we take a look at what those look like in the payouts. 4th place is going to get 363,000, 441 for 3rd. Runner up with 630, and the winner 935,000, and that Triton trophy. And yeah, again, you know, Sean Winter hasn't won a title. Has been playing these things for a better part of 3 years now. Seems pretty due considering how we see him on a lot of final tables, and the way he navigates this chip lead is a little different than what we might have seen from Makita. Who was really putting the pedal to the metal was the Belarusian. We're here at the Landing Casino in Jeju. Ibinger staying hydrated. There are chip counts. Winter 42 with the chip lead. Makita and Clemens about the same in 2nd and 3rd. Ibinger almost has as many bounties as he does big blinds. Can see the rest of the field that was eliminated on this final table. Cale Burns came in as the short stack, got it in quite good on the queen high board, lost out to Ibinger. And look at all those bounties for Matthias over there on the left. He arranges them in such a way that it's almost inappropriate towards Clemens Reuter. Bit of gamesmanship maybe, as Makita gets dealt the ace-3 suited on the button. Has to deal with the 42 big blind chip lead of Winter in the small. And then Ibinger's 14 blinds, which I'm sure he'd be happy to play for with this hand in this spot. But he's going to start with a limp.
Basically trying to invest the minimum against the chip leader. Does have position. It kind of takes away the Sean Winter option to kind of reshove.
May I have no warnings? May I have no warnings? No, no 5-second warnings or warnings? No warnings?
He doesn't need the warnings.
No, no.
No, but you say 5 seconds. He doesn't want it. Not for him.
I'm aware when there's 5 seconds. I'm like, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, we got the message across.
Yeah, something Winter has needed to remind all the dealers because they are, of course, instructed to give that warning to the players, but maybe it's just something that he prefers not to hear. He's very aware of the clock and maybe finds it a bit anxiety-inducing, just maybe a little bit, maybe just a little bit of a nuisance for him.
To be honest, I'm kind of in this same camp. I probably would prefer not to hear it.
Yeah.
So I can see where he's coming from. Limp pot. Makita was on the button, limping ace-3 suited. Does have top pair. Puts in 1 black chip first, which indicates a min bet. Min bet and take. We are kind of getting into that business end of the pay jumps, you know. Currently 363 guaranteed. If you do ladder, you get 441,000. So it's almost like the pay jump is equal to a bounty at this point. And then if you get to the top 3 territories, it starts to become like multiple envelopes per pay jump. So we could easily see a big shift in strategy right now, especially when 3 remain.
Mikita's going to start things off with a min raise at the cutoff. Ace-9 of hearts. Folded to Ibinger in the small. Look down at Jack-5 off. Easy enough. Reuter's with a hand that has a bit of playability. Going to want to be careful knowing how much pressure Mikita could put on this stack considering the impending pay jump.
Gonna make the defense. It is always a bit scary. Probably expect a little bit more aggression in bounty tournaments. Advantage to Mikita. Got shot, backdoor hearts, ace high. However, it is that type of texture that rates to hit Clemens a bit more.
Yeah.
But then again, Reuter is also on that stack size that doesn't have much incentive to check raise bluff as much, given that Reuter has position on the direct short stack Ibinger. He kind of doesn't want to create a situation where he kind of is racing and maybe has less chips than Ibinger at some point. Check through.
Yeah, remarkably, Reuter takes the lead with the 5, but even more equity for Mikita to make a big hand.
Should be some passive play from the 5 deuce.
Yeah, and I would expect a size up from Mikita, maybe with the intention of folding out a turn 5 sometimes if he bets very large. But
yeah, I kind of like big or check for Mikita, because if you go small, you're never getting a better hand to fold. If you go big, you can kind of fold out that 5x potentially, maybe even a 6, depending on how big you go. He is kind of going small, isn't he? Cutesy bet, 550. Kind of annoying for the 5 deuce.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable bet with a 7x or maybe even a 6x sometimes.
Yeah, it's not a polarized bet, but the price is just a little bit too good for the 5 to lay down in case he's up against some kind of draw like this. Relatively safe card for Reuter. Doesn't change that much unless it was a Jack X of hearts that stabbed a turn. Wouldn't really expect like King Jack to all of a sudden bet or Ace Jack as played.
Check.
Disappointing.
Yeah, an annoying one to lose.
Who clapped? That was for Clemens, right? Giving a little smile.
Thank you. I just want to say, I think Clemens Reuter's nail polish looks great.
He's got his own style.
Yeah, a couple
of
annoying little comments in the chat I'm taking exception to. He's got a vibe going on with the bracelets and the rings and the black. Let the man express himself. It's 2025, man. Great point, Mike Venter. What did nail polish ever do to you? Who hurt you? Which color nail polish hurt you in this life?
Ace-5 for Clemens. Ultra deep stack between these two in the blinds. Reuter does cover
1.450
slightly. 10-9 of hearts, playable.
Yeah, and I don't mind this from Clemens. Take that blocker, not play the guessing game against one of the best in the world pre-flop, where you'd have to, you know, limp call a big bet and then play passively, defensively. I don't mind this raise at all, and is going to get a customer from 10-9 of hearts, of course. And we're going to have a fair fight going to the flop. I'll always take 10-9 suited in this spot. Come on.
It has more playability, to be honest. Obviously, position helps, and you just flopped the joint. Hello, Makita. You like that?
Incredible flop. Bit unfortunate for Makita that I think he'll be hard pressed to get a chip out of Reuter. This is all over the flatting range, and we can see exactly why. And I don't expect to see any slow playing from Makita, the way in which this flop straight unblocks any pairs, right? You want to start putting money in against something like an ace-jack that might check, but finds a check anyway, getting tricky. Doesn't want to find a check fold from something like an ace-5 that maybe can improve with an ace on the turn. Then you start getting 2 streets of value.
Yeah, I guess Makita reads Clemens to always want to bet like Queen X on this texture, given the drawiness of the board. So perhaps he just felt like Clemens just absolutely whiffed it with a pre-flop raise, with like a king or ace X like this. Could be a little bit of protection needed against the Jack X, given the 2 8s are out there. Could bring some full houses. Maybe value bet against the Jack on 2 streets. 8X seems very unlikely to be in Clemens' range, given pre-flop activity, as well as
2.1 million.
Flop and turn. That's it, right?
Yeah, that's it. King 8 for Makita. Blind on blind against Sean Winter. Going to have to play pretty passively here.
Yeah, basically, if you're out chipped,
yeah,
you don't really
respect the new status quo.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps a candidate for Winter to punish the weaker limps.
Like chips, please.
A little bit more likely to do if it was offsuit.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a check back either.
Yeah, looks like he is going to do your first instinct. It's a big race, 4x.
Yeah, and actually, because of that sizing, I think Makita might be forced to limp fold the top of his range, which I think might be King 8 to this size.
Yeah, the problem is King 8 also doesn't have much playability, even if you are potentially ahead.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen what Makita would have done with King 9, which feels like a natural limp call, but to a 4x size, and with ICM to consider, maybe would also fall into a fold. Whereas King 10, I think we would start having to call.
Yeah, King 10, he's probably never folding, but King 9, probably very similar to King 8. The thing is, right now, Makita actually covers 2 players. If he limp calls there and it just like check folds, then he no longer covers 2 players. He just covers 1. So a lot of the pre-flop nuances kind of depend on where the stacks stand after the hand ends. You know, like are you covering more
I'm
players or
waiting for you,
less?
Sean.
Oh, did he just hear what Ibinger said to him?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you. Yeah, I've got queens.
Let's go.
Oh man, he's asking for it.
I love this. We don't know what Matthias Ibinger has yet.
ICM pressure here.
He's being sarcastic because he is significantly the short stack.
Amazing.
Is just going to limp, begging for him to shove. Doesn't get the shove hand.
Yeah, but still, it's a nice spot for Winter because, you know, Ibinger's got 2 unders. So free flop incoming for Ibinger. Pretty dangerous. This board should make Winter want to fire flop quite a bit, unless he's going for check raise. But like he's going to check. I'm thinking that the 9 and 7x is very unlikely to bet in Ibinger's shoes. Top set.
Topset.net, baby.
Diamonds show up. 10x is now open-ended. And the fact that you're holding 2 queens makes it less likely if you check, your opponent will do the betting for you, given that top pair is severely blocked.
$1 million.
Yeah, decides to size up, maybe targeting potential pair and straight draw hands that might feel inclined like they have to call. Doesn't happen though.
Six-5 off for the chip leader. Not looking to get involved. Ibinger is. He's got ace-jack. Good for 10 bigs. All chips going in.
Start your engines. Snap call from the King 8.
Here we go.
We have King 8. King 8.
Bounty opportunity for Clemens. Can you shoot down the bounty hunter?
It's gonna be 3,950.
You think so?
This is what you must pay.
Confident.
Manifesting.
Oh,
Not that
he
confident
did jinx
anymore.
himself.
We have King 8.
There's an ace coming.
Confident again.
Queen 8 ace. Many ways for Ibinger, the bounty king.
What is it? The
3,950.
ace on the river. 3,950. He's right.
You were confident indeed.
Huh? He was. Yeah, he was seen. I mean, when you've won 11 showdowns today and all ins, you're very confident.
Yeah.
11 at the
lot of
middle.
Nice chirp back.
So full double up for Ibinger, good for third in chips. Clemens Reuter is the short stack. Ace King for Clemens. Big blind this hand is Mikita Batsikowski. Now he did make it 1.4 million earlier and then opted to check fold at some point against the 10-9 when he had ace-5 off.
Yep.
So let's see how that changes things. Looks like he's gonna navigate towards limp now. Potential raise candidate? Unless he's suspicious.
1.1.
1.1's not coming back, is it?
He never saw it again.
This is exactly
All in.
what you wanted when you limped ace king in the small blind. Played the player. Free chips. The gap is very close at the bottom. Clemens and Matthias are separated by one big blind. Even Makita, you know, he's got a little bit less now. Feels like Winter's just up there by himself at the top of the leaderboard. Decent ace on the button.
Going to start with a 2.5x raise. We have seen some instances where Reuter has sized up. Exact same hand in the big blind for Sean Winter.
Feels like a very interesting decision here, actually, because
Yep.
the 2.5x is a little bit concerning. Like,
And she's giving him the 5 seconds. He
Yeah.
doesn't like hearing that.
Yeah, he's like, God damn it. It's actually a pretty important decision, too. I really could see it go either way. 3-bet rip or call. He's going to go all in. And what does Clemens do if ace-8 off? Pretty annoying, right?
He doesn't snap, that's for sure. I think he's gonna fold. He's not gonna like it. I think
Okay.
particularly maybe against Sean Winter. Gonna be a bit less erratic with his shoves.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Winter hasn't really been going after it hard. Huge pickup for Winter.
Yeah, just great. You get the same hand to fold.
Yeah, I don't think Winter is reshoving all worse aces in that spot, which is what you would need to happen for you
Yeah.
to confident to call off ace-8. For a lot of blinds, too. you know, Clemens started the hand with 20 big blinds. So it's not like Winter is just recklessly jamming.
Yeah, if we assume we're sort of breaking even against the range when the ICM to consider, it just doesn't feel nice.
Exactly.
You just get shown ace 10 and you're like, why did I do that?
Yeah, because Winter is always shoving the better aces, right? Ace 9 plus.
Yeah.
This is always re-raising all in. Winter.
I think we can maybe expect a shove for 21 effective here.
I agree.
You saw earlier he shoved the king 5 off.
Yes.
Similar stack.
All in. No warnings, please.
Needs those to match up if he wants to make a call. Or of course an ace 8 would have probably called it off, potentially.
If you're wondering who you're listening to, I'm Griffin Benger. And the legend to my right, and you can't see us right now, but he's on my right. Randy Liu, providing the brilliant color commentary.
I thought you were just going to end at Griffin.
Listen.
Appreciate the shout out, though.
There's no Grandy without Randy, okay? We've established this.
You are trying to convince me. I'm still not convinced. Maybe you'll get me by the time you're out of here. Let's see. Eibringer's got King Jack. Whiter's in the big. Yeah. Easy. Slide it in.
Holtz is fine.
What is that red thing there? Do you see it? Near the bounties? Is that like a place marker for next bounty or something?
You know what I think it might be, which we've been trying to keep from the audience so as not to confuse them.
Oh, okay.
It might be the half bounty.
Oh,
so
I see.
I don't want to try to get into the details of it because I have a feeling I'll butcher it, but there was a situation where there were 2 eliminations at the same time or something, and he ended up getting he doesn't just have 10 bounties, he actually also has a half of a bounty. I don't know how that will work tomorrow. Listen, I didn't get notes on this, okay? So, yeah, I've gotten confirmation from producer James that him and Winfred Yu are going to share an envelope, which I think is just adorable.
It's adorable.
Let's go Dutch.
I see, I see. Clemens, Ace Jack.
Hold in.
Rips it into.
How much is that?
Makita's asking for a count. Who has Jack 9 offsuit?
Oh, sorry.
This is a 15 big blind jam, blind versus blind. 4 remaining. It sounds expensive for this hand.
6 what?
Yeah, real consideration here from Makita. The upside of 80 grand in equity. I think he's going to recognize he's going to be behind a good deal of the time, but a lot of the time he's also going to be 40% to win. In this case, he is going to be absolutely dominated, crushed.
At first glance, my instinct is this is a bit loose.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we've seen the way Makita's been playing. It's been very bounty driven.
Damn.
It seems like he's on the cusp. Like, I guess he just snaps off Jack 10 off. The problem is there's still the regular prize pool to be played for, right?
Yeah.
Where the payouts just get bigger when there's 3, 2 remaining.
Ooh,
Oh my
wow,
God.
he's grabbing those chips like he wants to put them in.
I mean,
Oh my god.
I have no idea, but I gamble.
No idea, gamble. Okay, that's a huge gamble. He's in terrible shape. Is Makita going too hard for the bounties? That's the question.
And Reuter is in an incredible position here to send Makita to short stack land. Our one-time massive chip leader who had near 20 million at risk now of being left with just 4. Just has to dodge, and 9 on the river does Reuter.
Full double up for Clemens Reuter. He's got 12.6 million now. Makita, he said, all right, I don't know, I gamble, and now he's down to just 10 bigs.
75.
What was that?
That's 5 million.
I feel like if you gave those cards over to Winter, Winter's not calling that spot.
I agree with you. Let's take a quick break in the action and talk a little bit about GTO Withered.
Wizard,
GTO
all right.
Withered. GTO Wizard. Do you want to play like a Triton champion? Well, GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTA Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. There's Espen Jorstad, great ambassador for GTA Wizard. #1 learning app for the players. I can tell you with great certainty, Randy, that some of the bosses you see in this field spend a lot of time on GTA Wizard, sharpening their craft.
You're right about that.
New blind limit?
Next time.
Okay, Clemens has got ace-10 off. Curious to see if he just comes with the limp, because we've kind of seen him make button limps with Winter covering him. Still allows him to get involved against Makita. This time it looks like he will...
4.
Oh. He okay. Does still raise. Just took back a little bit of chips. Winter's got king 10 off. That can play.
And there is the call. Eight, 8-9, advantage Clemens. I believe this is the first time he's gotten over that 8-figure mark. Must be excited to be here. Creating some separation for Mybinger and Wadziakowski. But this is not really the guy you want to tangle with, is Winter.
Yeah, so I think that might actually throw this ace-10 into a check back, just because he is out-chipped. He's very healthy with 11.8 back. Certainly betting is the default play. He is going to go for more standard protocol, 425k c-bet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tricky. You know, if you want to play this too passively and someone like Winter on a 6-turn card or something and might just overbet, has so much license to mess around.
That was
so it's
easy.
nice. Yeah. I think I prefer the bet there. Not as a general rule, like obviously we can check back there a lot so we don't get check raised, but let's take a look at those chip stacks. Makita out of nowhere, suddenly our short stack with 8 big blinds. Sean Winter still comfortably in that chip lead. It's been floating between 16 and 19 big million. And then the two Austrians. So this is like an Austrian sandwich right here. You know, you got the Austrian meat in the middle. Got the American slice of sourdough bread and the slice of Belarusian bread. Here are what these players are going to receive when they finally get paid out. 363 for fourth, all the way up to first place of nearly $1 million. But don't forget those bounties. I mean, half the prize pool gone towards those bounties. And this man on your left, who likes to show it off with his fancy car and 10.5 bounties. So I did get confirmation from the chat who cleared it up a little more for me. But basically, do you understand why he has half?
1 million. Yes, I know why.
Yeah, because they chopped a pot right again with eliminating someone. Right.
It was on the end of day one. There was 2 eliminations at the same time on different tables, so they chopped because you get bounties. It's a longer explanation, but that's kind of the gist of it. So they had more eliminations than 56 players, so less than 56 went
wow,
into day
how
2.
interesting. Okay.
You get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
So like 1 extra player got eliminated, therefore they chopped the bounty because you're supposed to get a bounty.
Cool. Mikita really going to be in shove or fold mode now. And 8-3 off. It's going to be a fold. Winter, ace-6 on the button.
Let's see, Clemens is sitting on 30 bigs on the button, so it would be a bit excessive to outright rip.
Ace-3 of hearts for Sean Winter at the cutoff. The stacks are now 8 big blinds for Mikita, 14 for Ibinger, and 28 for Reuter. Wonder if this is ever candidates just open rip it, but probably too many chips for Clemens. Yeah.
As long as Clemens isn't kind of fighting back that much, it's all right to just still go for raises here, right? And he's sizing up a bit, trying to dissuade Mikita from continuing. So obviously he would just kind of prefer to chip up over and over again. Another size up does take down to 10-7 offsuit. Powerhouse here.
Tell me about it.
Well, he raised ace-10 offsuit on the button last hand. But he's going for a limp with ace-queen suited. You know what I think it is? By limping, he lets Mikita over-limp more, which allows him to kind of capture that bounty, right? Because if he raised, Mikita's never flatting.
And also, by limping, if Mikita did have a hand to shove, like let's say ace-9, and then Winter got something like king-queen, it might go shove, shove, and you can just go for it.
Yep. Yeah. Mikita, though, just bowed out with 9-7 off. Yeah. This button limps...
It's nice.
It makes a lot of sense when you really think about it. It's just how can I get that micro stack involved?
Mm-hmm.
King, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Clear advantage to ace, queen. Could be looking to just deny equity from 2 random cards. Single orange.
Five seconds.
You should go on the rail at some point, Winter. Just be like 5 seconds. And you just run away with Griffin after. So 5-4 diamonds. There's a lot going on here. The short stack is the player to act right behind him. Comes in with limp. Winter's got 2 8s. This is kind of...
It's very interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Like, what is the root here?
So Winter has 40 big blinds. Reuter has 30. I feel like if Reuter had like 25 or less,
2.4.
he would just shove. I mean, he's decided to effectively make a 5x raise, which I think is fine. It's you can just raise fold here comfortably if somehow Reuter limp raises, but you can just also like fold out hands with equity. It's not always going to be 2 unders. It's going to be like, you know, queen jack off that might fold for 5x here. I think I like this raise.
Yeah, and I guess the 8s is obviously kind of difficult to play post flop.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't flop clean. 5-4 suited does have position. It's like, yeah, I could play in position, but honestly, it's just not worth it. I'm very comfy in second.
It's the first time we're seeing a player get over the 20 million mark. Sean Winter with 21.3. Again, Sean been a regular on the Triton Super High Roller circuit since Cyprus 2023, has yet to get a title despite many final tables. So this would be a pretty nice moment for him. A career benchmark, if you will.
Ace-9 suited.
How many final tables, you ask, has he been on? Is that what you said, Randy? 9. 9 FTs without
You
a
counted
win.
it?
I did just count it, yeah. And 1 10th place in 100K as well.
Did you include this one?
No. So this is his 10th.
Situation here. So, Ibringer's got king queen. It should smash.
This is all
the
in, I
button
think. I
range.
think this is all in and call. This is.
He's
yeah.
gonna put the chips on the white car.
Yeah, they're already on the white car. He just needs to start the engine.
Yeah,
And
still has fold equity, right?
he does, yeah, for 12 big blinds.
He's also looking at Makita, who's the big blind next, and Makita's only got 5 bigs. But king queen is king
Yeah.
queen after all, isn't it?
Here we go, and I hope Matthias Ibinger put on his winter tires on the car.
Count, please.
6,050,000.
Yes, I hope he did. Sure hope he did.
I guess that's more of a like Canadian joke, you know?
Yeah. It would have been really funny if Winter had 8s. Reuters got Reuter with the reshove with 2 4s. Winter can't believe
Give a
this.
heads up, you and Sean.
Yeah, I mean, if Winter could see what they had, he would be going for it. But he's got to know that he runs the risk. He said ace 10 of spades, did he?
I think so.
Yeah, no, he can't. He knows he needs to let this go.
Wow.
You just can't have Reuter open up ace jack and then.
Anything good?
Winter's not going to like to see that. Pretty good news for Makita. He might get a pay jump here if Forrest can hold.
He's doing his anti-jinx thing, telling the exact amount for him to pay already. There we can see some some interested parties,
Just imagine
some
calling
colleagues,
money
friends, partners.
Sean, you would win it. I'm pretty sure.
So, yeah.
Forrest is looking good.
Flopped a straight.
Need some help? Okay.
Backdoor spades play nicely for Ibinger. Gonna need a king or a queen, or our 4th place finisher is our bounty king. Has 10.5 bounties to his name. Drum roll, please. Those people look like they're friends of the guy that might be losing.
That's me.
Ace would have been Sean Winter.
You win?
On the river, yeah.
Great news for Reuter because Winter's out
Probably
because he folded, and we actually have elimination for Ibinger where he collects the bounty.
Good luck. So.
Clemens.
This all's good.
He's the new
Hard
chip
for me to
leader.
get another page jump, no?
4th place
So-
finish for Ibinger.
Yeah, and let's be honest, this is
50-50
effectively
Oh, it's okay. I like to be my
$1 million equity score right now with his 10 plus bounties. There he is. Ibinger just cut through this field. So many eliminations. With the help of his little car.
That car did overtime. It needs to go to the repair shop.
Yeah, at least put gas in that thing. This is a little bit of the story of the haves and have-nots. I would say. I think Makita would be pretty pleased to see that pay jump he just received, which netted him an extra 80 grand. As we see what's left of that prize pool, just under $2 million available to be won from these last 3 players.
It's a $190,000 pay jump right now. That's bigger than getting another
All in and
bounty.
call. Let's go. Come on. No rest for the wicked.
Yeah, just 9-6 suited versus Jack 5. Makita at risk with the better hand. If Clemens can win this one, he gets another bounty. And we'll be going to heads up.
There's a 5.
Now I'm happy I folded. You have me in bad shape.
Jack deuce.
7.
Hmm?
7.
7 is good. I'll take it.
No.
Jack's
Wait, you
better.
still
No, which? Ah, yeah, I do.
How much is it?
3, 4, 5. 1.
And,
2,
you know, they're all
25.
laughing around being like, oh, he was so short. Well, I mean, now he has 9 big blinds. Things can get interesting down the stretch.
Hey, back in business.
That's right. Back in business.
You guys really 40 and 40, huh? Let's
Oh.
go 3-way all in.
Who has more now? It would be very interesting.
I could have busted him.
Should we count for the hand? Oh, actually, you have to post the ante, so I have more than you.
Oh, I don't know. Are you trying to get it in or something?
Yeah, why not? You guys go in.
Like 3-way all in, then you hold 1 chip back, then fold. Yeah, are you 240 big blinds go after it?
For sure.
The hand, yeah.
You pay me money, I call. I don't know. I suppose.
I'm not allowed to. 4.5.
3 remaining, Queen Jack for Clemens. Equal stacks with Winter.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to play for the 9 big blinds of Makita. It's going to start with a limp. I think 9-4 off might be my most disliked hand. I hate it. I don't like looking at it. It's just strange because 9's my favorite number, but just 9-4 off. Just
9-4
no,
off is
nothing.
not too bad on this board though.
Yeah.
It's got a gut shot to the straight flush. Doesn't interest you?
No, I don't like it. I don't like the cut of its jib. Someone back me up on the YouTube chat. How ugly is 9-4 off?
Yeah, you rather have the 2-4 offsuit?
Yeah.
All right, well, open and straight draw for Clemens. Club, though, is reasonably powerful for Winter. Maybe a little bit of a unspoken rule of like not going hard at each other, given how healthy they are relative to Makita. If we see less stabs. No, Winter's like, yeah, I'm gonna break protocol. He's cutting out a lot.
That's 3.5 million.
How much was in there?
1.7.
All right. I mean, to be fair, like, what can Clemens call with?
Yeah. Also recognizing Clemens would be betting all of his flushes on the flop, probably.
Mm-hmm. Like, even a King X is actually in a pretty tough spot.
Yeah, might just fold.
Good stuff, Winter.
Greg Berardi, 94, says, I was born in 94, though. Maybe that's why it's so ugly. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
You can't roast the chat like that, buddy.
No?
No.
I didn't read the whole contract. My bad.
No, it's not. It's just disrespectful. They spend so much of their time to watch us, and you can't.
That's true.
You can't do that. Like, no.
No, you're right. You're right. Listen, accountability, I think.
Can you go to timeout, buddy?
You're right. Do you want to call this one then? I'll mute my mic for a bit.
No, I'll come back in because confrontation is incoming.
Confrontation Nation.
Kita practically jams. Puts in 3 million.
I like the idea that if you're beside Winter and he's thinking about calling your all in, that the room starts getting colder, you know? Winter. Just a soft breeze.
So Winter does have the covering stack, so he technically could just reshove here. Reason Makita kind of left some chips back is maybe somehow the other two.
Like you just, when you're breathing
Go
deeply,
hard.
you realize that your breath is like, you know, you can see your breath because it's getting cold.
Yeah, right, yep.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Sean Winter clicking it, try to dissuade Warder from overcalling 3 million. So it's going to be ace-queen versus jack-8 of clubs. Not too far behind, though, for Makita, 39% equity.
I am rooting for Sean Winter. I like seeing first-time winners. I like seeing first-time winters.
I'm not all in.
Makita's won enough. That's coming from someone who's a big fan of Nikita Badziakowski. Ace, queen, 4. King. Oh, that's all you want? He just wants the king. Actually, I mean, he could have asked for the 10 of clubs, which is more.
Oh, there's a club.
Ace of clubs.
What is it? Club.
Ooh.
Wow.
He did it.
5, 3,
Makita is
4,
back.
4.3.
That's not really fair. Ace, queen, 4. Come on. Give Sean a break. He just wants 1 trophy. Not fair.
Makita's got 5. Looking for title number 6. Still third in chips, but 19 big blinds. Plenty to play with.
It's 3-6.
No, not yet.
What do you call a gym that only has treadmills?
What is it?
Running clubs.
Stack size.
I'm getting a lot of disapproving nods in the opposite direction that I was looking for.
Is this something you have in your playbook, or is this you just thought of it?
There was running clubs. I just thought of it. I told you it's a carnival up here. There was running clubs to double up for Makita.
Yeah, I get the joke.
Oh, okay. I
just didn't
I was
think
worried
I
you
needed
didn't
to laugh
understand
at it because it was unable to find it.
I'm getting mixed reviews from YouTube, but you know what?
No, some people like it.
No press is bad press.
I appreciate the effort. Okay. So Winter opened the button, Jack 5 of hearts, flatted by Clemens and a small one, Queen 9 offsuit.
What a strange spot with ace deuce. Might have some fold equity, considering his stack is now up to near 20 big blinds. I mean, look at these middling hands for Winter and Reuter.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I kind of feel like all of the options are on the table. You know, ace deuce obviously doesn't play that well post flop. Yeah, fold. It seems reasonable. Hard to play post flop. Bit excessive to jam. And it's very easy for both players to have a better ace in that spot.
I think Makita's just happy to be here. Like one of those things where it's like, oh, this is super marginal. Wow, what a flop. Queen 9 for top 2 pair. For the Austrian, the American on the other hand, Jack high flush draw. But don't count out Sean Winter doing something a little against the grain, like a check back. Yeah, you know, I really see him take unconventional lines, and he under reps his flush draw keeps the pot small, doesn't get check raised here, which I think we can imagine would have happened, would have really inflated the pot.
So clearly Reuter just has like all of the board. In general though, he
2.4 million.
often would go big. It looks like he still will. Does kind of changes the calling ranges when you see a check back on the flop. But he's not expecting Winter to fold like even like a middling piece. A 9x. Maybe like 10s or jacks. I guess that's technically possible. Did raise on the button, right?
Yeah, the hand is too strong. This jack high flush, obviously, not to continue. But Sean Winter's not thrilled by the price. Would have appreciated something a little more generous as opposed to 85% pot.
It's also asking the question, okay, if I do call, hit the heart, how much can I get paid? Obviously, Winter's hand is quite disguised if he does hit the heart. Wow, he's just out.
Wow.
Just like, it's not worth it. Figures he was up against a queen at the minimum. Which would mean that hitting a jack would do him no good, and he's right.
Yeah, now I think Sean Winter in a position where he's really going to respect the new captain, the new chip leader in Clemens Reuter. You can see over 20 million chips to Winter's 15.6. Mikita just 14 big blinds with 8.6. I think Sean wants to make sure Mikita is the next elimination here. Big prize jump between second and third. We were discussing how, Randy, pretty much all of these jumps were not even really as much as what a bounty's equity is worth in the mystery bounty format. But now this jump from second to third is like, this is very big money.
Yeah.
This is, you know, $190,000.
So almost 2.5 envelopes.
Yeah.
Kings now for Clemens.
1.2.
Oh, hates to see the quick fold from Mikita, especially because he knows how honestly and snugly I think Sean Winter is going to play here, and Queen 5 going to work itself into the fold range, I would imagine. You know, I keep talking, Randy, about Sean Winter and how excited I am for him potentially getting his first Triton. We obviously know Mikita has, what was it, five Triton titles with 25 million in earnings.
Even against him.
Sick man.
Was even
But
against
Clemens Reuter, pardon me, also no Triton title, only 5 cashes totaling 593,000, is over 5 in this Triton stop. Only found himself, found himself with 3 cashes in Montenegro last year, but nothing really that exciting except a 4th place in an Omaha event for just under 200,000. So this is a big breakout moment for Clemens when it comes to the super high roller circuit.
It seems like this is the one, and
yeah, one of these two could have first time title, right?
Yeah, and he's converting at the moment. Obviously, more prize money to be won with the bounties collected.
6 and 6. 5, 6, 6, 5, 6,
All in.
7-5 off, snapped
Wow,
off. What does
snarped.
Makita got? Ace-7.
Dominating.
Makita's back, if he can hold here.
This is not the man you want to double up. I've been really, really impressed all day by the way Makita was playing earlier. Maybe a couple of slip-ups later on. Maybe marginal mistakes. I would hate to suggest him ever making a mistake, but if you give this man a chance to come back in this,
you'll regret it.
Yeah. And that's not a good start. Needs a 5 and only a 5, or a backdoor straight, or Clemens Reuter has just doubled up an absolute assassin.
Gut shot.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
4.
6,
Yeah, there's 4 on the board.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
6 and only a 6 and a 5.
10.
Straight.
5.
Makita was just trying to figure out what is the straight.
1, 2.
4 was unnecessary, of
7.7.
course. Big double up there. Makita up to 16 million. Is he just the chip leader now?
Oh gosh, he is.
He is. He's back. He had 5 big blinds.
I wonder about the merits of that 16 big blind shove, because obviously we wouldn't be seeing something like this on a normal FT. Might have been an error.
It's hard to say because it's kind of like, well, I pick up the blinds and antes, or I run a spot where I can potentially get your bounty and maybe having at least 30-something% equity, right?
I just hate this downside, which is doubling up this man right here.
Of course.
Sorry, how much you have? Could you tell me? Because we are super close. So I have.
We'll say though, Makita is kind of a dangerous person to jam into because you saw him already call off 15 blinds with Jack-9 off. So he's not going to pass up any EV, right, in his blind versus blind spots.
Yeah, you have 16.
Yeah, I have, 16.
You cover.
Yeah, and I think it's important for us to analyze this particular format with a bit of humility. You know, these players obviously study this stuff and really know how you're supposed to play a lot of situations. It just feels, you know, something like that 7-5 feels a bit counterintuitive to what you want to do when you still have to consider the actual ICM.
Do you cover me?
Yeah.
It's a lot more ICM
know?
right now because of the big pay jumps.
Ah, that makes sense.
Ooh, I really like this comment by Rainstorm on YouTube. These aren't errors, just facets of an aggressive strategy gone wrong in the moment.
I think it's quite cool to watch these three play because I feel like they all have a little bit of a different strategy on how to approach this at the current state of affairs. And look at this. Sean Winter has seen Clemens limp the button. He's also seen him raise. So he's trying to price out these marginal-ish hands that limp, making it 3 million straight with Queen 4 offsuit. It's a great read from Winter.
So, yeah, very nice from Sean. So I just want to
What do you have now?
point out, I actually did not realize we were at the 600K level, so I think that the shove with the 7-5, not, you know, I suggested it might have been an error before, but I actually thought we were still at the 500K level, so that's a mistake by me. Thought it was 16, 17 big blinds as opposed to 12.
So
changes things drastically.
Under 15?
You cover, or
I mean, I have. I have 15.4.
8.5, 12.5, 13, 5, 14. You have 15?
Yeah, 15.4.
You cover.
Okay.
You. What?
Well, your first act, Makita.
14. Wait, I got 15.350.
Well, you definitely cover now, Makita. That raise and take.
Now it's just 15.050.
15.050, I guess. So this is 5, 6, 14, 7, 15. 15. Well, now you for sure covered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who covers who really dictates how to approach the hands.
Yeah.
That's why you see them counting down regularly. Five offsuit. A walk for Makita. Sure, he'll be happy about that. Well, there is a screen at the table that shows the stack sizes of all the players remaining, hence why they're gazing in one direction from time to time, as their phones have been confiscated. We cannot look at the Triton Poker Plus app while playing.
King 10 off in the small for Makita, up against Winter's 25 effective. Interesting spot, surely.
Kind of feels like a limp.
Yep.
Kind of more standard protocol. Ace 8 suited. That's quite the powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, might just play this as a straight shove for the 25 blinds.
I could see it. It's
And
definitely plus chip EV if you were to do that. It's always very scary if you were to like race smaller and then you get jammed on. You're like, oh my god, did I put myself in a situation to call off or like make a huge fold?
Yeah, that's something that happened yesterday in the 25K Global Slam at the final table bubble. Orpen sort of ISO'd from the big blind on blind with ace 9 suited and got limp shoved on and was just like, oh, why did I just trap myself by doing this, and then folded off 25 bigs. Was up against ace king.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, and it does play it as a raised call, which is more interesting for us here at home.
It's good for Winter.
Yeah.
To not see a limp re-raise, and Ace 8 is going to feel very proud on this texture, and obviously quite bad for Kisacikoglu, who has a hand that can pay off at least one street with a strong 10. Decent amount of worse Ace X, 10X broadways to charge for Winter. Very nice to be in position.
Yeah.
Quarter pot.
Yeah, I think this hand's going to hold a lot of significance towards who's going to finish first or second a lot of the time. I mean, all those chips already in the middle, pre-flop. Suddenly this pot's ballooning to 7.2 million. I mean, oh, it just gets the gin card. This is going to be really great for Winter.
Yeah, and there's also not much 3x in Makita's limp calling range pre-flop. Hence, you don't even see Makita consider leading on the 3, which is kind of like that check call right lead. We see that a lot on paired boards in Winter. Also, what's great about for Winter is that the 3 reduces outs for the 10x's, right? So even though if
Big
Mikita
time.
hits a king, like it's a worse 2 pair. $3.1 million. Pretty disgusting for Mikita.
Yeah, now Mikita's really in. Can he make a massive fold? Also, I mean, not especially relevant. And look at that great fold from Mikita.
Didn't think much.
Maybe the king having some relevance too, as it blocks some of the Broadway draws that maybe Sean can have. Say a king jack or king queen might raise pre-flop, and
Yeah, I can see that.
maybe just a small consideration. I mean,
Also, like
fold.
the reduce outs is probably a pretty big part of it too. Yes, also with the board pairing 3, a little bit less likely your opponent is just making some YOLO bluff.
So Sean Winter, the big man on campus once again. 18 million for him.
Is he looking to put some muscle against Clemens?
Plays it passively.
King 8 is a pretty nice hand to check back. Makes decent pairs, blind versus blind. King high versus king high. I guess Clemens calls because he has king high and he has that little 3 hearts, 3-2 straight.
There it is. Winter finding a way to get value from worse.
That's a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
Both players kind of improving a bit. Both getting the flush draw. Straight draw exists for Clemens. The thing is, when Winter bets the flop and gets called, he is up against a pair very, very often. And pairs don't tend to fold as much blind versus blind. It does check through. That's a great card for Winter because now he can actually value bet against a 9 or 6x. One of those big sizings. Once again from Winter, 2/3 pot. I mean, Clemens just has king 8 high.
All in.
See, Ibinger still on the rail.
Oh.
It's like Theologists also on the rail. They're committed. This is deep into the night.
23 big blinds effective. Let's see what strategy Sean Winter goes with here. Maybe doesn't want to risk
All in.
the full 23 bigs. But maybe he
This
does.
Something we kind of expect a bit more, right?
Yeah.
Off of these hands, off of these stacks.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, sorry. The flash on.
Makita, 21 big blinds in the small. Doesn't necessarily want to be all in a sense. Like be happy to be with this hand, but does want to outlast Clemens and get that extra 200,000. So is just going to protect a bit by just open shoving.
Suited ace for Makita.
Raise.
Gonna go for a min raise. Couple deuces for Clemens. That could reshove.
All in.
Yeah, here we go. Makita, is he just gonna call it off with ace deuce? We've seen an ace deuce down deuces before. Some calculations being done. He's gonna fold it. Great news for Clemens. Never want to get called when you jam deuces.
What do you have exactly now? You're super close.
Blind level increase, 400,000, 800,000.
11.5. 11.7?
11.7.
Yeah, okay. 0.5.
I'm small, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
How much you have?
11.9.
Quite the premium in the small blind. Ace jack.
All in.
Maybe just rip it in. Yeah, rips it in.
Ooh,
Snaps
that
so
is
fast.
a very close call.
Oh, ace queen versus ace jack. Huge cooler. Blind versus blind.
Chop, chop.
Yeah, this is
Take a
tough.
I don't even know what I want. What do I want? What do I want?
You want me to win?
Do I?
No, actually, I think you want him to win and me left with 2 bigs. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Miniatus dama. Actually, tuz valet. Ace jack is all in.
Nikita is still got the best
Ah.
hand.
Yeah, diamond's
Ace
not going to
jack.
help Clemens.
Why you put it here? I have more. I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Count afterwards. Like.
Yeah.
But I need to know my sweat here.
Yeah, just one of the 3 remaining jacks, or Clemens Reuter, one-time chip leader, going to be going home in 3rd place.
That's it.
I'm not sure.
Gonna do some official counting,
So
but it is
10.5,
Nikita who does
11.5,
have
11.9.
the covering stack. So Nikita gonna collect a bounty once again.
Get 11.9?
Yeah.
GG for the Austrian. This one being Clemens' first cash of the festival, 3rd place for 441,000 plus bounties on top.
Oh my god, I hope your sticks are not 21s.
Look at Makita
That's
sweating
11?
it hard, like, come on.
Yeah, it's worth 80 grand, right?
Mhm.
That's what the bounty,
Yeah.
on average, will net you.
That was
Great. That was
interesting.
really awesome handshake.
You take a break?
All right, congratulations, Clemens.
I don't know. Are we?
I gave him.
3rd place.
Are we allowed to take it?
Yeah.
Very
yeah, of course.
respectable. Did find some spots here at the final table. Captured the chip lead at some point. That's going to be it, and we're down to heads up, Griffin.
We sure are, and those are the chip counts. Pretty close. Sean Winter looking for his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series title, whereas Mikita Badziakowski looking for his 6th. A couple of very impressive players with, divergent styles, I would say. They play a little bit differently, but both incredible talents and really, really fun to watch. Sean Winter had played my favorite hand of the tournament, which was turning the pocket 9 set into a bluff on the river against Ding Biao. Very, very deserving potential champion if he can, get over the mountain that is Mikita.
I mean, Mikita, he's just one of the most experienced tournament players of all time. 5 Triton titles under his belt that you mentioned, looking for his 6th, but it's very close, right? We've got 24 million versus 20 million in chips.